Testing, testing, testing. Going live. Yep. You're looking up.
I was just checking text from my mom.
Oh. You looked very disconcerted. It's Jover. Hello, Elias. Alright. Might as well get started. We're gonna read this document as well. But also, there's some news, and I kind of want to talk about this because it has to do with U.S. history, or rather, more specifically, presidential history. So let me do this real quick. So it says here. Hold on, is my thing not centered? Oh, I guess it is centered. Just had to do this. There we go. So, my bad. All right, it says. So this came out like a few hours ago, and I'm like, not surprised. So it says, "My fellow Americans, over the past 3.5 years, we made great progress as a nation. Today, America has the strongest economy in the world. We've made historic investments in rebuilding our nation, in lowering prescription drug costs for seniors, and in expanding affordable healthcare to a record number of Americans. We provided critically needed care to 1 million veterans exposed to toxic substances, passed the first gun safety law in 30 years, appointed the first African-American woman to the Supreme Court, and passed the most significant climate legislation in the history of the world. America has never been better positioned to lead than we are today. I know none of this could have been done without you, the American people. Together, we overcame a once-in-a-century pandemic and the worst economic crisis since the Great Depression. We protected and preserved our democracy, and we revitalized and strengthened our alliances around the world. It has been the greatest honor of my life to serve as your president, and while it has been my intention to seek re-election, I believe it is in the best interest of my party and the country for me to stand down and to focus solely on fulfilling my duties as president for the remainder of my term. I'll speak to the nation later this week in more detail about my decision. For now, let me express my deepest gratitude to all those who have worked so hard to see me re-elected. I want to thank Vice President Kamala Harris for being an extraordinary partner in all this work. And let me express my heartfelt appreciation to the American people for the faith and trust you have placed in me. I believe today what I always have, that there is nothing America can't do when we do it together. We just have to remember that we are the United States of America. So this was his official kind of declaration as of today that he's dropping out of the U.S. presidential race. So before we get started, let me pass something out real quick. All right. So in U.S. presidential history, this is not like the first time this has happened that an elected president drops out of the race. I think what's incredibly, I think the last one was Lyndon B. Johnson, and the one before that was Truman, and then there were a couple others like Andrew Johnson who couldn't, essentially, no chance of them winning, so they dropped out anyway. Now, this is the first time since Lyndon B. Johnson that a sitting president has opted to drop out of a presidential race. And what's very notable about this particular dropout of the race is it's very close to the elections, at least timeline, at least comparatively. I believe Lyndon B. Johnson actually dropped out, 7 or 8 months before the November elections. I think Truman dropped out in March before the November elections. I forget about Andrew Johnson off the top of my head. But yes, this is not the first time a U.S. president has decided, you know what, I'm done with the race. Now we're about 3 to 4 months away from November, which has made a lot of people nervous, understandably in some ways, that there's no clear candidate, at least for replacing Biden. However, he did post almost immediately after this, if you go to his Twitter or Instagram or whatever account, this is what he said. My fellow Democrats, I've decided not to accept a nomination and to focus all my energies on my duties as president for the remainder of my term. My very first decision as the party nominee in 2020 was to pick Kamala Harris as my vice president. And it's been the best decision I made. Today, I want to offer my full support and endorsement for Kamala to be the nominee of our party this year. So, I was like, when I saw that he had dropped out, I was like, this is actually potentially a very good decision. Because, as we all know, as anyone who's not delusional at this point knows, the political situation in 2024 is completely different from 2020. Biden essentially ran against Trump on the premise that he was not Trump. Of course, he had nice nostalgic callbacks to the pre-pandemic Obama administration because he was formerly vice president. With that in hand, he won. But in 2024, the premise that you're not Trump, unfortunately, objectively speaking, is not enough to galvanize a good amount of voters from center right to far left for the Democrats. So it's just not feasible. And I think the polling, not even the polling, I think just the general sentiment, the general mood around these elections in 2024 should have shown the Democrats that, hey, maybe run someone else besides Biden for presidency. Neither Trump really or Biden really excite too many people that are not already in that camp. There's nothing to spur people on to vote. And there were a lot of questions surrounding Biden's mental faculty after his debate with Trump. And I think that's kind of what started this cascade of people, particularly lawmakers and Democrats in Congress, to call out for him to step down. And I think the things he did following the debate were not amplified enough, or were not reassuring enough for donors or voters or anyone really to be like, you know what, this guy should still run for presidency. We meme about it and stuff, but it is a little, it's not good that an 81-year-old or even a 78-year-old like Trump should be running for presidency. I don't know. What's going in chat? Who thinks Kamala Harris has got a chance at presidency? I'll give my thoughts here while we're chilling today. You think the Democrat nomination should by default go to RFK, being as he was pushed out of the party? How does that make any sense? He's not in the Dem party. No, he left the party. Yes. It should be easy to find a running mate versus Trump, right? It's Trump. I think, for whatever reason, the Democrats think it's just, as long as it's not Trump, they have like a solid chance of winning. And I just get this weird sense that Democrats really don't want to win, or just they don't really like to try to win. They don't want to try to win. It's so weird. Like at both sides, when Trump picked JD Vance, I was like, it feels like both sides are trying to lose to a certain extent, or they're not really trying to give it their all. And again, I'm speaking about this from like a neutral point of view when I'm looking at their decisions. I feel like there could have been better picks than JD Vance or Trump, or better picks than Biden for the presidential ticket on the side of the Democrats. I think Democrats were way too optimistic about Biden. I don't understand it. I think for the past several years, all of us have been like, a lot of us, and I'm not conservative, I'm not like voting for Trump or whatever, but a lot of us were like, this guy is, he's not really displaying enough. I think also when the Democrats had a very surprising large swathe of wins in the midterm elections, people got a bit too overconfident, saying, yeah, Biden's our man for another 4 years, another fucking 4 years. You know? I don't know. I think there's just, politically speaking, Biden, if he had stayed in the race, he would have lost. Biden's the best they have to offer. That's the sad thing. I think that's what they genuinely think or thought. Because, okay, so statistically and historically speaking, incumbent presidents do have a little bit, depending on their approval ratings or depending on what's going on during the period of their presidency, they do have a higher chance of winning in a re-election. Okay, but I just think they got really too optimistic, really too confident with Biden, and they're gonna put the poor bastard through another 4 years of presidency. No way. Now, look at this. In terms of him dropping out right now, I understand people will be afraid or maybe be accusing him of selfishness. But on one hand, we can look at this as really bad timing. Like, you could say he should have dropped out earlier this year. But on the other hand, you could argue that this is actually a great political decision in terms of kind of pulling the rug out from under the Republican feet, because they've been quite tremendously focusing on Biden as a failed president. So now he's not going to be running. So who's their target now? And I think in terms of timing, this could galvanize more voters than people think, because this is a huge shakeup. This is a very rare historical event where a sitting U.S. president has opted to drop out of a race. Again, the last president was Lyndon B. Johnson. This was more than, 40, 50 years ago now. And the one before that was Truman. And the one before that was maybe Andrew Johnson. So it's, I think it can go both ways. You know, it can go in the favor of Democrats, or it can go in the favor of Republicans. But at the same time, with Biden's endorsement of Kamala Harris, that's also a tricky thing. Okay, what's this? Dems don't realize how truly racist the United States is. Trump has their vote. Okay, that's like the first thing I thought of too when I looked at when I looked at Biden's endorsement of Harris. I was like, okay, there's a lot of problems with this, but there's also maybe some silver linings to this. But the problems include that, one, she's a woman. I'm not saying this because I'm misogynistic or whatever, but as we saw with Hillary versus Trump, that unfortunately matters. The second thing is that she's not a white woman. And that, again, goes back to Hillary versus Trump. If you look at the percentages of certain certain female demographics that voted for Trump or not, that does matter. So she's got some things going against her already, just based on her demographic, unfortunately. All I know is I'm enjoying the circus show. This ignores that Obama will handle 1-2 terms. Which one? So I think, again, that had more to do with the economy at the time and also the political circumstances, because you have to take into consideration that the Obama administration was basically was basically handling the post-recession times. What's so bad about another 4 years of Trump Kappa? Hillary was a uniquely terrible candidate with a ton of baggage. Hillary Clinton was she could have done a lot better. Politically speaking, she could have done a lot better. There were times where she should have gone to certain regions or certain places in some swing states, like Pennsylvania, where she lost Pennsylvania by a few thousand votes, by the way. She definitely had a lot of fumbles during the campaign, which contributed to her losing to Trump. I think there were some times where I think other political analysts could weigh in here, where she should have won, but she didn't because she fucked up. But she did win the popular vote. But of course, with the electoral college system, that doesn't really, depending on the states, that doesn't matter at the end of the day. Yeah, that's one of the biggest political blunders of her campaign. She ignored Pennsylvania. She specifically ignored certain parts of Pennsylvania, which is why she lost Pennsylvania. So, Kamala, let me talk about this from a historian's perspective about the nomination, or honestly, I might as well just say it. I think with Biden endorsing her officially, most of the Democratic establishment are gonna get behind her. So I think at this point, I don't know if they're gonna do a DNC or some sort of meeting where they convene or ask their voters or contingencies who they want to see as a presidential candidate. I think they're just going to go all in on her. Maybe. As of now, I mean, that could change. But as of now, it looks like they are going to get behind her and put all their weight. I'm already seeing reports of political action committees getting their funding on the way for Kamala Harris. And, there's some memes about this, right? Like, look at this. Kamala's VP options. Trustworthy whites. 40 of our best whites. And, it's like, that's gonna be it, really. I think a lot of people are seeing some things coming if she is gonna be the if she is gonna be the Democrat pick for the presidency. There's a lot of great memes going on here. But, hello, is this the Midwest white guy emporium? Okay, so from a historian's perspective, this is a very risky move. Okay? And it's risky because, historically speaking, U.S. vice presidents, they tend to have their political influence in Washington and also in the country. And by consequence of that, their chances for a presidential election, a successful presidential election, be shafted. It's very, 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 very unlikely that former vice presidents get reelected. There have only been 5 out of the 40-some U.S. presidents in history that have been elected to the presidency. And that includes Biden. That's George H.W. Bush, the senior Bush. We have Thomas Jefferson. That's pretty early on. John Adams, also very early on. And Martin Van Buren. Those are the 5 vice presidents who won re-election. Who won election for the presidency. The other vice presidents who became presidents, like Lyndon B. Johnson, Chester A. Arthur, well, you know, the presidents died, so they had to step up and be president. So it's often said in Washington, okay, that if you become vice president, that's political suicide. And historically speaking, yes, it is actually political suicide. So I'm not very confident, just kind of based on what we outlined here, with Kamala Harris being who she is. First, she's a woman, person of color, vice president, that she might be able to galvanize or get enough voters to become, especially in the swing states right now, to become president. My honest opinion, and this is not speaking as a historian, this is speaking as an individual, my honest personal opinion is the Democrats could have a better chance with literally almost anybody else except maybe Hillary Clinton. Like, I feel like, you know, and people are arguing against this, like, oh, who's gonna replace Biden or Harris? I don't fucking know, man. Like, who could, like, from center right to far left, who could do it? Who could do it? Why can't we have ranked choice voting? Democrats thought Clinton could do whatever because people would not really vote Trump. Hold on, I got some shit here. Oh god. Genesis on YouTube says, all hit dictator Trump. Eye roll. Great content. Man, my dog is going off. I don't know why. But anyway, hold on. That's basically the news right now. Just for a quick summary, wouldn't play this video because it just came out as well.
In one of the most monumental political implosions in American history, President Biden has dropped out of the 2024 presidential race. The decision came weeks after a disastrous debate performance triggered a wave of panic among fellow Democrats. Then, in the aftermath of an assassination attempt that helped elevate Donald Trump to hero status among his already fervent base, calls among Democrats for Biden to step aside.
Nephis, time for you to throw your hat in the ring. So I'm a naturalized citizen, which means I cannot run for U.S. presidency or vice presidency. You have to be a natural citizen. You have to be born in the United States to run for president or vice presidency at the age of 35 or above. As a woman in the United States, it's a lot less funny when you know what's at risk.
Okay.
Sure. Turtle says, Nephis thinks he can take a gorilla in a fight. Ain't no way I'm voting for him. Hold up. Wouldn't you want to vote for a fucking political candidate who can take on a gorilla in a physical altercation? I think that's the amount of confidence whoever is going to be the next actual candidate for presidency is going to be on the Democrat side. If a Democrat came out and was like, I can take on a gorilla, all right, shit, okay, let's go. But I don't feel that confidence being exuded by anyone right now, man. Oh, hold on. So now we Americans have to choose between a felon or Kamala Harris. I think, you know, a lot of people are actually angry, by the way, that Joe Biden dropped out. On the Democrat side, people are saying that their vote during the earlier Democrat primary this year for 2024, what was it, 14 or 15 million voters that voted for Biden as the nominee, they feel disenfranchised, or they feel like it didn't matter. But I feel like if you were gonna vote for Biden straight up in the coming elections, you're gonna vote Democrat anyway. I get that. I get why people are mad, but at the same time, he didn't have a chance. Or rather, he didn't have a great chance. I'm gonna say that. He didn't have a great chance at all. I don't think he was gonna win. I'm not even sure if he was gonna win Ohio or Pennsylvania. That's how bad it is with the Biden campaign right now. Hey, what's up, C? What happens if you bring a bag of soil from America and give birth on it? I don't know. You know what? That's a great question. Can someone look that up? Did Sleepy Joe lose? Sleepy Joe, he dropped out. And I think it's a good decision that he dropped out, considering the fall in confidence in him as a candidate. I think it's a great potential political maneuver. If he drops out now, or even earlier, it certainly has disrupted the news cycle. It certainly has disrupted potential plans that the Republicans had in their campaign with Trump. So I think everyone right now, from DC to California, they're all scrambling. I think Sneck said something about his local PACs also scrambling right now. So everyone right now, everyone's reacting to this very fast. So I don't know. It's going to be interesting. But for now, all I'm seeing right now is that Kamala Harris is going to be the next Democrat pick for U.S. president candidacy. Biden's polling in several blue states are behind Senate polling. And you know, we got to talk about this too, right? US voters tend to be myopic or emotional, just based on data, based on past elections, whether we're talking about congressional elections or presidential elections. And I think there could be a positive coming out of this disruptive dropout. But it really depended on the candidate. And as I was talking about this with Becca, he put out a tweet saying, I endorse Kamala Harris. I'm like, fuck. Like, first, she's a very lukewarm candidate. I don't know if she can excite people enough. Maybe. Again, people who are going to vote for Biden are going to vote for her anyway. Second, you know, I think people underestimate that a candidate being a woman or a woman of color might be a negative here in terms of gathering voters. Unfortunately, that's what it is in America. Third, she's a vice president. Just very bad factors here in terms of getting her elected. That's basically it. I think everyone is kind of relieved or secretly, depending on how vocal you are on social media, secretly glad that Biden dropped out. I don't think anyone was confident. I don't know a single person I've talked to in my social circles who was confident Biden was going to win. Every one of us was like, it's going to be really tough if he was going to do a race. But yeah, and I think, you know, maybe voter turnout will be motivated.
Emotional support ferret.
Maybe. But yeah, let's go on with the video again. Sorry I interrupted. I just had to read chat.
Among fellow Democrats. Then, in the aftermath of an assassination attempt that helped elevate Donald Trump...
Okay, hold on. Sorry to interrupt the video again. This is one thing I forgot to bring up too. The attempted assassination on Donald Trump. When this happened and the pictures started coming out, my first immediate reaction on so many levels was, this guy's chances of getting the presidency again has just been boosted so fucking much. Let me explain why, because a lot of people can't fathom it. They're like, he's a felon, you know, he's been accused of rape, and also, you know, the civil case determined he was liable for that. And there's so many other things that's wrong with this guy as a candidate, but people are still gonna vote for him out of sympathy or whatever for almost being killed by a 20-year-old dude in Pennsylvania. Let me explain what's happening after this, okay? There are people who are galvanized by this assassination attempt. There are evangelicals saying it was God that saved Donald Trump, okay? Now, the assassination attempts in assassination attempts in U.S. history or U.S. presidential history, they're not as rare as you think. There actually have been a good amount of U.S. presidents who were almost killed or almost had assassination attempts on them, or U.S. presidents who did die as a result of assassinations. So this is nothing new. But typically, after Now, in the case of Reagan, for example, after he was also almost killed, his approval ratings, despite, this was after his inauguration, his approval ratings shot up. For Theodore Roosevelt, unfortunately, due to his own political blunders, despite his political blunders, and of course he didn't win the re-election, the public opinion of him shot up. So no matter what, if the shooter was motivated to kill Trump because he didn't want Trump to win, unfortunately, it has to be said here, the better decision on the part of the shooter would have been to go after Biden if he didn't want Trump to win the election. Basically, is what I'm saying here as a historian is, yeah, it's not uncommon, but also it helped him quite a bit. Hot take, I think Harris being a woman and person of color makes her uniquely positioned to demonstrate that Trump is a gross racist and misogynist. So, I think when we talk about this, we really need to take into consideration the fact that can she or him or whatever galvanize enough voters outside of the demographics or circles that already have their votes kind of determined. That's really it here. Who are the other potential candidates besides Kamala Harris? Some people have put forth Gavin Newsom, who is the governor of California, but I think he's a bit too not known. But he has been floated by some Democrats that I know. And truthfully, I don't know. It's just, that's how bad it is. It's a bit disorganized. Some people have suggested Hillary Clinton. I'm just like, what? There's an op-ed article that came out almost immediately after Biden dropped out of presidency. The op-ed said something about the Democrats need to choose a Republican as a presidential candidate, like Mitt Romney. I'm like, what the fuck is what are people talking about here? There's some people who've said Bernie Sanders, or people who've said like any of the former candidates who ran in the 2020 elections, like Andrew Yang. But I don't know if they have. I don't know if any of these any of the known candidates have enough pull or charisma or whatever you want to call it, politically speaking. What's crazy is the attempted assassination didn't affect polling at all. People are polarized. If that attempt would have been succeeded, you think Biden would be dropping out? What? Oh, you're saying if Trump died, would Biden have dropped out? I think if Trump had died, that would have been worse in some ways in terms of the politics and potential incidents that could arise. But also, I don't know. Who knows? It's not my job to say he would drop out. He would have dropped out or not if Trump had died. But maybe he wouldn't have. Who knows? But yeah, let's just continue the video. I just want to talk about the assassination attempt and how assassination attempts aren't really rare in U.S. presidential history.
Hero status among his already fervent base, calls among Democrats for Biden to step aside, reached a breaking point.
I'm not sure the word unprecedented really does this justice. We have just never seen a political story like this.
Several stark moments during Biden's debate showdown with Trump on June 27th brought his age and mental acuity into question, even among his staunchest supporters.
Dealing with everything we have to do with, look, if we finally beat Medicare.
A few members of Congress came out pretty early after the debate performance. Then the Biden folks seemed to be trying to.
That debate was awful, by the way.
Biden did
I watched the whole thing,
donors,
and I was like,
he did some
no.
events. He did an interview on ABC.
So bad.
And if you stay in and Trump is elected and everything you're warning about comes to pass, how will you feel in January?
I feel as long as I gave it my all and I did the goodest job as I know I can do.
I actually saw this interview and I was like, that was the most terrible answer you could have given. You should have said something like, that won't happen. I will win. But he's just like, yeah, okay, you know. And this is the problem with the Democrats, I feel like, in their political messaging about these this year's election. Which is it? Is this like the most important election to save democracy and prevent all these terrible things happening with the conservatives? Or is this just another election? Because it feels like on one hand, they're like, yeah, let's send Biden out. And if he doesn't win, we tried our best, whatever. Or is it dire enough for maybe, I don't know, to do something disruptive to make him drop from the race? It was so much mixed messaging on part of the Democratic Party. I just don't know if they want to win.
I feel as long as I gave it my all,
I feel
and I did
the goodest job,
I know
dude.
I can do. That's what this is about.
The president's struggles continued in the weeks following the debate.
Ladies and gentlemen, President Putin. President Putin. He's going to beat President Putin. President Zelensky.
Jesus Christ.
I wouldn't have picked Vice President Trump to be vice president.
After the debate went so badly, he had no margin for error at those events. Democrats and voters who were already worried about him and saw those appearances just did not find them reassuring enough to go forward.
One by one, top Democrats went public with their concerns. The unrest also spread to the party's donors, including calls for Biden to step aside from Netflix founder Reed Hastings and actor George Clooney. The president forcefully pushed back on questions about his viability as a candidate in a closely watched press conference on July 11th.
I'm not in this for my legacy. I'm in this to complete the job I started.
Then, on July 13th, the assassination attempt on Donald Trump galvanized his supporters.
Literally, my words.
Energized GOP unified around the former president at the Republican National Convention the following week.
The contrast you saw was a very united Republican Party at a moment when the Democrats were very divided and struggling.
Meanwhile, in Las Vegas,
the president has been at many events, as we all know, and he just tested positive for COVID.
arriving in Delaware to self-isolate, Biden appeared to struggle to get into a car after disembarking from Air Force One. Democrat leaders, fearing steep losses in down-ballot congressional races, ramped up their efforts to oust Biden from the race. Senate Majority Leader Chuck Schumer and House Minority Leader Hakeem Jeffries pushed for Democratic officials to delay formally naming Biden as the party's nominee, people familiar with the matter told the Wall Street Journal. Representative Adam Schiff became one of the highest-profile Democrats to publicly call on Biden to bow out.
Good afternoon.
I'm not sure there was anything he could do after that debate. People were so shocked and scared, and the bottom just fell out very quickly on the money, and people couldn't unsee it. They saw what happened, and they were just so worried that something like that would happen again and cost them not just the White House, but also Congress.
Concerns about Biden's age and mental acuity are not new. They came up when he ran for president against Trump in 2019.
Who are you for?
76.
You
Yeah,
just said
I'm
2
still for
minutes ago
Biden.
that they would have to buy in.
I'm gonna pencil
You
his name
said
in.
they would have to buy
have
in.
to buy in. If you qualify
Are
for
you
Medicaid,
forgetting what you
you'd
said 2 minutes
automatically
ago?
be in for it.
During Biden's years in the White House, his staff largely shielded the president from the media.
Compared to recent presidents, President Biden had done less interviews, he had done less lengthy press conferences, and there have been just less opportunities for the press to question him in a lengthy format.
His age came under fresh scrutiny in February when the special counsel investigating Biden's handling of classified documents released a report in which he's described as a sympathetic, well-meaning elderly man with a poor memory.
It's so weird how so many people see him as such, considering he's been in politics for so fucking long that he's probably got a lot of skeletons in his closet. I mean, everyone does. But to be in politics for that long, you have to be some sort of monster. And I think his policies in regards to Israel and Gaza have kind of shown that. But again, it's like this mixed messaging here where is he
My memory is
good? Is he
my
not?
memory is fine. My memory, take a look at what I've done since I've become president. None of you thought I could pass any of the things I got passed.
Less than a month before the June 27th debate, the Wall Street Journal reported, based on dozens of interviews, that the president had shown signs of slipping.
Democrats are looking not just at the presidency, but also whether they can hold the Senate and whether they could win back the House. The Republicans are very energized, they're very united, they're very clearly behind their candidate, and they're heading into the fall election season feeling really confident. And Democrats now have to go through a really tough thing. And maybe they come out the other side of that really unified, that they can get folks on board, that they can also be energized. But that's more of an open question right now.
Basically. Basically. Well, that's the news. What do you think? What does everyone think? Do you feel energized or behind a Kamala Harris presidency or candidacy? Sorry. I think it's about the same. Or it will be about the same for a lot of voters. You're neutral, you're on the fence, but this presidency has gone from dumb to just plain fucked. I'm gonna learn. @sign says I'm gonna learn how to teach English as a foreign language.
Be able to get a job in another country.
All right. Well, then, that's really it in terms of what's happening today. So we're gonna look at something book club. Our book club's gonna be discussing this coming Friday. I'm sure some of you have already heard about this. It's called Project 2025. There's about 922 pages. I'm a fast reader though, and it's a conservative think tank's kind of like outline for what should happen under a a modern conservative government or national conservative government. I have no idea what's in it, apart from some of the tidbits I've seen here and there, and the tidbits Becca has shared with me, which I find ridiculous, to be honest. In some of the premises, like, okay, there's apparently something where in these documents that they don't want women to work, or rather, they don't want women to have jobs or careers. And I'm thinking to myself, that's, I think, unthinkable. In today, like, I don't know. I just think there's some
A lot of things have happened that we thought were unthinkable.
Like what? I think all of us kind of knew he was going to drop out after so much political pressure. And there were rumors going around DC that he was going to drop out this weekend. I already told you about those too.
I am well aware of that. That's not what I'm referring to.
Oh, okay. It's a transition plan for if a Republican wins the presidency, and it's worse than you can imagine. Okay, well, let's read it. The Conservative Promise, foreword by Kevin Roberts, PhD, edited by Paul Dans and Stephen Groves. The Heritage Foundation. That's the think tank. Okay, so section 1, section 2. We'll just kind of skip this right now. Acknowledgements. Collective. This work, Mandate for Leadership 2025, The Conservative Promise, is a collective effort of hundreds of volunteers who have banded together in the spirit of advancing positive change for America. Our work is by no means a comprehensive compendium of conservative policies, nor is our group the exclusive cadre of conservative thinkers. The ideas expressed in this volume are not necessarily shared by all. What unites us is a drive to make our country better. Okay, let's see how they make the country better in their like hypothesis here. So what else is here? Oh, they had advisory boards as well. Okay. Center for Renewing America. Okay. James Madison Institute, Young America's Foundation. These are like pretty conservative entities. Okay, let's see. This is the conservative movement's unified effort to be ready for the next conservative administration to govern at 12 noon, January 20th, 2025. Welcome to the mission by opening this book. What? You are now a part of it. Indeed, one set of eyes reading these passages will be those of the 47th President of the United States. Interesting. And we hope every other reader will join in making the incoming administration a success. History teaches that President's power to implement an agenda is at its apex during the administration's opening days. Okay. Yeah, okay. I see where we're going with this. To execute requires a well-conceived, coordinated, unified plan, and a trained and committed cadre of personnel to implement it. Okay. This is too late. Okay, in recent election cycles, presidential candidates normally begin transition planning in the late spring of election year, or even after the party's nomination was secured. That is too late. The federal government's complexity and growth advance at a seemingly logarithmic rate every 4 years. For conservative, God, I don't know why I'm slipping on so much. For conservatives to have a fighting chance to take on the administrative state and reform our federal government, the work must start now. The entirety of this effort is to support the next conservative president, whoever he or she may be. Interesting. In the winter of 1980, the fledgling Heritage Foundation handed the president-elect Ronald Reagan the inaugural mandate for leadership. This collective work by conservative thought leaders and former government hands, most of whom were not part of Heritage, set out policy prescriptions, agency by agency, for the incoming president. Okay. Assimilated. Wouldn't Gretchen Whitmer be a good opponent against Trump? I don't know much about that. Assimilated. It's not 1980. In 2023, the game has changed. The long march of cultural Marxism through our institutions has come to pass. They're using some big words here. Okay, the federal government is a behemoth. We weaponize against American citizens and conservative values with freedom and liberty under siege as never before. So this is their perspective that they're talking about. The task at hand is to reverse this tide and restore our republic to its original moorings is too great for any one conservative policy shop to spearhead. It requires the collective action of our movement. I just want to say something here. Restore our republic to its original moorings. What does that even mean, really? If we want to look at the history, the actual history of things. Okay, Project 2025 is more than 50 and growing of the nation's leading conservative organizations joining forces to prepare and seize the day. The axiom goes, personnel is policy. That is true in today's governments. And we need a new generation of Americans to answer the call and come to serve. Okay. This book is functionally an invitation for you, the reader, Mr. Smith, Mrs. Smith, and Miss Smith, to come to Washington or support those who can. So this is like this is meant for people who want to get into politics on the conservative side. I see. Our goal is to assemble an army of aligned, vetted, trained, and prepared conservatives to go to work on day one to deconstruct the administrative state, or the deep state as some people call it. The project is built on 4 pillars. The first pillar puts in one place a consensus view of how major federal agencies must be governed, and where disagreement exists, brackets out these differences for the next president to choose a path. The second pillar is a personnel database that allows candidates to build their own professional profiles, and our coalition members to review and voice their recommendations. These recommendations will then be collated and shared with the president-elect's team, greatly streamlining the appointment process. I see. Okay, they want you to apply and sign up, and they'll ask for your approval if they want you to, on their teams. Okay. Third pillar, the Presidential Administration Academy, an online educational system taught by experts from our coalition. They want to make an online college? For the newcomer, this will explain how the government functions and how to function in government. For the experienced, we'll host in-person seminars with advanced training and set the bar for what is expected of the senior leadership. The fourth pillar, the playbook, we're forming agency teams and drafting transition plans to move out upon the president's utterance of "so help me God." Oh, they want to go immediately. As Americans living at the approach of our nation's 250th birthday, we have been given much. As conservatives, we are as much required to steward this precious heritage for the next generation. On behalf of our coalition partners, we thank you and invite you to come join with us at project2025.org. So let's look at the authors real quick. Darren Baxt. Okay, Heritage Foundation. He's testified numerous times for Congress, Federalist Society, Jonathan Berry, Assistant Secretary of Policy. Okay, under Trump, so he's a Trump administration worker. Lindsay Burke, Director of the Center for Education, Independent Women's Education Freedom Center. David Burton, Economic Policy, Thomas Rowe Institute for Economic Policy. Okay. Adam Canoe, Professor of Law at Michigan State University. He also served as acting assistant Secretary of Commerce during the Trump administration. Dustin J. Carmack, research fellow for cybersecurity intelligences. Okay, in Congress, he served chief of staff to Texan congressman, Florida congressman. Okay. Brendan Carr. These are like basically some prolific conservatives. Okay. Rick Dearborn. Veronica DeRogi. I'm just gonna skim this because I get the feeling there's like dozens of these guys listed here. Lots of former Trump administration workers. Let me see. Karen Kerrigan, Dennis Dean Kirk, Bernard McNamee. Okay. Interesting. Christopher Miller, of course. Stephen Moore. William Max Primark. Okay. It wasn't as many as I thought, but that's a good amount of writers and former Trump administration civil servants. They have contributors as well. Okay. Okay, that's a lot more. That's dozens. All right, let's get started. "44 years ago, the United States and the conservative movement were in dire straits." What? Okay, late 1970s. Today, America and the conservative movement are enduring an era of division and danger akin to the late 1970s. Okay. Now as then, our political class has been discredited by wholesale dishonesty and corruption. Look at America under the ruling culturally today. Inflation is ravaging family budgets. Drug overdose deaths continue to escalate, and children suffer the toxic normalization of transgenderism. Ah, there it is. With drag queens and pornography invading the school libraries. If you actually look into the things that counties or state officials are trying to get rid of in school libraries or even just public libraries, it's not pornography. Oversees a totalitarian communist dictatorship in Beijing is engaged in a strategic, cultural, and economic Cold War against America's interests, values, and people. Well, it's also the other way around. It's a two-way street right now in terms of the Cold War. All while globalist elites in Washington awaken only slowly to that growing threat. Moreover, low-income communities are drowning in addiction and government dependence. Okay, contemporary elites have even repurposed the worst ingredients of 1970s radical chick to build a totalitarian cult today known today as the what? The Great Awakening. What the fuck? Okay, and now as then, the Republican Party seems to have little understanding about what to do. Most alarming of all, the very moral foundations of our society are in peril. Yet students of history will note that, alright, notwithstanding all those challenges, the late 1970s proved to be the moment when the political right unified itself in the country and led the United States to historic political, economic, and global victories. Like, what, really? They really want to play on history, but they don't really want to mention the specific examples of their victories in the 1970s or 1980s. I think maybe they're thinking in the 1950s instead of the 70s or 80s.
Absolutely.
All right, let's see. The Heritage Foundation is proud to put. Okay. 1981. Man, these guys love Ronald Reagan. Okay. All right, let's see. The good news is that we know the way out, even though the challenges today are not what they were in the 1970s. Conservatives should be confident that we can rescue our kids, reclaim our culture, revive our economy, and defeat the anti-American left at home and abroad. We did it before, and we will do it again. Let's see. Yeah, they love Reagan. Okay. Opening salvo. All right, so here's our outline, or 4 broad fronts that will decide America's future. Restore the family as a centerpiece of American life and protect our children. Dismantle the administrative state and return self-governance to the American people. Defend our nation's sovereignty, borders, and bounty against global threats. Secure our God-given individual rights to live freely, what our Constitution calls the blessings of liberty. Okay. It's fluff. Man, they love Reagan. What the hell, man? So they like Reagan, but want to essentially go back to the 1950s with in terms of energy independence and everything. Like, look at this. In 1979, the threats we faced were the Soviet Union, the socialism of the 1970s liberals, and the predatory deviancy of cultural elites. Reagan defeated these beasts by ignoring their tentacles and striking instead at their hearts. His approach to the Cold War, we win and they lose. His economic agenda, the human dignity of work and its many rewards. Okay, his platform in the culture wars, the community values embodied in these words: family, work, neighborhood, peace, and freedom. Okay. So, is this the start of it? Are they done with the forward? I don't know. This is still the forward. Okay. The well-being of the entire American family. Okay. In many ways, the entire point of centralizing political power is to subvert the family. Its purpose is to replace people's natural loves and loyalties with unnatural ones. Americans have a really weird perception of family, or concept of family. In most of the world, I feel like families tend to be multi-generational under the same household or roof. Whereas in America, it feels like, conservative or not, you tell your kids to get the fuck out at 18, and that's it. I feel like if you really invested in the concept of a nuclear family or whatever, you should make it into a multi-generational household. You know, grandparents, parents, kids, grandkids. Well, maybe not the grandkids. I don't know.
I mean, in my experience, it really depends on the individual.
Sure. Let's see. Let's see. School, marriage, family, work, church, volunteering. The name real people give to the things we do together is community, not government. Our lives are full of interwoven, overlapping communities, and our individual and collective happiness depends upon them. Okay. Today, the American family is in crisis. 40% of all children are born to unmarried mothers, including more than 70% of black children. There is no government program that can replace a hole in a child's soul cut out by the absence of a father. Okay. Fatherlessness is... I feel like they put some, like, internet memes or terms into this document. Fatherlessness is one of the principal sources of American poverty, crime, mental illness, teen suicide, substance abuse, rejection of the church, and high school dropouts. I think there are some studies showing divorce and, what was it? As they said, fatherlessness can lead to children not developing well and stuff like that. But I don't know if like their definition of family here is outlined clearly here yet. So what, they want fathers?
I was most definitely better off not having my biological father in my life.
Okay. So many of the problems government programs are designed to solve but can't are ultimately problems created by the crisis of marriage and the family. I think also we have to look at the divorce rates too in relation to, I think, at least from the 1970s and onwards, women's rights. So I think it's a bit more complicated than they're presenting here. All right. So many problems. Okay. Furthermore, the next conservative president must understand that using government alone to respond to symptoms of the family crisis is a dead end. Federal power must instead be wielded to reverse the crisis and rescue America's kids from familial breakdown. How the hell do you... Wait, I have a question here. Let's say they want to keep families together. How do you do that? How's the president going to do this? How's the government? Why should the government? I don't get it. Like, what's the method? Like, my question right now is, what's the method that the government or president would utilize to keep families together, even like broken families. Like, let's say you're a man and you're being abused by a woman, whether it's mentally or physically, and vice versa, a woman also being abused, but you want a divorce.
Nope. Not under this. Not allowed.
Well, that doesn't make sense
Indoor.
because they mention things like what is it? Teen suicide, mental illness, crime, poverty. There's still a lot of people who don't divorce or whatever that are absolutely toxic, and they, you know, fall into poverty or drug addiction. So it's like, that doesn't make sense. What's
They
the method
want
here?
no fault divorce.
Well, I don't know if they're saying that yet. Maybe they'll say it later in the document. Let me look. So many of the problems. Blah, blah, blah. The world has never seen a thriving, healthy, free, and prosperous society where most children grow up without their married parents. There's a lot of things to say about this. If current trends continue, we are heading towards social implosion. Ah, yes. Okay. Furthermore, the next conservative president must understand that using government alone to respond to symptoms of the family crisis is a dead end. Okay. Federal power must be... Okay, we did this. Some are obvious. Okay, long-standing goals like eliminating marriage penalties in federal welfare programs. That sounds not bad, right? Because I know some people who divorce or don't marry because of healthcare or program benefits. And the tax code. Installing work requirements for food stamps. Okay, but we must go further. Okay, all right, hold up. Okay, it's time for policymakers to elevate family authority formation and cohesion as a top priority, even use government power, including through the tax code, to restore the American family. Please tell me how. Today, the left, the capitalized left, is threatening the tax-exempt status of churches and charities that reject woke progressivism. What the fuck does that even mean? Today, the left is threatening the tax... Okay, so... in my opinion, this might be a hot take here. I think churches should be fucking taxed. Not gonna lie. I think I think certain charities should be also taxed.
They're going to make it part of the fucking running of the country and school systems. Absolutely.
Okay. All right.
The of church and state exists for a reason.
They will soon turn to Christian schools and clubs with the same totalitarian intent. The next conservative president must make the institutions of American civil society hard targets for woke cultural warriors. Who the fuck wrote this? Really? Like, do these guys really get together and just put woke every like paragraph? What the fuck? I can't take this seriously, honestly. Woke cultural warriors. This starts with deleting the terms sexual orientation. What? And gender identity. What? Diversity, equity, inclusion, or DEI, of course. Okay. Gender equality. What? Gender equity, gender awareness, gender sensitive, abortion, reproductive health, reproductive rights, and any other term used to deprive Americans of their First Amendment rights out of every federal rule, agency regulation, contract, grant, regulation, and piece of legislation that exists. How do you delete terms? How do you delete sexual orientation? Or what? How do you delete the sexual? How do you just not use the words anymore? How do you delete this?
Tell you?
How do you delete this?
What that means is there is no longer an LGBTQ plus community. It means transgender is no longer a thing. You're either a man or a woman, and you are straight, and therefore will marry
but what's the method?
and reproduce.
What's the method? That's the problem here for me right now. Like trying to comprehend how the government is going to enforce certain methods.
Those who are not following this.
The logistics, though, it would be insane.
They will absolutely use the military and police force to support this.
Let's go. Let's continue.
Or enforce this.
Pornography manifested today in the omnipresent propagation of transgender ideology and sexualization of children, for instance, is not a political Gordian knot inextricably binding up disparate claims of free speech, property rights, sexual liberation, and child welfare. It has no claim to First Amendment protection. Its purveyors are child predators and misogynistic exploiters of women. Their product is as addictive as any illicit drug and as psychologically destructive as any crime. Pornography should be outlawed. The people who produce and distribute it should be imprisoned. Educators and public librarians who purvey it should be classed as registered sex offenders. What the fuck? And telecommunications and technology firms that facilitate its spread should be shuttered. I don't think this is impossible.
And that's why they're going to get away with it.
What do you mean?
Because
You're gonna
it's
ban-
so insane and so ludicrous that people are going to be like, there's no way this will happen. Until it fucking happens.
Tell me how.
And then everybody's going to be baffled. How did this happen? Well, you know what? People were yelling about it from the top of their lungs, trying to tell you this was coming, and you said, no, it could never.
You think people would just take this line down, though? Pornography?
I think you really need to read what Jess has been saying.
What's Jess saying? They're replacing all career federal employees with politically appointed. Pornography, though. Pornography should be outlawed. Educators and public librarians purvey
but
whatever they define as
what you're thinking
So
of
they're also
as
like,
porn is not what they're thinking of as porn. They're talking about anything that shows something
Like sex
other
ed.
than a
Yes, I'm aware.
nationalist family. Like,
no, you have to understand. It's sex ed, but also pornography.
it's not just sex ed and pornography. It's disgusting.
That's how they're looking at it.
It's trans. Like, let's look at books. If it's a transgender character in a book, they're classifying that as porn. If it's a gay
That's what I'm
person
saying.
in a book, they're classifying that as
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. You're not listening to me. What? That's what I'm saying. That's how they're looking at it. What?
But it's not just porn, like in the.
Well, that's the thing. When they say pornography, they also mean pornography. It's not just the sex ed. It's not just about sexual orientation. It's not just about the things in the libraries that people can look up.
You're right. They're bundling it all under the same thing.
Right. Exactly. That's my
Because
point here.
people are going to look at this and be like, porn being banned.
And,
Okay, not
and
a
they're trying to
terrible thing.
hold on, and they're trying to tie it to the First Amendment, which constitutionally and legally would be a really almost impossible thing to try to disprove under the First Amendment. As something that's not protected under the First Amendment. It's just like what. All right, in our schools, the question because what does the First Amendment include? Press, speech. It's kind of it's broad for a reason. I don't know how they can possibly get away with this. In our schools, the question of parental authority over the children's education is a simple one. Schools serve parents, not the other way around. That is, of course, the best argument for universal school choice, a goal all conservative and conservative presidents must pursue. Okay, parents' rights as their children's primary educators should be non-negotiable in American schools. What? Okay. They really need to define certain things here. States, cities, and counties, school boards, union bosses, principals, and teachers who disagree should be immediately cut off from federal funds. The noxious tenets of critical race theory and gender ideology should be excised from curricula in every public school in the country. These theories poison our children who are being taught on one hand to affirm that the color of their skin fundamentally determines their identity and even their moral status, while on the other hand, they are taught to deny the very creatureliness that inheres in being human and consists in accepting the givenness of our nature as men or women. Okay? Allowing parents or physicians to reassign the sex of a minor is child abuse and must end. Public institutions to use taxpayer dollars to declare superiority or inferiority of certain races, sexes, and religions is a violation of the Constitution and civil rights law and cannot be tolerated by any government in any country. Sorry, anywhere in the country. Okay, so they're just kind of bringing out all the usual talking points that they always talk about here in regards to like gender ideology. But the pro-family promises expressed in this book and central to the next conservative president's agenda must go much further than the traditional narrow definition of family issues. Every threat to family stability must be confronted. Okay, consider our approach to big tech. The worst of these companies prey on children like drug dealers to get them addicted to their mobile apps. I mean, this is kind of true. Many Silicon Valley executives famously don't let their own kids have smartphones. They nevertheless make billions of dollars addicting other people's children to theirs. TikTok, Instagram, Facebook, Twitter, and other social media platforms are specifically designed to create the digital dependencies that fuel mental illness and anxiety, to fray children's bonds with their parents and siblings. Federal policy cannot allow this industrial-scale child abuse to continue. I think, here's my issue with this. Does things like Facebook or Instagram fuck people up? Yeah, absolutely. I think there was a study and also a big story about how girls felt depressed and body dysmorphia after Instagram because, they're looking at all these unrealistic images and shit. But I think the key thing there is, instead of letting the government intrude on this, it should be, up to the parents, right? Like, what the? And but they're also saying, okay, with this, they're saying like, we want to preserve this family, but at the same time, they're not letting the families decide. I don't know, man. No, their porn includes anything that includes gay relationships or transgender people. It can be a children's book about gay penguins. Our current Supreme Court doesn't give a damn about the Constitution amendments. This guy here, what is this? What's that noise? Alright, I'm back. It was just dog shooting up shit. But yeah, we're reading what people are calling Project 2025 for book club this coming week on Friday. Let's see. Where were we? Okay, we were here. Finally, conservatives should gratefully celebrate the greatest pro-family win in a generation, overturning Roe v. Wade, a decision that for 5 decades made a mockery of our Constitution and facilitated the deaths of tens of millions of unborn children. But the Dobbs decision is just the beginning. Conservatives in the states and in Washington, including the next conservative administration, should push as hard as possible to protect the unborn in every jurisdiction in America. In particular, the next conservative president should work with Congress to enact the most robust protections for the unborn that Congress will support while deploying existing federal powers to protect innocent life and vigorously complying with statutory bans on the federal funding of abortion. Man, they really want to ban abortion pretty hard. Conservatives should ardently pursue these pro-life and pro-family policies while recognizing the many women who find themselves in immensely difficult and often tragic situations and the heroism of every choice to become a mother. Alternative options to abortion, especially adoption, should receive federal and state support. They do, though, right now. Okay, so they want to further enact more bans on abortion. And they also want to enact these things called, unborn laws to protect the unborn. Well, how about protect the born as well? Right? Like, why not protect both the unborn and born? This is like the failing of the anti-abortion argument to me. Once you're born, you're fucked. It's just like, okay, how about continuing to support the born? But also, in regards to abortions, where women can't get abortions because of ectopic pregnancies or, life-threatening issues, I feel like women dying in pregnancies or because they weren't able to get abortions would also break up families. No.
They won't be allowed to divorce and separate over the loss of a child or near death. The only way for her to get out is if she dies from the pregnancy, that the only way to save her life would be an abortion. Because they want no-fault divorce.
In regards to what you said in chat, it's a little inaccurate. It's
not.
planned to put forth, not for Trump, for any conservative president, as they keep repeating over and over.
Don't
Could be
daft.
anyone.
You're smarter than that.
I mean, it's
You're
not just
more
Trump.
intelligent than that.
I said it's not just Trump. It's for any conservative
Just
president.
because they say
Here's the
for
thing.
any conservative president, you know exactly who this is for.
Yeah, it could be him, but it could also be another one. See, here's the thing with that.
Because there's another Republican running for party right now that has a good chance of winning.
What do you think is going to happen in 4 years? Let's say Kamala Harris or whatever, whoever the fuck, wins the presidency this year. What about 4 years after that?
Trump will
You don't
run
think-
again, and this will be for him.
He's going to be like 81.
You think?
No,
that's
sorry,
gonna stop him?
82.
You
He'll be
think-
82 or
You
83.
think that's gonna stop?
Yes.
Him? No, it won't. He's a fucking tyrant.
Oh my god. I think this is where we have to kind of step back and say this is even more of an issue because it's not just for any one guy. It's for any
It was
type of
written
guy or
with one
woman.
guy in mind, but yes, anyone will do as far as they're concerned. Anyone whose strings they can pull will be just fine. But this was absolutely written with one particular person in mind.
Sure, because a lot of these guys who wrote up this 922-page document on what a conservative president should do, or a conservative minister of state should do, is former Trump administration staff.
Yes, exactly.
But just kind of based on what I've read so far, I don't know if logistically it's some of this is even like possible to enforce. We'll get to that more once we read more on this. All right, let's see. Conservatives desire a smaller government, not for its own sake, but for the sake of human flourishing. But the Washington establishment doesn't want a constitutionally limited government because it means they lose power and are held more accountable by the people who put them in power. But already, on this promise number 2 says that, but promise number 1 wants the presidency and the government to interfere in healthcare and what's determined to be free speech or free press. That doesn't make sense. How are you making a smaller government by giving more power to a smaller group of people in government? And they keep citing Ronald Reagan. They love fucking Ronald Reagan. I don't understand this. Consider the federal budget. Okay. Budget, 12 specific. Trillion. They're lamenting about the fiscal responsibilities of Congress. This process is not designed. The different global elite, quality price tag, federal budget, policy work, separated powers. Okay. Talking about the constitutional framers' intentions. In recent decades, members of the House and Senate discovered that if they give away that power to the Article 2 branch of government, they can also deny responsibility for its actions. So today in Washington, most policy is no longer set by Congress at all, but by the administrative state. Given the choice between being powerful but vulnerable, relevant but famous, most members of Congress have chosen the latter. Okay. The federal government is growing larger and less constitutionally accountable, even to the president every year. So what do they want to do? Combination of elected and unelected bureaucrats at the Environmental Protection Agency quietly strangles. Oh, this is not what they want to do. This is just a summary of what they think, I guess, or they view the agencies are doing. So EPA quietly strangling the domestic energy production, Department of Homeland Security, Border Immigration Enforcement Agencies. They're helping migrants actively enter the country with impunity and criminally. The Department of Education is injecting racist, anti-American, ahistorical propaganda into America's classrooms. Okay. Department of Justice is forcing school districts to undermine girls' sports and parents' rights to satisfy transgender extremists. Woke bureaucrats at the Pentagon force troops to attend training seminars about white privilege. And bureaucrats at the State Department infuse U.S. foreign aid programs with woke extremism about intersectionality and abortion. Okay. They have a lot of complaints here. Okay, unaccountable federal spending is the secret lifeblood of the Great Awakening. They keep calling it the Great Awakening. That's so funny. The Great Awakening. Oh. Stick to Starfield? I'll stick to your mom. Alright, anyway, nearly every power center held by the left is funded or supported one way or another through the bureaucracy by Congress, apparently. Colleges and school districts are funded by tax dollars. Okay, Mr. State. Let's be clear, the most egregious regulations promulgated by the current administration come from one place, the Oval Office. The president cannot hide behind the agencies, as many executive orders makes clear. His is a responsibility for regulations that threaten American communities, schools, and families. A conservative president must move swiftly to do away with these vast abuses of presidential power and remove the career and political bureaucrats who fuel it. Okay, restoring fiscal limits and constitutional accountability. This sounds like a love letter to Reagan. In foreign affairs, global strategy, federal budgeting, and policymaking, the same pattern emerges again and again. Okay. As monolithic as the left's institutional power appears to be, it originates with appropriations from Congress and is made complete by a feckless president. A conservative president must look to the legislative branch for decisive action. The administrative state is not going anywhere until Congress acts to retrieve its own power from bureaucrats in the White House. Okay, the conservative province lays out how to use many of these tools. Okay, including how to fire supposedly unfireable federal bureaucrats, how to shutter wasteful and corrupt bureaus and offices, how to muzzle woke propaganda at every level of government, how to restore the American people's constitutional authority over the administrative state, and how to save untold taxpayer dollars in the process. Finally, the president can restore public confidence and accountability in our most important government function of all. The most important government function. National defense. Hell yeah. Let's get those budgets rolling for the military. The American people desire a military full of highly skilled servicemen and women who can protect the homeland and our interest overseas. The next conservative president must end the left's social experimentation with the military, restore war fighting as its sole mission, and set defeating the threat of the Chinese Communist Party as its highest priority. Okay, the next conservative president must possess the courage to relentlessly put the interest of the everyday American over the desires of the ruling elite. Okay, cool. All right, so a very hawkish document. A huge emphasis on military funding and basically debureaucratization of, well, the bureaucracy or the American government. They have a lot of grievances or perceived grievances with specific agencies, such as the Department of Homeland Security and the Department of Justice. So, this is what this document is a call for people to work with them in those agencies or to help dismantle some of the things that they're doing from their view. Promise number 3, defend our nation's sovereignty, borders, and bounty against global threats. The United States belongs to we the people. Interesting historical fact, by the way. Citizenry, in terms of, I guess, early on U.S. history, early U.S. Period of time, there were a lot of different views on what a citizen should be. Thomas Jefferson himself believed that a citizen or a kind of like a civic society would be agrarian based, interestingly enough, which makes sense from his perspective. And of course, in the time period, some of the constitutional framers believed that citizens were basically based on a set of civic ideals. The Federalist Papers kind of go into this quite a bit. The Department of Education was created in the 70s. Do you think education has gotten better since then? Well, I was not alive in the 1970s. But secondly, what do you mean by better, and what do we look at in terms of data when we look at education? Do we look at higher college admissions? Because that in itself is a little complicated. Do we look at high school graduations? Do we look at literacy rates? Do we look at involvement in civics? I think in general, education, or at least propagation of knowledge, has become a lot better and more streamlined than in the 1950s, 60s, 70s. I mean, really, we live in a very unique time period where a lot of knowledge and education, or access to education, is more freely available than a century ago or 2 centuries ago. Speaking as a historian, so yes, I think education has gotten better since 50, 60 years ago. As to how we define that, different story. Do I consider people who attended school prior to then better educated than people of today? Do I consider people who attended school prior to
The 70s?
the 70s better educated than people of today?
No.
No. On matters of what as well? Like, what are we talking about here, really? I think they're just too broad of a question you're putting out here. Like, if you're asking me about what's the difference in the knowledge gaps what's the difference in knowledge between generational gaps? I think that would have been better phrased right there. But about what? But I think in general, compared to a century ago, 50 years ago, access to education, propagation of knowledge, that's just all better. This is better. Regardless of Department of Education or not, if that's like the focal point of your questions here. However, I will say I do have an issue with higher education in the States and how it's so tied in with the financial sector, and how it's so much tied in with basically like this. I love talking about this because I did work in academia a bit, and there's just so much financial incentive for us as a society to tell people, once you have a high school, go to college. Well, not everyone should go to college. A lot of healthy alternatives in terms of education or career, like technical schools, are ignored in favor of this need to push people through a grind machine to get their degrees, get into debt, pay ludicrous sums of money to get an education, whereas on one hand, education or higher education, for those who want to pursue it, should not be leaving a financial burden. And also, there's this increasing demand for a higher standard, because once you standardize everybody at the same level in terms of degrees, for which are required for a lot of jobs, then it just gets worse. So I think that's my biggest issue with higher education in America, because there's more of a focus on making money than there is a focus on actual education. And this is not a dig at my associates or colleagues who are still teaching as TAs or professors in higher education. This is more of a dig at the systems themselves, where money is the focus, unfortunately, for a lot of people. You tend to think people now may be better educated but aren't able to translate it into practical matters. I can see where you're going with that. But really, not my place to kind of judge what people do with their time, and as long as it's not harming anybody, and if that will translate into like a career or something. Well, I mean, you have one life, so do whatever you can to get out of it. All right, so let's continue with the document. Let's see. We cannot outsource to others our obligation to ensure the conditions that allow our families, local communities, churches, and synagogues. I love how they only mention churches and synagogues. What about temples? What about mosques? The neighborhoods to drive. The buck stops with each of us, so each of us must have the freedom to pursue the good for ourselves and those entrusted to our care. To most Americans, this is common sense. Okay. Centers of leftist power like the media and the academy. This statement of basic civics is branded hate speech. I don't know about that. Progressive elites speak in lofty terms of openness, progress, expertise, cooperation, and globalization. But too often, these terms are just rhetorical Trojan horses concealing their true intention, stripping we the people of our constitution authority of our country's future. Okay, very opinionated. Okay. You know, there's one thing I would like to point out here, because they keep bringing up the Constitution and how sacred it is. There's other countries tend to change their constitutions quite a bit. I feel like the U.S. Constitution could also be updated more often, or even changed, potentially. And we have that. It's called amendments. But introducing amendments into the Constitution is actually politically very hard to do. At least when we look at the circumstances behind a lot of the amendments that are still in the Constitution today. I don't know, but this whole thing about how the Constitution is sacred, it's just very nationalistic talk that I don't really care for. So it's just typical kind of like American. I'm not even gonna really call it conservative here. Very American nationalistic speak here in regards to the sacredness of the Constitution and how it should never be broken or never be changed. Which Wilsonian hubris has spread like a cancer throughout many of America's largest corporations. Okay, so they are lamenting the fact that their rivals believe in a sort of 21st century Wilsonian order in which the enlightened, highly educated managerial elite run things rather than the humble, patriotic working families who make up the majority of what the elites contemptuously call flyover country. They're appealing to like the Midwest here, they're appealing to the Rust Belt, they're appealing to, there's a very populist appeal to it, right? Unfortunately, whether Republican or Democrat or conservative liberal, unfortunately, these politicians tend to go hand in hand with these corporations that do what they're exactly doing or what they're accusing them of doing. So I don't really understand this. This is basically an appeal, trying to appeal to people here, this whole thing. Totally agree. Higher education has turned into a grift. Trade schools may be hitting the same route. Okay. Intellectual sophistication, advanced degrees, no knowledge, okay, governance. One of the great premises of American political life is that everyone who can read in that book must have a voice in deciding the course of the republic, blah, blah, blah. Okay, just kind of rag on progressivism, progressives, pundits. This document I can already tell is very anti-UN, anti-NATO, or just kind of veering a little towards a little bit of isolationism. Open borders, despite the lawless humanitarian, of course. Cheap race. Silent to human. Same goals. Or, they're just kind of repeating themselves at this point. And they're just kind of giving their own timeline of what's going on with big tech and the Chinese Communist Party and TikTok. Okay. Let's see. Look, yeah, exactly. See, they mentioned it right here. Look no further than TikTok if you want to understand the danger posed by collaboration between big tech and the Chinese Communist Party. Okay. The same can be observed of many U.S. colleges and universities. Through the CCP's Confucius Institutes, Beijing has been just as successful at compromising co-opting our higher education system. Fun fact about the higher education system in America. in regards to certain departments and fields, the U.S. government actually, from time to time, have a hand in determining the trajectory of certain departments, like Middle East studies. And there are also non-U.S. entities like Turkey, if you keep up with news on, the Armenian genocide, where they have an influence in how curriculums are taught. So it's not, everybody has a hand in determining curriculums at higher education institutions. So if they're accusing China of doing this, well, the U.S. government also does this, and other entities or groups also do this.
They don't like to talk about that.
It's nothing really new. All right. Okay. Okay, so here's their summary of how they're going to handle this, despite not really giving too many specifics on their methods. The solution to all of the above problems is not to tinker with this or that government program. What? To replace this or that bureaucrat. These are problems not of technocratic efficiency, but of national sovereignty and constitutional governance. We solve them not by trimming and reshaping the leaves, but by ripping out trees, root and branch. Okay. They want to completely reform the government with personnel, is what they're saying here. Let's see. Don't we do energy dependence? Oh, the last promise. Secure our God-given individual right to enjoy the blessings of liberty. The Declaration of Independence famously asserted the belief of America's founders that all men are equal. All men are created equal. Well, it's a bit more complicated than that. And endowed with God-given rights to life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. Kind of plagiarized from the other writers of the Enlightenment. Okay, anyway, it's the last, the pursuit of happiness, that is central to America's heroic experiment in self-government. When the founders spoke of pursuit of happiness, here we go, we're going to deify the founders. What they meant might be understood today as, in essence, pursuit of blessedness. What the hell does that mean? Blessedness? That is, an individual must be free to live as his creator ordained to flourish. So immediately I have a problem here with this document, kind of saying that there is going to be a hint of religion or Christianity in the workings of government. The founding fathers and the constitutional framers themselves did not want religion in government. In fact, there's a whole thing about this called separation of church and state. Benjamin Franklin was perhaps one of the more famous framers or founding fathers who were very outspoken about the dangers of religion and government. So immediately I just kind of discount this part here, saying that an individual must be free to live as his creator ordained. Some of the founding fathers were deists, not theists, deists. So some of them did believe in the higher power, but they did not want a sort of theocracy here, because I believe it was James Madison who said it, that theocracy leads to a monarchy or something like that. And yes, just the Treaty of Tripoli also brought up this, but in their own journals and writings, a lot of the founding fathers and even the constitutional framers spoke about the dangers of religion and government. So I don't know, again, very American, very conservative. Even some people I know who are liberal talk about God-given rights, but that's kind of a sham in this context anyway. This pursuit of the good life is found primarily in family, marriage. Oh, okay. So here's how they define the good life. Ready? Marriage, children, Thanksgiving dinners, and the like. Well, okay. This is a very short list of happiness or family. I think this sounds nice. No matter who you are, okay, maybe marriage sounds good to you. Maybe children sound good to you. Maybe Thanksgiving dinners sound to you. But I don't think this is everybody's definition of family.
It's
or
very few people's definition. of these
Thanksgiving dinners, though.
days.
That's the
amount of
funniest
women
one here.
Who don't want children. And fucking Thanksgiving dinner, yes, let's celebrate the massacre of a fucking culture and people. That's what leads to happiness. Yes, the celebration of massacring Native Americans.
No state is not drenched in, no state isn't different, whatever. No state isn't drenched in blood, Becca. I think that's the main official reference that explicitly states that the United States is not a Christian country. Oh yes, no, some of them were Christian, some of them were theists or agnostic, but ultimately, basically all of them said, nah, religion is not it in government. There will be freedom of religion, or from religion, depending on your standing, but it will not be a religious government. It will not be a Protestant government. It will not be a Catholic government. It will not be a not like whatever government people are envisioning that America should be or America should have. Excuse me. I don't like Thanksgiving food. That's definitely not my definition of happiness. None of these sound good to you, Muso? Thanksgiving dinners, marriage, children. I don't know. Very short list, though. Considering I'm a historian, did the Establishment Clause refer more specifically to the Church of England and their having a national religion where the monarch and head of the church is the same? That was a part of it, yes, and that's why I mentioned. I don't know if it was James Madison or not, but one of them did say theocracy leads to monarchy. So there was a lot of fear back then about populism. There was a lot of fear about state and church, which is why they framed the Constitution as they did over multiple iterations, by the way, after the founding of the of the United States after the Revolution. So, yeah, absolutely spot on, mate. Easy Mac. Okay, let's see what's going on here. Think of dedicated teachers or healthcare professionals entrepreneurs or plumbers running themselves in their businesses. Anyone who sees a job well done as a personal reward. Okay, what does this have to do with government? Religious devotion and spirituality are the greatest sources of happiness around the world. Okay, so there's another thing wrong here. Religious devotion and spirituality are the greatest sources of happiness around the world. There's two things wrong with this. Sorry, let's just attack this from two perspectives here. First thing, what do we define as happiness? What do we mean when we say Denmark or Finland is the happiest country in the world? Also, considering that a lot of the countries that are ranked as the happiest tend to not be religious, certainly there may be a good deal of spirituality or new age-ness in some of those countries, but I think it's been proven time and time again since 2002 or something that the more religious countries tend to be less happy than the less religious countries. So this is already kind of bullshit here. But anyway, still others find themselves happiest in their local voluntary communities of friends, their neighbors, their civic or charitable work. Okay, sure. But again, what does that do with government? Let's see. I'm going to skim this through because they just kind of present their own kind of version of American history here. We'd be here all day if I had to correct some of this. Abraham Lincoln wrote the Declaration as an apple of gold and a silver flame in the Constitution. Okay. Left to our own devices, the American people rejected European monarchy and colonialism just as we rejected slavery, second-class citizenship for women, mercantilism, socialism, Wilsonian globalism, fascism, communism, and today, wokeism. Oh my god. Okay. So, I have so many things to say here. It took a while for America, it took a while for the United States to reject slavery. And that in itself is complicated. Took a war to kind of finalize the deal on that one. Second class citizenship for women, or suffrage, also took a great amount of activism and work. And even then, when the states were ratifying the woman's right to vote, the amendment, constitutional amendment for women to vote, it came pretty close. It came really close. So it wasn't really people rejecting. It's all these are struggles. Mercantilism, okay. Socialism, also struggles. There's an American Socialist Party. Fascism, there were American Nazis, and American fascist parties. There's also an American Communist Party. Wokeism, the Great Awakening. So anyway, I don't know. They're presenting history as something very simple. It's never simple. It's never simple. Well, it's simple, but it's never simple. Actually, a lot of the happiest countries are mainly religious. How they figure out which is happy, I don't know. Well, okay. This is what I meant earlier. What is happiness? How do we define it? Also, let's look it up right now. Okay, so top 10 happiest countries in the world. Somehow, I don't know. Finland, very not religious. Denmark, also not very religious. Iceland, also very not religious. Sweden, also very not religious. Israel, yeah, okay. I don't know. How's Israel? Okay. Netherlands, very not religious as well. Norway, very not religious. Luxembourg, I don't think the Pope's visited Luxembourg since like fucking 1971 or some shit. Switzerland, yes, very religious. Australia, I don't know. New Zealand, like you can't honestly tell me Finland or Denmark is extremely religious. Atheism and agnosticism has been on the rise in the UK, number 20, since the early 2000s. Canada is not very religious compared to the States. So should Canada be less happy than the States? Finland is 65% religious, which is a majority. When we're talking about happiness or religious, what are we exactly saying here? I think we should think about this. What does religious mean? Is it fanatical? Is it just being part of a church? Is it just saying you're a Christian? Is it just saying you're a Buddhist? Do you practice it? When I think religious, I just think it's part of like everyday life. Like you can't do anything without it, or you don't really do much without it. Whereas in the UK and such, you can say you're Christian, but you don't really go to church. You can say you're Buddhist, but you don't go to the temple. Shit like that. So how do we define this 65% of Finland being religious? Are they hardcore Christians? Like, what does this mean? If we look at Denmark, are they really religious? I don't know. But anyway, where are we going? But there's just some things here that they just kind of simplify quite a bit. What is happiness? 65% religious for Finland sounds as if 80% of those 65 said that there's so the ability to maybe possibly could sort of be some kind of higher power, right? But when I look at things like religious in the context of nation states, I'm thinking to myself, how much are we saying here? Am I not looking forward to Madam President Harris? Oh, what's up, Damus? We kind of went over that earlier in the stream about the announcement that Joe Biden dropped out and Kamala Harris is being endorsed by him. I have so many. I just she has just as a hard chance of getting at the presidency as Biden did. So I don't know what they're doing. She's unlikable at best. So my main issues with her, speaking from like a political perspective in terms of like winning, I keep mentioning this. First, she's a vice president. Vice presidents historically don't really win elections. Only 5 have in history. And even then it was like a little close. Vice presidencies tend to be looked at as political suicides in Washington. Second thing, she's a woman. Unfortunately, that counts against her in some, parts of the country. She's also a woman of color. Also counts against her in some parts of the country. She's also had political blunders in both her former career as a prosecutor and also as vice president. So she's not seen in a very, very favorable light right now. She's very lukewarm. I think this is the best adjective to describe her. Unless she does something completely fucking viral or like outstanding. I don't really see her galvanizing voters from center right to far left. What was this? 65%. Iceland population is also 80% religious according to Google. Don't just rely on Google. Look deeper into that. Again, like, what does that mean? What does religious mean? You could say the United States is 100% religious or 95% religious, but when you look closer into it, it's not black and white. Shit like that. If you're defining religious as fanatical, that kind of skews your view automatically. Religious, to me, would have to mean, in the context of nation states, as I said, you can't do without it. Whether in your daily life or in function of government. When we look at things like secularism or French secularism, it would have to be something like that for me to consider that country and its constituents to be religious. But also, Musa is pointing out that most of the Nordics are automatically entered into the church when they're baptized. So, if we can just look at statistics as numbers in that category, yeah, sure, it could be religious, but I doubt that most people in a lot of these top 10 happy countries or top 30 happy countries are actively practicing religion, or they look at religion as a, basis of government. Like, this document is kind of implying here, like, hey, the happiest countries are religious. Well, let's look at that a little more deeply. I would argue the polling statistics reporting that 30 to 40% of people in those countries believe in God means more than membership in a church. Yeah. I'm not defining it as fanatical. Well, I'm defining it within the context of nation states, not do they believe in the higher power? Again, I'm viewing that within the state of nation states because this whole document is arguing in this part that the founding fathers intended the American Republic to have God's guidance, to have some sort of manifest destiny here. That, hey, the fathers meant not blessings of liberty, but blessings blessings of blessedness is what they called it here. Sorry, the pursuit of blessedness. That's what I'm looking at here. That's the whole point. All right. So anyway, the promise of socialism, communism, Marxism, progressivism, fascism, whatever name it chooses is simple. Government control of the economy. Here's the free market argument. Can ensure equal outcomes for all people. Sure, whatever. The problem is that it has never done so. Okay, they're gonna bring up Korea here. My department. Nighttime satellite images of the Korean peninsula famously show the free market south lit up with homes, businesses, and cities electrified from coast to coast. God damn it. By contrast, communist North Korea is almost completely dark, except for the small dot of the capital city, Pyongyang, where psychotic dictator and his cronies live. The same phenomenon is on display in the infuriating fact that 4 of the 6 richest counties in the United States are suburbs of Washington, D.C., a city infamous for its lack of native productive industries. Okay, so when they bring up this whole thing, this is an entire history that I feel like I should not get into in the stream, because we're just kind of like extend the stream for even longer. So like, okay, North Korea or Cuba, listen, there's so many other factors besides, hey, they're communist, that's why they don't have power or whatever. It's kind of insane how they're trying to simplify the size or history to the point where if you're not capitalist, you won't have power, or you'll see this drastic difference. Considering that a lot of American allies in Europe would be considered socialist. There are socialist parties in European governments that have enacted socialist policies, but we don't look at Europe like the same way we do look at the same way we look at the Korean Peninsula. How do I determine a person is religious in a secular society like France or the U.S.? Well, by different metrics. We can look at whether they attend church. We would have to ask them polling questions. Hey, how much of your religion dictates your life? How much of it dictates your morality? Do you believe that religion should be in government? Shit like that. So there's a civic level, there's a social level, and there is a political level of religion, of religious activity. Just says Norway has 65% membership in the church, but only 3% of the population attends church. I agree. I would not call that population religious. Just because you're a member of the church doesn't mean you're actively going to church or you're actively religious or you believe in every single thing the Bible or the Christian Bible has laid out for you. I know people who call themselves fucking Buddhist and they don't go to temples. Are they Buddhist? Are they religious? Who knows? I don't know. Kind of arbitrary metrics? Not really. When we're talking about government, you should look at it through those metrics. Why does it matter if someone's as religious as somebody else? I think you're missing the whole point here, casual player. If we're looking at government and the population of the governed, and we're looking at how religious they are, we should be looking at those metrics. Why do I care about some guy in Finland not going to church like that other guy in Finland? Because, it's not like the Finnish government or Finnish think tank wrote up a document saying the most happy countries in the world are religious. What does that mean? Why are they saying that? Because they want to make a point. Also, I would argue that places like North Korea suffer more from their political system than the economic system. Well, it's both. It's both politics and economics. But also, human nature in some ways. See, I would argue if someone follows the teaching of something like the Bible, then they're religious. But that's not what we're talking about here. You're not listening. You're not listening at this point. We're talking about religious in relation to government. If you're arguing that, for example, if you're arguing that Finland is the happiest country in the world because all those people are religious, by what metric are they religious? Is it through government that they're religious? Is it through their politics? Is it through their civics? Is it through their society? And when we look deeper at the statistics, like Jess did, and that only 3% of them go to church, that has no bearing on government or how policies have increased their happiness. Makes no sense. Like, you can argue all day about how religious Joe Schmo is in Finland compared to Joe Schmo in Denmark or Joe Schmo in fucking Massachusetts. That doesn't matter. That's not what we're talking about here. We're talking about how religiousness in this document is being tied up with happiness of the population in relation to how they're governed. That's basically it. Yeah, what's up, Strange? No more immortal Joe Sag. It's Jover. It's completely Jover. We're reading Project 2025. And so far, it's just a bunch of, like, conservative fucking, like, take on pornography, American history, dubious comparisons. I would think that imposing your religious beliefs on others is what determines a country's religious leanings. In terms of government, sure. Okay. Same corruption. Whenever billionaire, they're just like, okay. So here's my take on this document so far. I think this is I think this is the only dangerous thing of this document so far. It brings up really great points. It brings up factual things, and then it's like it presents it to the reader and saying, "These are the problems." Absolutely, you have to agree that some of these things are problems, right? Like how Facebook or Instagram has a bad effect on the youth at a certain degree, but then they kind of present their solutions without methods, and it's just kind of like, okay, what's going on here? So I can see why people see the appeal in this, but I also see the ridiculousness of it as well at the same time. It's just so... It's very dumbed down in a lot of ways. Hey. Hiya, Madam President. Good to see you. Hello. The Soviet Empire was a social and economic failure. They just bring the Soviet Union. Okay, North Korea, despite the opulence of its tyrants, is one of the poorest nations in the world. Cuba is so corrupt that its people regularly risk their lives to escape to Florida on rafts. Venezuela was once the richest nation in South America. Today, a decade after Marxist dictatorship took over, 94% live in poverty. Even socialist Senator Bernie Sanders' home state of Vermont was forced to repeal the state's single-payer health care system just 3 years after creating it. In every case, socialist elites promised that if only they could direct the economy, everything would be better. Very quickly, everything got worse. In socialist nation after socialist nation, the only way the government could keep its disgruntled people in line was to surveil and terrorize them. I felt very terrorized in Vermont, actually, now that I think about it, as I drove through on its clean roads. All right. I think it's because in a lot of cases of religion, there's a push to have a family, kids, all that. Yeah, sure. More specifically, like, I don't know if it's... I think it's a mix of culture and religion at that point, in regards to having a family and kids. Asians know what I'm talking about. There's a reason when... So right now, this document is just listing its grievances and what they see as poison to America from the woke left, blah blah blah. Ultimately, the left does not believe that all men are created equal. They think they are special. They certainly don't think all people have an unalienable right to pursue the good life. They think only they themselves have such a right, along with a more responsibility to make decisions for everyone else. Kind of a few strawmans here and there. They don't think any citizen, state, business, church, or charity should be allowed any freedom until they first bend the knee. This book, this agenda, the entire Project 2025, is a plan to unite the conservative movement and the American people against elite rule and woke culture warriors. I'm sorry, I can't keep a straight face every time that comes up in this document. Woke culture warriors. I don't know. Like, it's just so funny. Woke culture warriors. I bet even they laughed as they wrote this shit. They're like, huh, that's funny. Woke culture warriors. The American dream, Kikono. Does the left mean left-handed people? No, it's the liberals, it's the Democrats, it's commies. Alright, let's see. Our movement has not been united in recent years, and our country has paid the price. In the past decade, though, the breakdown of the family, the rise of China, the Great Awakening, big tech's abuses, and the erosion of constitutional accountability in Washington have rendered these divisions not just inconvenient, but politically suicidal. Every hour, the left directs federal policy and elite institutions. Our sovereignty, our constitution, our families, and our freedom are a step closer to disappearing. Okay. Here's where Becca might be right here about something. Conservatives have just 2 years and one shot to get this right. With enemies at home and abroad, there is no margin for error. Time is running short. If we fail, the fight for the very idea of America may be lost. Just 2 years, huh? That's a very short amount of time to save a country. All right. Let's see. Act with confidence. The last time our nation and movement were so near defeat, we rallied together behind the great leader. They're talking about Reagan, by the way. And great ideas. Transcended our differences, rescued our nation, and changed the world. It's time to do it again, Kikono. Okay. Well, that's the foreword. We haven't even got to this. We haven't got to the specifics. That's their foreword. That's their summary of why they wrote this, why they wrote this up, why they drafted this up, and what they hope to achieve with the next conservative American president within the next 2 years. All right. Taking the reins of government. America's bicentennial, which culminated on July 4, 1976, was a spirited and unifying celebration of our country, its founding and its ideals. As we approach our nation's 250th anniversary, which will take place during the next presidency, America is now divided between two opposing forces: woke revolutionaries and those who believe in the ideals of the American Revolution. What exactly do they mean when they say American Revolution ideals? The former believe that America is, and always has been, systemically racist. And that it is not worth celebrating and must be fundamentally transformed, largely through a centralized administrative state. The latter believe in America's history and heroes, oh god, its principles and promise, and in everyday Americans and the American way of life. Alright, I'm going to tell you guys something as a historian here. History is more complicated than heroes and the sacredness of papers, or that guy was racist so he's bad. It's just like, I don't know. I hate the simplification of all this. When church is mentioned, I presume these freedoms would also apply to other non-Christian religions, right? No. I'm getting a very strong Christian vibe here with this document so far. They mention churches and synagogues, or maybe Judaism too, or Abrahamic religions, except that one Abrahamic religion. Gotta sweep the House, the Senate, the Supreme Court, and the presidency. Your sister moved back home from the United States because everyone was too religious. Columbus was a hero that discovered America. Strange says. Becca just give me a death glare.
Strange, I will ban you.
That's all the history you need, Kikono. Yep. Columbus discovered California, and then we went to dig up some gold. That's the American hero's life. All right, let's see. Just 2 years. Okay, I'm gonna skip past the history because it's kind of like I would be here forever, honestly, if we just looked at all this shit. I'm just gonna get to what they want to do. That's my curiosity here. Okay, how do they plan to fix all these issues? How do they plan to fix all these grievances that they're speaking about the woke left, and how do they want to solve drug addiction? How do they want to solve broken families? Whatever, right? Okay, right here they're just kind of talking about how federal bureaucrats or employees are not for the American people. Okay. Byzantine personnel rules. They're talking about how laws and regulations are so irrational. Okay. This is true whether it comes to evaluating employees' performances or hiring new employees. Only in the federal government can an applicant in the hiring process be sent to the front of the line because of a history of drug addiction or alcoholism, or due to morbid obesity, irritable bowel syndrome, or a psychiatric disorder. What the fuck? What are they talking about here? The next administration should insist that the federal government's hiring, evaluation, retention, and compensation practices benefit taxpayers rather than benefiting the lowest rung of the federal workforce. Okay. By putting the Lord first in your heart. All right. In order to carry out the president's desires, political appointees must be given the tools, knowledge, and support to overcome the federal government's obstructionist human resources departments. More fundamentally, the new administration must fill its ranks with political appointees. The Trump administration appointed fewer political appointees in the first few months in office than any other recent presidency, according to Devine, Kirk, and Dans. Okay. This left career employees in charge of many places. This can occur even after departments have been fully staffed with political appointees. Okay, so they just want to fill up the administration, the next presidential administration with their appointees. Okay. Double security. Okay, what? That's it? They're just like, we want our people in there? That's like fucking everybody. Okay. Those are objectively false. A history of substance abuse disqualifies people from many federal positions. Yep. Crime records also can be a big factor, according to my friend who is in government, by the way. Am I Japanese? No. I am Korean. But obviously there's going to be cases of nepotism and all that shit. All right, so we're past the foreword. We're past the Section 1, taking the reins of government, or the introduction to Section 1, White House office. Okay. What do they want to do in the Oval Office here? Okay, there simply are not enough hours in the day to manage the affairs of state single-handedly, so delegation is essential. Okay, they want to put assistants, senior advisors, chief of staff. Okay, so who would be the ideal chief of staff under a conservative administration, according to this think tank, or these think tanks, these conservative think tanks? Okay, they're just gonna go over the summary of it. Oh, okay. They're just summarizing the rules and what they're interested in filling these rules for with their own people. Okay, chief of staff, deputy chiefs of staff, principal deputy chiefs of staff, deputy chief of staff for management operations and for policy, senior advisors. I see. They want the senior advisors to be under the chief of staff. Okay. White House counsel. Staff secretary. The president should choose a White House counsel who is well versed in the Constitution, administrative, and regulatory law. Okay. While a candidate with elite credentials might seem ideal, the best one will be above all loyal to the president and to the Constitution. I feel like they should have put the Constitution first here. Or maybe just omitted the president part. Because you're supposed to be swearing loyalty to the Constitution, not
You're
the president.
still not understanding their goal.
What do you mean? I'm looking through this. I'm reading through this.
I know you are.
I think it's important to read everything than just take people's like excerpts from the thing. You know? But the implication here is very obvious with the president constitution. Why don't these people just write bullet points? No one wants to read all this. Why not? Why shouldn't you read this? Aren't you curious about what people think should be the government? You know what I mean? I'm kind of curious. Do you think the re-education camps will have internet access so I can log in and do my daily writs? Yes.
No.
I will try to get in government, and I'll make sure every re-education camp has internet, has Wi-Fi. 1 gig down, 1 gig up. You thought the same thing? What's up, Kara Day? You thought the same thing here? I was like, loyal to the president and the Constitution? No, the loyalty should always be to the Constitution, not just to the president.
As Jess said,
Or-
they wanted to omit the Constitution totally. Because
Maybe.
their goal is that the president is the only person of power.
Well, I think they had to put this in because if they didn't, and you know, they published this. I don't know why they even published this. Why did they even publish this, guys? Come on.
Because they're not hiding it.
Obviously, I'm just joking here. They're publishing this because they want other people to read it and then go to them and ask for a job. Basically, is what's happening. That's what they said, literally on the first page here of this document. It's like 90% fluff. Oh, absolutely, it's going to be 90% fluff. But the important part here is a lot of the fluff is presented as fact, but also a lot of these facts are facts. I mean, it's, you know, but they're presenting their solutions for these.
Don't worry,
Problems.
for all the lazy readers who don't actually care about the future of the United States, there are bullet points within the document. You can go find
There
it
are bullet
yourself.
points? Okay, cool. Yeah. Yo, wait. I have a question. Should I apply? You'll vote for me, Big Mike? I should apply for a job. I'd be like, hey, I read the manual, I read the document. I'm gonna apply. Yep. I would like to become chief of staff for Donald Trump. Let's go. No? Okay. I think we would have fun. You know, fucking around and shit. Wasting taxpayer dollars. I'm just gonna like grift. I'm just gonna be like, I got canceled. Yep. You're still rooting for AI to take over the world, to be honest. More exciting. Jess says they'll take one look at your Twitch and reject you. Why? Why? Wow, Jess, why?
They don't even have to look at his Twitch. They'll just see you're a naturalized citizen and be like, no, actually, you.
I'm still interested in that part. Where does it say, I wonder, in the document, naturalized citizens will be deported? Because that's what you brought up to me, and that's what some other people have brought up to me. I'm like, so there's
You always barely like.
I'm on
skim
page
the
50.
surface.
I'm on page 62, Becca. Come
Out
on.
of the pages.
922 pages, by the way, not 1,000.
Close enough.
Bro, yes, apply please and send me Nancy Pelosi's investments. Hell yeah, dude. Let's get some insider trading going on here. But Congress isn't supposed to insider trade. Yeah, okay. All right, so anyway. Office of Communications. Okay, so they're looking at Office of Communications. They're looking at Office of Legislative Affairs. They communicate. Okay, hold on. They have like a little kind of blurb in each section of the jobs they want people to fill and how they should do the jobs. So the press secretary must be quick on their feet which means when appropriate, definitely refuting and rebutting correspondence questions and comments. Okay. The communications director and press secretary should be careful to avoid contradicting the president or delivering conflicting information. The speechwriting team should understand policy, should have a firm grasp of history and other liberal arts disciplines, and should be able to learn and adopt the president's style of rhetoric and mode of delivery. Yo, that sounds like fucking. This is probably the most fun sounding job so far. All right. You gotta write speeches like Donald Trump speaks. Come on, bro. Like, what the fuck? That's so funny. All right, anyway. The communications director must convey the president's mission to the American people, especially for conservatives. This means navigating the mainstream media to ensure that the president's agenda is conveyed effectively and accurately. The communications director must be politically savvy and very aware of the ongoing activities of the other White House offices. Okay. And this is a very interesting tidbit of information here, by the way, with the communications director role. The new administration should examine the nature of the relationship between itself and the White House Correspondents Association and consider whether an alternative coordinating body might be more suitable. So we kind of did see this, a little bit of this in the under the Trump administration, in regards to the White House correspondents and news media or journalists. Very aggressive, I suppose, press conferences. And I think there were rumors back then of Trump considering a alternative sort of news body or bringing in more journalists that might be more favorable to his positions. So there's definitely some kernels here that we can track. Was it page 143? Spoilers, oh my god. Other structural changes should include reimplementation of the USCIS denaturalization unit, an effort to maintain integrity in the system by identifying and prosecuting criminal and civil denaturalization cases in combination with the Department of Justice for aliens who obtain citizenship through fraud or other illicit means. That doesn't really say that they're going to denaturalize or deport naturalized citizens, though. That just says we're going to denaturalize peoples who are criminals or gain citizenship through fraud or other illicit means. You know, the Obama administration also denaturalized the guy just to drone strike him. So it's like not an unprecedented thing. At least in this language. Obviously, they could do something else entirely.
This is the problem with Western societies.
Okay, what's the problem?
In the Middle East, we do not have convoluted and unnecessarily verbose documents that are only meant to confuse the populace. Absolute monarchies that beat us down with violence and terror are much easier to understand and, secretly, disagree with.
Let's see the next. Very true, very true. Okay. Let's see. The Office of Legislative Affairs staffers must communicate continuously with congressional offices of both parties in both the House and Senate to ensure that the president has enough support to enact his legislative priorities. It's currently rare, to denaturalize someone, yeah. Do you want to dedicate an entire organization in the federal government for it? There are not that many cases to justify allocation of that quantity of resources. Sure. But I thought it was going to be a bit more dramatic than that, or more extreme than that, at first glance. But I'll get to it. Page 143. Office of Presidential Personnel. Okay. Personnel is policy, yes. Reagan should. Let's see. Making recommendations, vetting political personnel, training and connecting political personnel, playing bad cop in a way that other White House offices cannot. Okay. Political affairs, cabinet affairs. cabinet secretary will have exceptional organizational skills. So far in every single kind of like job or role or kind of like what or office that they want people in, it's just basically the main thing is that they need to be knowledgeable, but also serve the president's and the administration's kind of like policies to the best effect and create good PR for it. And they should also be conservative, as noted here. They should have extensive experience in private industry, the labor sector, the conservative movement, and among the specific interest groups with which they will be asked to engage on behalf of the White House, the Office of Public Liaison. Do I know how difficult it is to get naturalized in the U.S.? Yes, because I got naturalized.
She was talking to Strange.
Oh, okay. What is Jover? What are we reading? We're reading the Project 2025 document for book club that we'll be talking about this week. I haven't read it. This is my first time reading it, but most of the information I've been seeing
I can tell you for
is
weeks to read it.
Is what?
Nothing.
It's from Becca or other people who have like skimmed it or read things from other people. We also looked at the Joe Biden dropout, which led to this Kamala Harris endorsement. So yeah, fun times. How are you doing, Sacred? It was not surprising for him to drop out. Like, no one was surprised, I don't think. But people are scrambling. People are reacting. I think the current political situation hasn't changed too much, but there could be potential swings or potential excitement of voters. But I don't know about Kamala Harris. I don't think she will be able to do. I think she's just as bad as Biden in terms of like galvanizing voters. But again, you know, if you're going to vote for Biden, then you're going to vote for her anyway, which doesn't, you know, which makes I get why people are upset when they voted for the during the Democrat primary earlier this year, but it was for the best in some form or shape. Not bad. Trying to see how hard it is to move to Germany. Why? Why are you moving to Germany? What's going on here? Hello, Becca. What? Project 2024, Allegiance to Book Club President Absolute. Thoughts on Obama seemingly not endorsing Kamala? I said this earlier, but she's a very lukewarm candidate. She has a very not so great. Oh, she has a very lukewarm political career. She has a very lukewarm prosecutor career. She's also had quite a few political blunders as a vice president. She's maybe she's a little bit better than Biden in terms of candidacy, but at the same time, it's not. I don't think it's another person who will excite people. She's also she's getting endorsements left and right from a lot of the establishment Democrats, but that doesn't mean shit when it comes to, you know, getting people to vote for you or getting people to come out and vote. And she's also vice president, which historically speaking does not bode well for her chances at a successful election. Because there's only been 5 vice presidents in U.S. history, including Biden, who have been successfully elected to the presidency after they were vice president. And the rest of the vice presidents who became presidents were because their presidents got assassinated. So, not a great chance. But we'll see. Kamala Harris will have to do something fucking extraordinary. Something that people... She just has to do something that will just get people. But I don't know if that's realistic. Easy Mac asking, how are you doing after the storm and all that? Everything back to normal? It's returning to normalcy. But thank you for asking. It was mainly the power outage in Houston that left like millions of people without power for like a week. That was the rough part. Thankfully, Sacred and Turtle let us stay at the right place in San Antonio. What are the optics for the Democrats sneaking in a nominee without primaries? on one hand, it's gonna look like shit. Obviously, it's looking like shit for some people. But again, I think people will still like. If you were gonna vote for Biden, you're gonna vote for whoever the Democrats put up at this point. Like that's straight up facts. Secondly, I think Kevin, the ES4 manager, brought it up on my tweet. He said like it could be that the financial legalities with their PACs, with their funding, might have forced him to endorse Kamala over anyone else, or kind of like put her forth as a presidential candidate. So that it could have been a funding issue. It could have been money decision, maybe partly. But Biden stepping down out of the race, I think it was just something inevitable. I did not see him winning. Like if he was gonna win, it'd be extremely close, or he would just have a really hard time. I don't know anyone who was excited to vote for Biden. I don't know anyone who thought Biden could win back favor in a lot of the swing states that he was actually projected to lose in. So the fact that he dropped out is better because this kind of disrupted the political scene a little bit, the politics a little bit. And I was like, I saw the tweet and I told Becca, holy shit, he dropped out. Finally, yeah, let's go. Fucking, there might be a chance. And then, because it really depends on the candidate you pick after that, But then he's like, all right, Kamala, you're up. I'm just like, fuck me. Like, I don't know, man. It just really feels like Democrats do not want to win. It does. I don't know. It really does feel like that. I don't know. We'll see. We'll see what happens in the coming days. No one can say 100% what's going to happen with Kamala or someone else or whoever, whatever happens. All right. Let's see. It's funny because to a certain extent, it also feels like the Republicans aren't really trying hard to win either. Not gonna lie, like the JD Vance pick was interesting. I think they really did want the Midwest or Rust Belt voters, but at the same time, a lot of people on the right did not like the pick either. It just feels like this election is just kind of it's just like choose the lesser evil, which obviously is going to be the Democrats in the case of a lot of things. But of course, we also do have the third parties like RFK Jr. and fucking Jill Stein, but I don't think they have enough pull either. Chad, Jeb Bush. I saw the best meme on Twitter after the announcement, after the Kamala Harris announcement. It was a picture of Jimmy Carter. They were saying, the tweet said, "Put him in, put Jimmy Carter in. He's ready." Like, dude, that guy's over 100 fucking years old. Isn't Trump older now than Biden was previous election? Yeah, I saw a few memes about that too. That like now Trump is the oldest presidential candidate in history or whatever. Or they're in the race. Stein endorsed terrorists. Jill Stein did. All that talk about not supporting genocide and shit, and I mean, it's just a matter of like, at this point, everyone's just scrambling to get behind Harris, or just try to pull everyone together to beat the Republicans. But again, it doesn't really feel like, I don't know. We'll see. 100-year-old Jimmy for his second term. It's true. He could serve a second term. But no, that's unfeasible. All right, so let's continue on. So basically, this entire section is about who should be in these offices and roles. What kind of connections they should have with the conservative movement. Okay. Okay, so this is the Oval Office, or the White House, kind of like positions around the president. The NSC staff, and particularly the National Security Advisor of the National Security Council, should be vetted for foreign and security policy experience and insight. They advise the president on matters of foreign policy and national security. Okay. Special attention should be given to the use of detailees to staff the NSC. In recent years, NSC's staff size has been right-sized from its peak of 400 in 2015 down to 100 to 150 professional members. Okay, the next administration should try to limit the number of detailees to ensure more direct presidential control. Okay. Jimmy Carter? No. Meanwhile, in the office poll, some people are betting on The Rock taking the nomination. What? The Rock? Dwayne The Rock Johnson? No way, bro. No way. But I think it's gonna like if Kamala Harris does get picked as the nominee or candidate, it's so obvious who she's gonna pick, right? She's probably gonna pick like Pete Buttigieg or somebody else who's white or a white guy. That's what this meme's talking about. Fuck, I'm leaving. It's Jover. Well, seems like Trump has got this election in the bag. Oh my god, here comes Bernie Sanders with his steel chair. President Biden says only the Lord Almighty can convince him to quit presidential race. I guess he got the text. Where's, oh, here it is. Oh, 2 hours ago. You have a question? How to get far on YouTube? I don't know, just make content you want to watch. On behalf of the American people, I thank Joe Biden for his extraordinary leadership as President of the United States for his decades of service to our country. I am honored to have the President's endorsement, and my intention is to earn and win this nomination. Why is Michelle Obama trending? Do they want Michelle Obama to run? What the fuck? Okay. Oh, here's an Obama tweet. Joe Biden has been one of America's most consequential presidents, as well as a dear friend and partner to me. Today, we've also been reminded again that he's a patriot of the highest order. Oh, he wants the ad revenue, Obama, or the subscription fee. Okay. Obama did not endorse Kamala Harris. He just said, basically, for now, Michelle and I just want to express our love and gratitude to Joe and Jill for leading us so ably and courageously during these perilous times. What is this? Redditors are getting sterilized because Biden dropped out? We're fucked. I need to go get my uterus removed while I still have some bodily autonomy left. I refuse to live in the fucking Handmaid's Tale. I need to do the same. I was already planning on it, but now my timeline is going to be much different. Okay. I think people panicking about Biden dropping out are making a rash reaction here. I don't know. I don't think he had a chance. I think he had a very small chance of winning, but I don't think he had a huge chance of winning. Yeah, that's good. Any number is good, really. As long as it's not 0 views. 2028 is Joe's revenge tour. Just you wait. Oh, I get it. Where did the IT go? He probably ran somewhere. The fact that, you know, never mind. Hold on. Let's just keep going on this one. What's up? The actual stance on Joe Biden went down by 46% over the past hour or so. I think someone made the comment that today is National Ice Cream Day, and he likes ice cream, and he made the announcement on National Ice Cream Day. All right. What is the conservative plan for the office of the vice president? The vice president, as president of the Senate, could be a president's emissary to the Senate. Well, okay. Crooked Kamala is going to rig this election, folks. Believe me, it's going to be a tremendous fraud. Many people are saying it. Measy Max says, I tend to think Hakeem Jeffries is being groomed for a future presidential run. You heard it here first. I think a lot of people will speculate about Hakeem Jeffries, but it'd probably be a while. All right, so office of the First Lady and First Gentleman. What do the conservatives think that the office of the First Lady or First Gentleman should be like? Okay, one advantage of the first spouse is taking on hot-button social issues is that any political backlash will be less severe than it would be for the president. Okay. Okay. They just summarize what the First Lady or First Gentleman is. They didn't say anything about the First Lady or Gentleman should be conservative or they just said, yeah, whatever. Yeah, cool. Yeah, I mean, yeah, spouse equals scapegoat, basically, but that's whatever. You know, that's like normal shit. Okay. That's section 1. Section 1 is done. Section 2. Sorry, chapter 2 of section 1. Executive Office of the of the President of the United States. In its opening words, Article 2 of the U.S. Constitution makes it abundantly clear that the executive power shall be vested in a President of the United States of America. That enormous power is not vested in departments or agencies, in staff or administrative bodies, in non- or NGOs or other equities and interests close to the government. The President must set and enforce a plan for the executive branch. Sadly, however, a president today assumes office to find a sprawling federal bureaucracy that all too often is carrying out its own policy plans and preferences, or worse yet, the policy plans and preferences of a radical, supposedly woke faction of the country. The modern conservative president's task is to limit, control, and direct the executive branch on behalf of the American people. This challenge is created and exacerbated by factors like Congress's decades-long tendency to delegate lawmaking power to agency bureaucracies or pervasive, okay? Blah, blah, blah. They're just kind of repeating themselves here. Oh, they're actually going to cite James Madison from Federalist Papers, warned that the accumulation of all powers, legislative, executive, and judiciary, in the same hands, whether of one, a few, or many, and whether hereditary, self-appointed, or elected, may justly be pronounced the very definition of tyranny. Okay, so I don't get it. So they're citing him, but they didn't want to allocate more to the president? I think they missed part of the quote there, maybe. Okay, so they want the president to tear down what they view as the federal bureaucracy. Okay. Okay. Agreed. Too much bureaucracy. I think this new presidency should be shortened to Caesar. Gonna be career officials. Wait. Putting all the power in the hands of federal agencies is tyranny. So instead, we're going to put it all in the hands of the president. Yeah, that's basically what they're saying here. Which is mind-numbing because they literally put the part of the full quote from Federalist Number 47 saying, whether in the hands of, whether in one hand a few or many may justly be pronounced the very definition of tyranny. But here they're saying the president must set and enforce a plan for the executive branch without the power being vested in departments or agencies or in whatever else. And they're trying to make the argument that the executive power shall only solely be vested in the President of the United States of America. But then they also contradict themselves in Chapter 1, saying that he should delegate. I think I'm getting the sense here I'm getting is they want to fill the Oval Office with a lot of their conservative colleagues and have them orbit the president, in this case Trump, if he wins, and just kind of like make sure he gets to hear what he wants to hear, and they give him the advice that they want to be given so that he enacts certain, maybe acts as a president. Because there's a huge focus so far, as of page 45, on making sure that the people who are getting into these jobs, these offices, are well familiar with conservative agendas or conservative thought. They're also trying to redefine what some of these offices could do. But at the same time, they're trying to cut down on the depth, and they're making one guy do it. One guy present some sort of plan. Okay. Probably not just one guy, obviously, but you know what I mean. Okay, so RMOs, budget team. It's more efficient that way, huh? You're describing the presidency as it currently exists. This paper is describing it as they see it, and as what they want to see it. This whole thing reads as not empowering the president, but turning the office into a figurehead while the surrounding appointees do all the actual policy making. I get that kind of vibe too. I don't know if I think they're banking on the presidential authority for that, for sure too. So yeah, kind of a figurehead in some ways. But at the same time, they'd be making their own bureaucracy. That's the irony here. Management, office. Would the chain of succession change from... No, I don't think it would. Because that's in the Constitution. I don't know. Okay. OFM. The president presently is a figurehead whose appointees do all the actual policy making. That's the actual status quo. Right. That's what they're saying here. But they also want to fill those positions with specific people with specific goals in mind, which again is kind of the same as other administrations, but it seems like some of their ideas are a little extreme, like banning pornography. And some of the other things mentioned, somehow intervening in family affairs to make sure people don't get broken up, as family units somehow. They talk a lot about their goals and what they want to see, but they have not yet talked about how they're going to do all these things, apart from putting their people in charge in some of these offices and jobs. I think at a certain point with some of how the things I've seen so far, I don't know if it will get very far, depending on the Congress as well, maybe. Okay, anyway, national security. Where do you want through this? Economic Council, Office of the U.S. Trade Representative. They talk about China, protecting the American worker, even though they're pretty anti-union or anti-business. Sorry, not anti-business, anti small business. Okay, trade policy and priorities should be set by the president and implemented by the U.S. Trade Representative in cooperation with the other economic and national security officials. Council of Economic Advisors. A future conservative administration should utilize the CEA as a senior internal White House economist, such as the White House Counsel's Office, much as the senior White House lawyers. Okay, this does not mean that there are no economists in their offices. Okay. National Space Council. Okay. Space projects, risky, complex, expensive, time-consuming, although commercial space innovations are lowering costs and accelerating schedules. Nevertheless, well, fiscal... Okay, what do they want to do with space? They're just listing the major challenges of space, such as space debris. The vice president will be handling this? Okay. Okay. Yeah, they're not saying much about this, apart from the challenges. Space Force? Yeah, they're talking about the Space Force here and what they should be doing. And what the challenges are, such as the budgeting issues. Office of Science and Technology Policy. You spoke about higher education earlier. A lot of the reason that's become so expensive presently is due to administrative bloat. Same for bureaucratic state. I would argue it's not just administrative bloat. There's a huge financial incentive for the universities to charge higher tuition fees, and the higher fees in relation to those tuition fees, like, you know, if you look at a bill for a typical university campus these days, there'll be something called like maintenance fees or even like computer fees, even though you may not use computer labs. Basically, it's just in their interest to keep cycling through different waves of people, different waves of students.
There's a distance learning fee.
Yeah, there's a remote learning fee. They're just trying to juice the fuck out of the student body while also not paying the educators enough. I mean, if you look at the prices for tuition for college from 1980s or 1970s and compared to now, it's like what, more than a 600% increase. It's just nonsense. It's just greed, basically. Am I advocating for socialist policies? Madge. I'm just saying higher education, if you want to pursue it, should not leave you in debt. And also, society as a whole should not be pressuring every single kid to go to college, because it's just not healthy. Or in many cases, not needed. Hell yeah, brother. Okay. Interesting. Okay, this is very interesting. So they're saying here that the next president, if required, should refuse to accept any United States GCRP assessment prepared under the Biden administration because it's bipartisan. Sorry, not bipartisan, it's partisan. This is in regards to climate change research. Huh. Okay. Interesting. What is this? Finally, the next administration will face a significant challenge in unwinding policies and procedures that are used to advance radical gender, racial, and equity initiatives under the banner of science. Similarly, the Biden administration's climate fanaticism will need a whole of government unwinding. As with other federal departments and agencies, the Biden administration's leveraging of the federal government's resources to further the woke agenda should be reversed and scrubbed from all policy manuals, guidance documents and agendas, and scientific excellence and innovation should be restored as the OSTP's top priority. Well, there you have it. I mean, that's another kind of weird thing that these conservative think tanks have an issue with: climate change research. Malcolm Gladwell wrote an article, maybe you'll hear about how Stanford could pay for all their students for endowment without it diminishing. And I know what tuition costs right now. My item as received actually pays for things required. My fees also don't cover all of the expenses. There's funding from the state that make up the difference. Yeah, but I really do not think higher education should be putting people into debt. Or a lot of people in debt. It makes no sense. And I don't know if society should be pressuring everyone to go to colleges instead of seeking like healthy alternatives like technical schools for careers and shit. I'm out of water. Sag. They should also lock up the climate data from these Dems. Okay, fearmonger might have left. Alright, so Council on Environment Equality. Oh, alright. Man, they wrote a shit ton for their... They wrote a shit ton. Okay. So what's their problem with the FPISC? Rewrite the regulations of the... Why? Council on Environment Equality. Okay, because they're not happy with NIPA. Okay. Okay. Interesting. So it's gonna be basically sort of a skeleton crew for the Council of Environment Equality. Office of National Drug Control Policy, ONDCP. Okay, interesting. Now we're getting to how they're gonna solve drug addiction, right? Congress created the Office of National Drug Control Policy through the Anti-Drug Abuse Act of 1988 to serve as a coordinated auxiliary for the president in all matters related to drug policy. The next president's top drug policy priority must be to address the current fentanyl crisis and reduce the number of overdoses and fatalities. This crisis resulted in the deaths of more than 100,000 Americans in 2021. Well, we also have to talk about the still ongoing opioid crisis. I feel like the people have just forgotten that we still have an opioid crisis. It's like, okay, yeah, fentanyl. It's very scary, but there's also other things going on here, guys. We also have to talk about the exchange of this like illicit exchange of firearms over the southern border of Mexico with drugs. That's just never talked about either. Almost an impossible task to solve. But still, no one talks about that shit either. It's kind of weird. The next administration must reaffirm a commitment to preventing drug use before it starts, providing treatment that leads to a long-term recovery, and reducing the availability of illicit drugs in the United States. Okay, reaffirm a commitment to preventing a drug use before it starts. So it's kind of like War on Drugs version 2.0. Okay. CTRL plus F for DMT. Oh no. Can't focus on opioids because those are provided by pharma campaign donors. Sadly, you're right. Sadly. Okay, where were we? The drug trafficking environment is exponentially more dynamic and dangerous today than it was just 5 years ago, as powerful synthetic opioids, fentanyl, and analogs are mixed into other drugs of abuse. Drug trafficking organizations are extremely nimble and able to adapt quickly to federal government actions and changes in user behavior. Disrupting the flow of drugs across our borders and into our communities is of paramount importance, both to save lives and to bolster our public health efforts. Okay. And they want the director of the National Drug Control Policy Office to coordinate with Federal Border Agency. Okay. The National Drug Control Program Agency is represented a total of $41 billion in fiscal year 2022. Okay, whereas the position for overseeing budget activities is traditionally held by career officials, it is imperative that a political appointee lead the budget office to ensure coordination between the OMB Program Associate Director and the ONDCP budgetary appointee. Okay. The ONDCP administers 2 grant programs, the Drug-Free Communities Support Program and the High-Intensity Drug Trafficking Areas Program. While it makes sense to transfer these programs eventually to the Department of Justice, Department of Health, and Human Services, respectively, it is vital that the ONDCP Director ensure in the immediate term that these grant programs are funding the president's drug control priorities and not woke nonprofits with leftist policy agendas. Thus, the president must ensure that the ONDCP is managed by political appointees who are committed to the administration's agenda and not acquiesce to management by political or career military personnel who oversaw the prior administration's ONDCP. Okay, so we're just going to have like a smaller version of war on drugs. But also, can I just point out that I find it a little unbelievable for such a serious political document or think tank thing that woke is used so much. Like, I feel like it's just not as, I don't know. Anyway, let me get some water and we'll continue. I'm hoping we can finish this soon. We're on page 95. All right, I'm back. the use of woke is no more ridiculous in terms like MAGA and alt-right. How is it no more ridiculous than terms that actually exist because of what they call themselves? It's just fucking acronym. MAGA. Make America Great Again. Alt-right. It's what analysts and also alt-right groups call themselves. Woke is just fucking slang that was taken and then applied to things people don't like. Let's see. Gender Policy Council. The president should immediately revoke Executive Order 14020 and every policy, including sub-regulatory guidance documents, produced on behalf of or related to the establishment and promotion of the Gender Policy Council and its subsidiary issues. Abolishing the Gender Policy Council would eliminate central promotion of abortion, or health services, or they quote-unquote health services, comprehensive sexuality education, and a new woke gender ideology, which has as a principal tenet gender-affirming care and sex change surgeries on minors, which I don't think really happens. In addition to eliminating the council, developing new structures and positions will have the dual effect of demonstrating that promoting life and strengthening the family is a priority, while also facilitating more seamless coordination and consistency across the U.S. government. Specifically, the president should appoint a position or point a contact with the rank of special assistant to the president or higher to coordinate and lead the president's domestic priorities on issues related to life and family in cooperation with Domestic Policy Council. This position will be responsible for facilitating meetings, discussions, and agreements among personnel, coordinating administration policy, and ensuring agency support for implementation of policies related to the promotion of life and family in the United States. They're all equally ridiculous is what I'm getting at. If woke peaks your ears and MAGA or alt-right doesn't, it's a you thing. It's all ridiculous. I'm not exactly sure how alt-right is the same as woke. Or MAGA, which is an acronym for Make America Great Again, is the same as woke, is my point here. It's like slang. It's not even a description. It's not even a specific descriptor of something. What is woke? I can tell you a analyst definition of alt-right, or that MAGA stands for Make America Great Again. What the fuck is woke? What's woke? Can anyone define that shit for me? Like, it's just shit people don't like. Granted, yeah, people can call people Nazis and shit. Yeah, okay, you can call people you don't like Nazis, but Nazi is an actual fucking word. I always wonder, hold on a minute. I always wonder if gender-affirming care includes breast enhancement surgeries.
It does.
Because they seem to be big fans of those, but here they want to ban all of them, Jess says.
It also includes breast reduction surgery.
What is MAGA? Make America Great Again. There you go. Done. What the fuck is the argument here? How is Make America Great Again bad? I'm not even saying that. I'm saying, what the fuck does woke mean? To the point that a supposedly serious political think tank is using it as a descriptor every paragraph. It's ridiculous. They're not saying, like, did I ever say MAGA? Oh, the acronym MAGA is bad? No. I just said what it stands for. What does woke stand for? Alt-right? We have several definitions of that. Woke, sure, there's definition, but when people apply it, that's the issue. Fucking who cares? It's a fight created by media to make people more divided. MAGA gets used the same way woke is used. I have never heard of anyone calling themselves woke, really.
The
when it became much more political, and that became more of a political slang. But I've seen many Trump supporters call themselves MAGA. So, what's the point here again? I can definitively say what alt-right or MAGA means. I can't really say what the fuck woke means until I see what they're talking about more. Like, to me, it seems like people, even gamers, use woke as an insult or as a way to just say that's not what that's just something I don't like. That's it.
Just gave you a breakdown of what woke is.
No, that's just probably like a dictionary definition up above. Woke means what the person using it wants it to mean. It actually doesn't have a definite definition. It's applied by others to describe something they don't like.
That's not true.
What? What?
That's not true.
What's not true?
It doesn't have an actual definition.
No, I'm saying within the political context, it doesn't have a definite definition. What do you mean? Like, I saw the definition. I know what the definition and where it came from, where it came from, but within politics, it's just fucking nonsense. Like, who cares? It's like I can say that fucking car is dog shit woke. What the fuck does that even mean? And if I say that car is MAGA or outright, that's fucking ridiculous because that's not even describing what I'm defining as MAGA or outright. But it's just not the same for woke. Woke here just stands for white guys being pissy that other demographics want to have the same rights and opportunities as they have. I don't know about that one either, in terms of like the framing, because I feel like that's a different demographic we talk about. Maybe it's better to use something like, oh, I don't know, the wealthy, or more like, it's about, like, ultimately at the end, for some of these things, it's about class. Because I know plenty of white people who don't have the same rights or privileges, sorry, not rights, same privileges or opportunities as the more wealthier white people. During, when I'm growing up, there's, you know, I think it's too broad of a stroke. Didn't take the place of pandering to some extent. I don't know. It's just, whenever I see this word, I'm just like, oh my god, let's get on with it. But anyway, back to the actual document itself. Abolishing the Gender Policy Council will eliminate central promotion of abortion. Okay. Comprehensive sexuality education. What do they exactly mean by sexuality education? Sex ed? Beyond that? What they view as degenerate, I assume? New woke gender ideology. Okay. So, kind of the same conservative talking points for the past 6-7 years. Office of the Vice President. The Vice President elected to the second highest office in the President waiting. Okay. The Vice President should fill his or her office with strong and sound policy minds to effectively assist the President in fulfilling his agenda. Okay. Okay. To the extent that he or she desires, a vice president can have a direct role in shaping administration policy. A vice president who regularly attends meetings and disperses staff across the interagency and policy councils is a vice president whose voice will be heard. His little, I mean, they could have used there, but that's a different kind of pronoun we won't use around here. Come on, Jess, get with the program here. This is the mandate for leadership. Okay, so we're in chapter 3, Central Personnel Agencies, Managing the Bureaucracy. Okay. they just keep hammering the same point. Hey, we really want to make sure the people we appoint are super conservative. But Title 5, OPM, yeah, they're just repeating themselves here. Not recommendations. Okay, they're gonna give more thoughts or details on how they want to see this happen. New Deal, yes. Carter. Kind of giving their own twist on history. Okay. Hiring in the merit system. What is this? Shit. Hold on. Shit, I literally clicked on the stream to get some good background for running Bashram, but here we are doing politics. We're in a shit state of everything. The left has nothing to put up, and the fact that Biden backed out now means they knew they were going to lose. This is unprecedented for the times now. It's not really unprecedented. I was saying this earlier. A sitting president dropping out of a race is not new. Happened with Lyndon B. Johnson, happened with Truman, happened with Andrew Johnson. When presidents know that they have no chance, they have dropped out of a race. But the important thing here is the timing. I think Truman was in March, and I think both Truman and Lyndon B. Johnson dropped out in March, but Biden's dropping out in July. The past 4+ years have all been unprecedented, with a once-in-a-lifetime event happening once every other month. No, it's how it is. History is history, right? There's always something happening, no matter, even if you're not paying attention to it. There's always something happening. Could it be they were basically waiting for Trump? Could it be they were basically waiting for Trump to be locked in before Biden stepped down for a younger candidate? I think it was a failure on part of Biden to not drop out earlier, but some people could spin it as a opportunity to disrupt the Republican campaign. I don't know. Like I said, well, no one knows what's going to happen 100% in the near future, so we'll see what happens. I agree it's not new, but you have to agree it's been a long time. And like you were saying, yes, last one was Lyndon B. Johnson, 1968, I believe. Like you were saying, there was time for them to drop out early. We've had two this week. Two what this week? Events? So there's always something happening every day. Just gotta look for it. But yeah, let's see what this conservative plan is for these agencies that they want to fill people with, that want to fill with their own people. Oh, Trump getting shot at and Biden dropping out. Attempted presidential assassinations and actual assassinations are also not super rare in presidential history either. We were talking about this earlier on the stream. Reagan, he almost got killed. George Bush almost got killed by a grenade in Georgia. Obama had 2 attempted assassinations on him. I don't think anyone went after Biden that we know of. Let's see. McKinley, Theodore Roosevelt, Andrew Jackson, FDR had an assassination attempt on him. I believe Truman also did. Kennedy died. Lincoln died. McKinley died. That's it. It's just political violence is nothing new in America, unfortunately. Trump took a bullet for his country. Biden got a cold and dropped out. Gravity tried to assassinate Biden multiple times. Okay. Yeah. Which political party would you most associate with the Confederacy? What? Which party would you most associate with the Union? Sorry. Asking your thoughts as a historian. Which political party today? For either of those? Neither. What the? These are not the same parties from more than. Oh, sorry, hold on. This is not the same more than 100 years ago. These are not the same as more than 100 years ago. I don't understand the point of the question. Biden shouldn't have ever seeked. Is that right? Re-election? It would be better for the party. Okay. Yes, Biden should have said something like, okay, here's the optics. Here's the optics. Okay. Biden dropping out now, causing the question why he's still staying in office as a lame duck president. Because if he's not capable or committed enough to stay in the race, then why is he still in office? People will argue that. I'm sure people are already arguing that on social media, probably. And also, it shows that the Democrats are in disarray. It shows that there's no one else that might be able to beat Trump. On the other hand, it's a nice time to disrupt the opposing campaign. It's also a nice time to galvanize voters with a potential candidate. It's also a great time to spur on some unity, at least from the far right. Sorry, not far right, from center right to far left, potentially, right? So. Now, if he had dropped out earlier on, maybe there'd be a bit more time, but he didn't, and it seemed like he was intent on staying in the race, but there was too much political pressure, and I think he realized, like, look, listen, even though he might be like mentally not there as much as he used to be as an 81-year-old compared to like when he was a senator and when he was like in his 40s or whatever. Him staying in politics for so long means he's a fucking monster of some kind. And I think even he understood politically with his political instincts that he did not have a great chance at beating Trump. So that's probably what really did it in the end. I don't think any non-delusional person would say he had a great chance of winning. The political situation in 2024 right now is completely different from 2020. Whereas in 2020, you could have run almost any candidate, Bernie Sanders, whatever, fucking Biden, on the premise that they were not Trump. That had enough, that motivated enough voters to come out, right? And of course, Biden had the advantage of kind of like nostalgia callback to the pre-pandemic Obama administration. But 2024 is different. You can't just run against Trump, despite his felonies and questionable ethics and strongman play on the premise that that the candidate is not Trump. It's just not going to happen. Like politically speaking, if you're a Democrat and you want to win the election, that's just not the strategy right now. So I think Democrats get a little bit too optimistic or too confident with Biden. I mean, I don't get it. Republicans freed slaves. As a historian, I have to give you a heads up. Again, the parties today, maybe they might be same in name as the parties back then, in the 19th century or the early 20th century. But they are very, very, very different parties now with very different political aspirations and goals. I would say both parties are extremely corporate friendly and not really for the people or have distinct aims as their peers back in 1868 So no, I don't get why people have to bring that shit up. It's kind of weird. I don't think Biden could win. I wouldn't vote for him. I'm reading Manchin might run too. I think I'd vote for him. You want someone a little more of the middle of the road. It was an official act, Mr. Streamer. Border plus cost of living is way more important than anything this cycle. Yes and no, I suppose. Again, American voters, based on data and history, tend to be more emotional and myopic than, I guess, rational. A majority, at least. I think a lot of people definitely want to see the domestic economic situations resolved in some form. Things like Ukraine and Israel and Gaza are kind of like not on the minds of some people either. Border issues will definitely run stronger along the southern states or southwestern states as well. It's going to be different for like certain regions or certain states. But I think there's also other issues that people want to see resolved, but neither party is going to get around to it anyway. It doesn't matter. Okay, so here's a good comparison between the two in terms of foreign policies. For example, if you vote for Trump, right, and you are very sick of the humanitarian crisis that's still going on in Gaza and the West Bank, right? If you vote for Biden, it's going to remain the same. If you vote for Trump, it's going to remain the same. I think the only difference foreign policy-wise, at least between the two, will be Ukraine. Domestic-wise, economy-wise, fuck me, like, presidents don't typically have the power to resolve entire economic issues within the term. But I think a lot of people are definitely concerned, right? Like the average person is concerned about inflation, groceries, housing. Basically, a lot of people are in survival mode here. But just because you get your guy into presidency is not going to be the answer. You have to, like, local, state, national government will also be what matters. I think a lot of Americans I found tend to ignore congressional elections a lot, and don't really get involved in their local governments either. Having a two-party system is against the entire creation of our country. Well, fun fact, one of the constitutional framers, James Madison, he acknowledged that it's going to be human nature to have parties. He sort of kind of gave up on it. You think the Supreme Court is your biggest concern right now? A lot of people will say this. A lot of people will say it doesn't matter who the Democrats will run, because they'll be voting for an administration rather than a singular president. And of course, that's what you really vote for. It's the administration. As this document is even saying, it is a conservative document, or think tank manual is saying, it's going to be the peripheries. It's going to be the people around the president that will have a much bigger impact than the president itself, potentially, depending on the president's acts. So, yeah, you're voting in an administration, not just one person. As for what, as history has shown, though, presidential history has shown, though, the individual can make the difference in terms of overriding collective decisions, or advice, rather. Sorry. Just look at Kennedy, for example, or even Andrew Johnson. on the flip side. Who do the Democrats have to put up right now? Like, honestly. You know, a lot of people... I think instead of Harris, they could have picked up fucking, like... Fucking anyone. Fucking anyone. Someone who could, like, galvanize people. I don't think Harris has enough of the pull, but we'll see. Dwayne The Rock Johnson for president? Hell yeah, brother. It could have been someone with unknown politics for the most part to the public, literally. Then you would have gotten support from people who are against the genocide and people who are kind of just want to vote against Trump. But for that demographic, it doesn't matter who they put up. Dwayne The Rock Johnson for president? Hell yeah. Nefis, humor me. Knowing me and what kind of person I am, will you vote me for president? Yes. Yes. That's what I mean, but what happens to the campaign money? Right. I think that's part of why they made this. That's part of why they made this decision to endorse Kamala Harris, because there's probably financial legalities with the PAC money. The fact that because they've been raising money, millions of dollars for the Biden campaign. So if it's somebody else, it's unsure, I think, or maybe it'll be too tedious to move that money to a different candidate or different take a team. But I don't think this kind of political decision should have been taking into account money. I mean, shit. You know, Twitch unbanned Donald Trump's account like yesterday. Do you know why they did that? It wasn't because they want to hear from a presidential nominee or whatever. It's because of money. And you don't think some random fucking candidate could also do that and get, you know what I mean? Like, we don't live in a time of just billboards anymore. It's social media, news, fucking. I feel like all the campaign money could be used for like other approaches to advertisement, you know? Just think now it's completely lost for Dems. Money is 100% driving factor. I wouldn't say it's 100% lost. I don't think anyone could say it's 100% lost. Or it's completely lost. Even with Biden running, I was like, he's gonna lose, or it's gonna be a very, very tough race. With Kamala Harris being endorsed left and right by the Dem establishment, I'm just thinking to myself, maybe she has a slightly higher chance. But she has some things going against her, politically speaking, and also demographically speaking. But I don't think she's the one. Whatever happens, whoever they pick as the nominee, everyone just needs to kind of, if they want to win, they need to rally. They need to go all in. That debate was a killer. I mean, he faced immense political pressure to step out of the race after that debate. A lot of political pressure. And of course, financial pressure. Which should tell you something, you know? Okay, let's see. Who would you reckon would galvanize their base? Honestly, maybe they should throw the fucking dice and get some fucking average fucking person. You know what I mean? Like, when was the last time you saw average Joe Schmo run for president? I feel like, wouldn't that be like, you know what I mean? The Rock. It can't be a fucking celebrity, please. It has to be someone who has not been fucking corrupted, or is going to be a piece of shit anyway. I don't know, man. The past two elections at least, it feels like you're voting between dog shit and dog shit, dude. It's just obviously one is more stinky dog shit, but it doesn't really excite a lot of people, I have found. You're serious. You're actually serious. You think Dwayne The Rock Johnson would win? Hold on. Dwayne The Rock Johnson. Presidency. No way. No way. No way. He has presidential plans. In November 2023, Johnson revealed that he was asked to run in the next presidential race. No, what was the source, bro? I got a visit from the parties asking me if I was going to run, if I could run. What? Did they really approach him to be a candidate or some sort of like politician? Come on, bro. The Rock has been cooking all this time, Pog. You can't make a movie be great. How is he gonna make a country great? No way, dude. Alright, anyway, let's go back to the let me get rid of this. To the document. Oh, okay. Merit pay. Okay. They're just kind of explaining that. Making the appeals process work. Managerial positions for determining good and bad workers. Come on, he carried Fast and Furious. Like, 6 more movies. True. Honestly, family. Becca keeps saying she can't escape Fast and Furious references or Fast and Furious actors. If Dwayne The Rock Johnson became a president, would you vote for him? Like, if he ran for president?
What makes you think that a celebrity would be any better than what we currently have?
We've had 2 celebrities, though, as president.
You see how it's gone?
Reagan and Trump. But also, Arnold Schwarzenegger was also governor of California, Becca.
You're only proving my point.
Okay, what is this? Claims that employees' removal or disciplinary actions was a result of discrimination can appeal to the EEOC. Cases involving race, gender, religion, age, pregnancy, disability, or nation origin appeal to the EEOC. Okay. A backlog of an estimated 3,000 cases as far as back 2013. Okay. Okay, interesting. Becca says this, but if Jensen Ackles steps in, who's Jensen Ackles?
I like him as an actor. It doesn't mean I want him running the country.
Okay. Most of the problems in the country are from a dysfunctional Congress anyway. They don't make compromises anymore. They need to be more balanced. Bro, America legit. Okay, so I think there's more than that. I think most... There's so many issues. I'll talk about it later once we can read through more of the document. All right, total $300 billion. All of this extravagance deserves close scrutiny. Okay. Federal health benefits. So they want to move some of the government to a market model for federal pay and benefits. Kind of like a corporation almost, basically. Interesting. I wonder how Snooks feels about this. I mean, honestly, I don't know if it would really change too much for government workers. Hold on. Oh, they want to reform federal retirement benefits as well. Okay. So this, basically, they are arguing that even the private sector doesn't see as much extravagance as the federal government sees in terms of like benefits, wages, and so on. So their argument is to make it shittier than the private sector, or as shitty as the private sector. Career civil servants enjoy retirement benefits that are nearly unheard of in the private sector. Federal employees retire earlier, normally at age 55 after 30 years, enjoy richer pension annuities, and receive automatic cost of living adjustments based on the areas in which they retire. Defined benefit federal pensions are fully indexed for inflation, a practice that is extremely rare in the private sector. Yeah, no shit, it's because it's not a fucking company. A federal employee with a pre-retirement income of $25,000 under the older of the two federal retirement plans will receive at least $200,000 more over a 20-year period than will private sector workers with the same pre-retirement salary under historic inflation levels. Did Becca put in the trader bid? Isn't that tomorrow?
Mm-hmm.
Federal employees also earn a fraction of what industry employees earn. That's also true, and that's why they have better benefits, because their pay is shit. The privates, well, as in like not the top dudes, but like the actual people, the people who actually make the bureaucracy work, right? The grunts. The private sector doesn't get better wages than the public sector. What the fuck? Isn't the minimum wage under $8? All right. By 1999, more than half of the federal workforce, blah blah blah, GSA. So they want to take away some of the federal employee benefits and reduce the cost of said benefits for the budget. Conservative fiscal policy for the employees. Well, let's see. Reductions in force. Okay. As mentioned, there are 2 million federal employees. Okay. Simply reducing numbers can actually increase costs. Okay. So what is their plan? So they accept that firing people will be challenging, but they still want to save money. 4 factors determine the order in which... Okay. This makes no sense, man. I don't get their fucking plan here. How does this affect my Amazon Prime same-day delivery? It doesn't. I can say with confidence, because I'm part of the private sector that is running this country, that our benefits are significantly better due to the enormous amount of tax dollars we accept in government-granted contracts. Impenetrable bureaucracy. Okay. 59 opportunities. Yes, they're just summarizing it. Okay. Creating a responsible career management service. Listen, I can get with some of these things that they have grievances with, like budget, but they don't really have a clear plan. They're just kind of like saying, yeah, it's a challenge. We'll think about it later. Like, what the fuck? Okay. So it's a manual plan book, but there's no plan yet. No solid plan anyway outlined here. At least in public. Managing personnel in the union. Okay. That's incompatible. There's natural limit. Taking so harm a company. Yes. Okay. So they'd be anti-union. Even Democratic President Franklin Roosevelt considered union representation in the federal government to be incompatible with democracy. Well, that's more complicated than they're presenting here. Striking and even threats of bargaining and delay were considered acts against the people and thus improper. Okay. Do you guys want to know why it was considered acts against the people to strike? Oh, I don't know. There might have been a war or two. Sorry, just a war. Like, come on, man. I can say with okay, hold on. Didn't the RNC open with a union rep? There was a union rep. It was a Teamsters head, which was like bizarre, considering his union/politics don't really align with the ideas of the Republicans. It's kind of weird, but whatever. That's what I think he's kind of banking on, or they are banking on, like the populist aspect of Trump's policies, or Trump's presentation rather. Anyway, it was not until President John Kennedy that union representation in the federal government was recognized, and then merely by executive order. Okay. CSRA. Okay. Okay. So they want to bring back executive orders 13,836 to 13,839. Encourage agencies to renegotiate all union collective bargaining agreements to ensure consistency with the law and respect for management rights. Encourage agencies to prevent union representatives from using official time preparing, pursuing grievances, or from engaging in other union activity in government time. Encouraging agencies both to limit labor grievances on removals from services or on challenging performance appraisals, and to prioritize performance over seniority when deciding who should be retained following reduction in force. All right. Congress should also consider whether public sector unions are appropriate in the first place. What? This is like the same government that'll be like, yeah, take a day off on Labor Day, bro. Okay. They are very anti-union. Let's see. Fully staffing the ranks of political appointees. Most presidents have had some difficulty obtaining congressional approval of their appointees. Okay. It says worsened recently. After the 2016 election, President Trump faced special hostility from the opposition party and the media in getting his appointees confirmed or even considered by the Senate. Okay, his Office of Presidential Personnel, or PPO, did not generally remove political appointees from the previous administration, but instead relied mostly on prior political appointees and career civil servants from the government. Okay, so what do they want to do here? Okay, they just want to make sure he hires more. I see. If personnel is policy is to be our general guide, it would make sense to give the president direct supervision of the bureaucracy with the OPM director available in his cabinet. Well, there's a solution for that one. Who's now having his presidency challenge? Oh, the Teamster guy? Yeah. Today, the federal government's bureaucracy cannot even meet its own civil service ideals. Okay. Okay. So this is like the end. Section 2! Let's go! What? Alright. Common defense. The War Department was headed by Henry Knox, yes. Thomas Jefferson, Secretary of State, blah, blah, blah. Wait, what? What? Okay, hold up. Miller writes that the atrophy of our defense industrial base, the impact of sequestration, and effective disarmament by many U.S. allies have exacted a high toll on America's military. Moreover, our military has adopted a risk-averse culture. Think of masked soldiers, sailors, and airmen, rather than instilling and rewarding courage in thought and action. Oh my god, that's so funny. What the fuck? do you guys hear this shit? Oh my god. Okay, the Department of Defense has emphasized leftist politics over military readiness. And they're saying that's true because recruitment is down in the span of more than 2 generations, or comparatively. And the unserious equity agenda and vaccine mandates by the Biden administration. But also the fact that the military servicemen have worn masks. So wearing masks is not like it's disarming. It doesn't show a readily available military. Hell yeah, can't win wars with all the COVID masks in the way. Hell yeah. What happens if they can't breathe? The good news is that most enlisted personnel and most officers, especially below the rank of general or admiral, continue to be patriotic defenders of liberty. So this is their appeal to the vets. But this is now Barack Obama's General Officer Corps. That is why Russ Vought argues in Chapter 2 that the National Security Council should rigorously review all general and flag officer promotions to prioritize the core roles and responsibilities of the military over social engineering and non-defense related matters, including climate change, critical race theory, manufactured extremism, and other polarizing policies that weaken our armed forces and discourage our nation's finest men and women from enlisting. Ensuring that many of America's best and brightest continue to choose military service is essential. They really want people to sign up for the military, but at the same time, they don't want to take into consideration health complications or health issues. But that's kind of, I don't know. I feel like the recruitment rate is down for the military because, well, I don't know. Any vets in chat? Any former vets? Would you recommend going to the military? Would you recommend joining the military? Every vet I've talked to says, nah, don't do it. Like, if you have enough of those people saying that shit, of course, those gonna join the military. Thanks, Obama. Okay, what else is there? By far, the most significant danger to America from abroad, Miller writes, is China. China? That communist regime is undertaking historic military buildup, which could result in a nuclear force that matches or exceeds America's own nuclear arsenal. Okay. Miller adds that critically, the United States must be able to defend against China at the level of cost and risk that Americans are willing to bear. The best gauge of such willingness is congressional approval. Okay. Strong political leadership, Skinner. Okay. Very hawkish section. The next conservative president has the opportunity to restructure the making and execution of U.S. defense and foreign policy and reset the nation's role in the world. The recommendations outlined in the section provide guidance on how the next president should use the federal government's vast resources to just do that. But there won't be vast resources if they want to downsize the federal government. This makes no sense. Department of Defense. Okay, cool. So they want to downsize the government, but keep a large military. They want to reduce budget spending, but they want to expand the military. What's going on, really? You know, they're downsizing by getting rid of the military benefits, of course. But then why would people join the military, right? Apart from that, they're banking on like nationalism, patriotism. Mm-hmm. Okay. Complaining about China, Al-Qaeda, Afghanistan withdrawal. Okay, here's what they're going to do with the military. Okay. Military service is the most difficult task we ask of our citizens, and our nation is enormously blessed that so many young, patriotic Americans eagerly volunteer to carry such a heavy burden. We owe them everything and must do better. To do better, however, means recognizing and implementing 4 overriding priorities. Re-establish a culture of command accountability, non-politicization, and warfighting focus. Transform our own armed forces for maximum effectiveness in an era of great power competition. Provide necessary support to the Department of Homeland Security border protection operations. Border protection is a national security issue that requires sustained attention and effort by all elements of the executive branch. Number 4, demand financial transparency and accountability. Alright, see ya, Kara. You're gonna miss the best part on page 643. DoD policy. By the way, did Stellar ever get back to you, by the way, Strange? Forgot to ask about that. Okay, DoD policy. Okay, China, Beijing. Taiwan defense. Real threats from Russia. Iran, North Korea, transnational terrorism, grim landscape. Top priority. Identify China unequivocally as a top priority for U.S. defense planning, while modernizing and expanding the U.S. nuclear arsenal and sustaining an efficient and effective counterterrorism enterprise. Okay. The reality is that achieving these goals will require more spending on defense, both by the United States and by its allies, as well as active support for reindustrialization and more support for allies' productive capacity so that we can scale our free world efforts together. But at the same time, they're just complaining about how the DoD spends $850 billion annually and how they need to like cut down the cost. Okay. All right. Prioritize non-defense. Increase ally conventional, okay. They want to take away U.S. bases from Europe, I think. Yeah. Yeah, here it is. Collect defense model in Oceania and Asia Pacific. Here's another one. Let's see. Sustain support for Israel, even as America empowers Gulf partners to take responsibility for their own coastal air and missile defenses both individually and working collectively. Enable South Korea to take the lead in its conventional defense against North Korea. Okay. Implement nuclear modernization and expansion. The United States manifestly needs to modernize, adapt, and expand its nuclear arsenal. Okay. Expand and modernize the U.S. nuclear force so that it has the size, sophistication, and tailoring to deter Russia and China simultaneously. Develop a nuclear arsenal with the size, sophistication, and tailoring, including new capabilities at the theater level, to ensure there is no circumstance in which America is exposed to serious nuclear coercion. How the fuck are they gonna do that? What? Okay. Increase that. Okay, yeah. DoD acquisition. It's a statement. I'm curious how they're gonna achieve number 2. Ensure that there's no circumstance in which America is exposed to serious nuclear coercion. Wait until you get to the part where they want to build an Iron Dome for continental US. That's fucking expensive as fuck. If they really want to try that. Is that their solution here? The cost cutting was from total federal spending. DoD only accounts for around 13% of the budget. Use the Space Force to drop nukes from the moon. Abandoning nuclear non-proliferation is a great use of money. Yeah. Well, they're very hawkish. They war hawkish. This entire document. Okay. Okay. Replenish and maintain U.S. stockpiles of ammunition and other equipment that have been depleted as a result of U.S. support to Ukraine. Well, there it is. The military-industrial complex acting up again. Doesn't matter, Democrat or Republican. It's going to happen, unfortunately. Strengthen the ability of acquisition authorities. Okay, to engage in multi-year procurements and block buys. This will improve private sector rates of return, thereby incentivizing defense contractors to partner with the government. They're incentivized right now anyway. It also reduce government overhead by reducing the number of procurement competitions. Okay, Build America, Buy America Act. Required manufacturing outside 100% skin overseas. Okay. Okay. Help small businesses to become medium-sized and large vendors, which encourages a more resilient industrial base and fosters competition. Huh. Acquisition community. Decentralized defense acquisition university offerings and expand a DAU mission to include accreditation of non-DoD institutions. Yeah, they want this fucking war industry to kick back up. Manufacturing weapons, ammunition, supply chain logistics of military equipment to be focused in the domestic part of the U.S. I mean, in a way that could provide some jobs. In fairness, they'll be able to revise Project 2025 once they get access to more secret documents. Friendshoring. So they want to revamp RD&E. Okay. You just want to revamp everything military. And they want to sell more American weapon systems. Hell yeah, brother. Oh my god, I just saw something that's so funny. You guys are familiar with the Iran-Contra affair, right? With Reagan's administration. Check this out. End informal congressional notification. Informal congressional notification or tier review is a hindrance to ensuring timely sales to our global partners. The tier review process is not codified in law. It is merely a practice by which the Department of State provides a preview of prospective arms transfers before Congress is formally notified. Hell yeah, brother. Okay. All right. It's kind of interesting that they want the military arm to expand, but have a less of a congressional oversight potentially here, just to make money, just to make more money. Literally, this is entirely about money. It's not about strengthening. It's not just about strengthening or revamping the military. It's literally about money. They want to sell more weapons. They want to sell more systems. And they don't want Congress to, like, delay the transactions. Minimize barriers to collaboration. Okay. High cost. We need more tax cuts. Huge. Where's the part where we replace the tired old camo uniforms with stormtrooper armor? We're not there yet. We're on page 135. I'm going to start skimming ahead a little bit more faster now. Or rather, not skim, but like read it a little faster now. Let's see. DoD personnel. Okay. Young civilians who would thrive in a military environment are disenfranchised when educators and influencers discourage them from learning about military service and preparing for the honor of wearing America's uniform. The United States military is an extraordinary institution, staffed by exceptional people who have defended our nation and changed the course of history. Okay, but the Biden administration, through word and deed, has treated the armed forces as just another place to work. We must restore our military to places of honor and respect, and recruit and retain individuals who meet the rigorous standards of excellence that are required for membership in the world's greatest fighting force. These fucking politicians and think tank analysts fucking never gone to military themselves or never gone to war, talking about war, military, you know, weapon sales and shit. It's all finance now at this point. Longest PTS passionists in history. It's interesting to see their point of view, honestly, but also it's silly. There's a lot of silliness happening and lots of contradictions in regards to their fiscal spending. They want to save money, but they want to spend more money. Like, even if they were to cut the federal benefits for the employees, for federal employees, and they spend more than that, more than what they save anyway on the military, well, you're not fucking saving anything, brother. All right, let's see. Recruiting was the worst in 2022 than it has been in 2 generations. You know, shit. Okay, some of the problems are self-inflicted and ongoing. The recruiting problem is not service-specific. It affects the entire joint force. Appoint a special assistant to the president who will maintain liaison with Congress, DoD, and all other interested parties in the issue. Recruitment retention, okay. Improve recruiting. Wait, what? Improve recruiting by suspending the use of the recently introduced MHS Genesis system that uses private medical records of potential recruits at military entrance processing stations, creating unnecessary delays and unwarranted rejections. Okay. Improve military recruiters' access to secondary schools and require completion of the Armed Services Vocational Aptitude Battery. The SFAB, okay. By all students in schools that receive federal funding. Wait, hold on. So they want to put recruiters in more schools. And they want all students in all public schools to undergo the ASVAB. Why? They just really want those fucking recruits desperately. Encourage members of Congress to provide time to military recruiters during each town hall session in their congressional districts. Oh hell no! What the? They want military to advertise, brother. They want military recruiters everywhere. Everywhere. Of course, it's only the public schools, by the way, not private schools. Do you guys notice this shit? It's only public schools, not private schools. Class. Literally. I don't know, man. Increase the number of junior ROTC programs. Okay. Restore standards of lethality and excellence. What the hell is this? Let's see. Entrance criteria for military service and specific occupational career fields should be based on the needs of those positions. Exceptions for individuals who are already predisposed to require medical treatment, for example, HIV positive or suffering from gender dysphoria, should be removed, and those with gender dysphoria should be expelled from military service. Physical fitness requirements should be based on the occupational field, without consideration of gender, race, ethnicity, or orientation. Okay. I thought the military was not supposed to be politicized, according to this document. It's just like, now it's just going haywire. So make ASVAB required for all public schools, but of course those in expensive private schools are exempt. Any tax-funded benefiting school should be subject to the same. Yeah. Okay. Eliminate... Oh, what? Literally the next step. Eliminate politicization, reestablish trust, but still politicize this shit. Okay. Also, what's with the HIV positive shit? HIV is, like, very treatable these days. Much more treatable. HIV, it's like... Okay. Let's say a soldier willing to go to war or battle is HIV positive. What do you do? Pull him out? Like, what? Codify language. Reinstate service members to active duty who were discharged for not receiving the COVID vaccine. Restore their appropriate rank and provide back pay. Alright. Strengthen protections for chaplains to carry out their ministry according to the tenets of their faith. Eliminate Marxist indoctrination and divisive critical race theory programs and abolish newly established diversity, equity, and inclusion offices and staff. Restrict the use of social media solely for purposes of recruitment and discipline any armed services personnel who use an official command channel to engage with civilian critics on social media. Audit the course offerings at military academies to remove Marxist indoctrination. Eliminate tenure for... What? Eliminate tenure for academic professionals? What the fuck? In the military academies? And apply the same rules to instructors that apply to other DoD. Okay. Reverse policies that allow transgender individuals to serve in the military. Why? Gender dysphoria is incompatible with the demands of military service, and the use of public monies for transgender surgeries or to facilitate abortion for service members should be ended. Yeah, no, this is just dumb as fuck. What? ARV, it's predictable. With ARV, it's undetectable. Sometimes people get hurt in the military and having HIV plus blood playing around in the future. Okay, now, try to explain transgender shit. If a transgender individual wants to go to active duty, why not? What? Also, the whole thing about, I mean, this public monies for transgender surgery to facilitate abortion for service members should be ended. Really? Aren't there like high rates of rape in the military?
Yes.
So you're saying the government, even though you got maybe you get raped in the military and you get pregnant, you're not gonna pay for that fucking abortion? That's fucking crazy.
No, they won't.
Exactly.
Because they want abortion banned nationwide.
Value the military family. Military service requires extreme sacrifices by families. Support legislation to increase wages and family allowances for active duty enlisted personnel. No uniformed personnel should ever have to rely on social benefits like food stamps or public housing assistance. Improve base housing and consider the military family holistically when considering change of station moves. Improve spouse employment opportunities and protections, including licensing reform and expand childcare. Audit all curricula and health policy in DoD schools for military families. Remove all inappropriate materials and reverse inappropriate policies. That very broad stroke there. Support legislation giving education savings account options to military families. Being gay doesn't mean you're automatically HIV plus. Yeah, of course. But I'm more talking about the fact that it's very it's just very obviously politicized here. Number 7. But then in one area they say eliminate politicization. Having any blood flying around is a biological hazard. With antiretroviral therapy, most don't have HIV circulating in their blood. What about for retired vets? Just in the same manner they don't care about people after they're born. I don't think they care about people who are finished service. Essentially is what's going on here. They want to reduce the number of generals. Okay. What's that? Cyber defense. Resurrect economic analysis capability. Rebuild human intelligence and counterintelligence. Okay. Restore accountability and public trust. Okay. Eliminate peripheral intelligence obligations that do not advance military readiness. Oh, they're gonna talk about they're gonna talk about the specific branches. The U.S. Army, hell yeah, brother. All right, what's the reforms? What do they think? What do they think the U.S. Army needs to change here? And what are the problems here? I see. Okay. All right. Total Army budget has decreased by roughly 11% since 2018, perilously affecting the service's readiness and ability to train and procure new personnel and equipment. Huh. Okay. Increase the budget. I don't know, man. This is funny. Accelerate the development and procurement of 6 current Army modernization priorities. Okay. Just revamp equipment, revamp systems. Increase funding to improve Army training and operation readiness. Increase the Army force structure by 50,000 to handle 2 major regional contingencies simultaneously. Reform recruiting efforts. Army misses 2022 recruitment goal by 25% or 15,000 soldiers. And the way you'll do that is put the AVSAB on public schools and military recruiters. What else is here? The U.S. Army is very lethal, blah, blah, blah. Sustain operations. Increase production, money, logistics, improve logistics. Increase training, joint force training. Degraded. Okay. Transform the Army culture and training. Army can no longer serve as a nation's social testing ground. Okay. Stop using the Army as a test bed for social evolution. Misusing the Army in this way, okay. Demand accountability in senior leaders. Reestablish the experiential base for the planning, execution, leadership of Army formations. Okay. Examine the logic of emerging Army concepts. Okay. Transform how National Guard is employed. Revamp Army school curricula. Address the underlying causal issues driving increasing Army suicide rates, which have surpassed pre-World War II rates, are now eclipsing the rate among civilians. Oh, they have something to say about the U.S. Navy. Okay. What the fuck? Huh? Do you guys see this? Build a fleet of more than 355 ships. Develop and field unmanned systems to augment the manned forces. Okay. That's fucking crazy. That's gonna be so fucking expensive to build a fleet of more than 355 ships out of fucking nowhere, dude. But at the same time, they want to cut budget spending for the government. I don't know. Contradictory. In contrast with the Navy General Board. Use a state-based for those communications. Yep, and guess who wrote this trash? Oh no, we read all of it. We've been reading all of it. We also looked at the authors and contributors. Basically, they're all conservative or far-right thinkers, from what I can gather, based on what I've just read here, really. And also, they really want money, man. They really want. So the thing that stuck out to me the most so far about their munition sales or system sales to foreign allies or whatever, is that there will be no congressional oversight over the fucking the transactions, so the transactions can just get pushed. It's just money. It's all money. It's just money. Money, 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 money. U.S. Air Force. All right, let's go. They're saying the U.S. Air Force is dog shit. Okay, cool. That's declining. Okay, what is the plan for the Air Force? More budget increases. Adopt a 2 Warforce defense strategy. Eliminate pass-through funding. So basically just increase the budget of the Air Force by a shit ton. Reduce near-term and mid-term risk. Increase F-35A procurement to 60 to 80 per year. What the fuck? Build the capacity for a B-21 production rate of 15 to 18 aircraft per year? Who the fuck are we going to war with? I mean, they keep mentioning China and shit, but I don't know. I don't think you need that much for China. Highway for the danger zone. Develop and buy large quantities of advanced mid-range weapons, 15 millimeter, 200 millimeter. Stealth aircraft. Oh my god. Dude, the Air Force, whoever's reading this and they're in the Air Force, they must be so excited. Okay. Accelerate the development production of Sentinel ballistic ICBMs. Okay, so they want the Sentinel ICBMs for like defense against potential Chinese or Russian nukes. Increase the number of EC-37B aircraft from 10 to 20. Okay. And they're just pumping the Air Force with so much money in their hypothetical here. Do we have enough pilots for that many F-35s? I thought part of the appeal of the F-35s is that there's never been a battle casualty. But their plan is to also recruit a lot more, right? So it will solve itself, right? All right, what do the U.S. Marine Corps get? Hell yeah, more crayons. All right, let's see. Force Design 2030. Transform the USMC force structure. Eliminate all law enforcement battalions. Okay. Transform at least one Marine Infantry Regiment into a Marine Littoral Regiment. Reduce the size of remaining infantry battalions. Divest systems or equipment that are better suited to heavier U.S. Army units. Okay. Use funds. Transform the personnel paradigm. NCOs. Align. Okay. Yeah, Marines aren't getting much, guys. Sorry. Dude, the Marines don't get much compared to the fucking Air Force or the Army. Or sorry, the Navy. Okay. Hold on. Let's see. U.S. Space Force. Hell yeah, Space Wars. Let's go. Let's see what happens. Reverse the Biden administration's defensive posture. Biden administration has eliminated almost all offensive deterrence capabilities in Space Force. Blah, blah, blah. Reestablish, restore architectural balance. Why is this entire proposal ignoring that modern warfare is more heavily dependent on drone and unmanned aviation? More people means more bodies, just... More people means more bodies, which means more things that they can use and pilot and shoot. Whoever wrote that section probably got rejected by the Marines. Reduce overclassification. U.S. Cyber Command. Okay, so they just want to pump the fuck out of the military, essentially, with money. I think we can just kind of skim the rest of this. Special Operation Forces. Oh, they're praising the Special Operation Forces. Okay. Okay, make irregular warfare cornerstone of security strategy. Counterterrorism. Counter-intel. counter China's Belt and Road Initiative globally. How the fuck? Okay. Okay. Oh, so propaganda, but oh, well, basically. Okay. Establish credible deterrence through irregular warfare to protect the homeland. They need to pick one. More bodies or more warfare readiness? I think what might explain this, like, weird, contradictory nature of this document so far is that, on one hand, some guys want to reduce the budget of the government, and on the other hand, some guys want to increase the budget of the government just for the military, and then on the other hand, they don't think the presidency should have all the power, but on the other hand, they think the presidency should have all the power. It's just like, it feels like a bunch of ideas are just fucking drew to the board, wrote down into a fucking book or manual, and they're like, hey guys, what do you guys think about our ideas or our solutions to perceived problems? I don't know. It doesn't feel very coherent so far, apart from the usual kind of conservative or kind of right talking points about Reaganism and how military recruitment is down and transgenders are bad, blah, blah, blah. Yeah, this feels like this section was written by a specific defense contract. It feels very disjointed from the first chapter, from the first section. Entirely. Like, it's just like, you were talking about fiscal responsibility. And that's a key feature of supposed conservatism, right? You know, reduce government spending, reduce government power. But all this is like, this is increasing government power. This is increasing executive power. This is increasing budget spending. And the way they're doing it is so weird. So they want to cut down on federal employee benefits too, to save money, but to spend more money than what they save on the military. This was a group project that everyone wrote separately. One guy had to pull an all-nighter. Okay. It's just the same talking points I've seen, like, across the conservatives, for the most part. But there's a lot of money here, man. There's a lot of money here. They want to make, obviously. Well, okay. Very interesting to see the conservative perspective on the military. Department of Homeland Security. Our primary recommendation is that the president pursue legislation to dismantle the Department of Homeland Security. Huh. So they want to break it up. Oh, I see. They want to break up the Department of Homeland Security and merge its arms with other agencies or other departments. So they want to combine. So they want to combine the CBP with ICE, USCIS with Department of Health and Human Services. Oh no! Wait. This is so weird. Okay, so CBP combined with that. So just everything here combined. Okay. Into a standalone border and immigration agency at the cabinet level. More than 100,000 employees, making it the third largest department. And the Cybersecurity Infrastructure Security Agency, from the former DHS in their mind, will be moved to the Department of Transportation. What the fuck? Why? I skipped the Iron Dome section. Where? Oh, this? Alright. I just saw missile defense. I'm like, it's probably fucking ICBMs or anti-fucking air weapons. Alright, let's see. Champion the benefits of missile defense. Despite its deterrence and damage limitation benefits, opponents argue incorrectly that U.S. missile defense is destabilizing because it threatens Russian and Chinese second strike capabilities. Reject claims made by the left that missile defense is destabilizing while acknowledging that Russia and China are developing their own advanced missile defense systems. Commit to keeping homeland missile defense off the table with any arms control negotiations with Russia and China. The United States currently deploys 44 ground-based interceptors as part of its ground-based mid-course defense to defend the homeland against North Korea. Okay, and they want to buy at least 64 of the next generation interceptors. Okay, because the Biden administration only wants to buy 20 of instead of 64. 64, what? Such an odd number. Consider additional steps to strengthen the GMD. Okay. The U.S. has been unable to supply our partners reliably with any capabilities, and the number and types of regional missile defense platforms are less than the U.S. needs for its own defense. Where's the Iron Dome? Oh, here it is. Invest in future advanced missile defense technologies like directed energy or space-based missile defense that could defend against more numerous missile threats. Invest in more cruise missile defense of the homeland. Accelerate the program to deploy space-based sensors that can detect and track missiles flying on non-ballistic trajectories. Accelerate the glide phase interceptor, which is intended to counter hypersonic weapons. Thanks, Mike. They want to break down existing structures and consolidate. Yeah, I mean, I save money and stuff, but not really. Okay. FEMA will be moved to the Department of Interior, or combined with CISA to the Department of Transportation. Damn, the Department of Transportation is gonna have FEMA and CISA? Hell yeah. The U.S. Coast Guard will be moved to the Department of Justice. And in time of full-scale war, to the Department of Defense. Why not just keep it under Department of Defense? I feel this is just more bureaucratic paperwork. Alternatively, USCG should be moved to DoD for all purposes. Okay, yeah. They were like, yeah, that sounds about right. The U.S. Secret Service is to be divided in two, with the protective element moved to DOJ and the financial enforcement element moved to the Department of Treasury. So for those of you who don't know, the U.S. Secret Service started out as an anti-counterfeiting agency, and they still handle counterfeiting. And they just kind of do both security and presidential security and counterfeiting. The Transportation Security Administration be privatized. Privatized? The TSA? I mean, honestly, I don't know about that. What the fuck? Wait a minute. Why? You know, it's kind of pay to win right now with TSA. You know, TSA fucking pre-check. The fact that TSA pre-check doesn't need you to take your shoes off should tell you something. You know what I mean? Fuck me. SNT can be moved to DOD and the Office of Countering Weapons of FBI. Okay, so everything else that was not mentioned should be dismantled because it would save taxpayers money. Mission statement. A successful DHS would secure and control the border, thoroughly enforce immigration laws, correctly and efficiently adjudicate immigration benefit applications while rejecting fraudulent claims. That's what USCIS does already. Secure the cyber domain, provide states and localities with a limited federal emergency and response and preparedness, secure our coast and economic zones, protect political leaders, their families, and visiting heads of state or government, and oversee transportation security. And they're proposing some jobs, some roles for overseeing all this. Customs and Border Protection. Okay. Okay. Customs and Border Protection, ICE, and USCIS all have authority to issue notices to appear to removable aliens in their presence, which begins removal proceedings. Yeah. Oh. Okay. So, what does ICE need to do? Order ICE to stop closing out pending immigration cases and apply the Immigration Nationality Act as written by Congress. to go free in the United States. Direct ICE to stop ignoring criminal aliens identified through the 287G program. Eliminate T and U visas? What? Victimization should not be a basis for an immigration benefit. Really? You still don't understand why HHS is being moved to CBP? HHS is to ensure health of American citizens. CBP, by definition, deals with non-citizens. I mean, for the same reasons Department of Transportation gets fucking cybersecurity. It's just like they're just trying to fucking condense everything, but it's just weird. Condensation. They're just condensing everything because it will be less bureaucratic or look less bureaucratic at this point in time. But they want to eliminate T and U visas because victimization should not be a basis for an immigration benefit. If an alien who was a trafficking or crime victim is actively and significantly cooperating with law enforcement as a witness, the S visa is already available and should be used. Well, got news about the S visas. Let's see. Issue clear guidance regarding detention bought for aliens. Thousands of illegal aliens are allowed to bond out of immigration detention, only to disappear into the interior of the United States, where many commit crimes and many others disappeared, never to be heard from again. And they want to do issue clear guidance, prioritize national security in the SCBP. ICE should end its current cozy deference to educational institutions and remove security risks from the program. This requires working with the Department of State to eliminate or significantly reduce the number of visas issued to foreign students from enemy nations. What? Enemy nations, huh? Who are the enemy nations in the... If they remove those visas, then naturalized citizens who came here through those mechanisms will be subjected to denaturalization. I think denaturalization will have a whole... Well, already has a whole process behind it right now, but I'm not sure what they're envisioning denaturalization to be in the case of hypothetically forfeit visas or fraudulent processes to obtain residency and then eventually citizenship. We'll see. I don't know. It's right now. It's just like, okay. That's the Direct Blessed Dreamer Act. Mm-hmm. The TNUV. This is just no. Okay. New policies. Combine ICE with CBP and USCIS. And they should also be full participants in the intelligence community. The use of Blackie's warrants should be operationalized within ICE. Safeguarding Americans required not just securing the border, but continuous vetting and investigations of many aliens who exploited President Biden's open border for potentially nefarious purposes, including some Afghan evacuees sent directly to the U.S. during America's disastrous withdrawal from Afghanistan. Why the fuck would you bring these guys up? Like, what? What? Yes, the war refugees are surely here for nefarious purposes. Illicit term use, yeah. These are very broad. Congress should mandate and fund additional bed space for alien detainees, raising the daily available number of beds to 100,000. Get 20,000 more ERO officers and 5,000 OPLA attorneys. So fund ICE more, okay. All right, so I was told that this document would, propose the idea of denaturalizing people like me who were not born here, but became citizens through a very tedious and long process. So let's see let's see what they say about USCIS, right? What do they say that USCIS needs to do? By the way, if I do get denaturalized somehow, whose couch am I going to be crashing on outside of the States? Brian's couch? I don't know. Okay. Should be returned to operating as a screening and vetting agency. Shooter, come here, bro. Okay. You're welcome to crash on the boat, true. I'll just drift along in the ocean. Just come to California. But that's the States. The Fraud Detection and National Security Directorate is currently a small directorate. Blah, 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 blah. Okay. Remerge. The workforce should be realigned and, as necessary, retrained on base eligibility and fraud detection rather than speed and processing. I don't think people understand how hard it is to get residency here. As an immigrant, I can tell you, it's hard. You don't even know if you get it. And then that's just residency. Of course, then there's the path to citizenship, which is like 10 years. You have to live here 10 years and fulfill a bunch of other things. So... But of course, you have to get a visa before you get the residency, blah, blah, blah. So if you're going to cut down the speed in processing, then there's going to be a lot of people just waiting around for probably at least a decade or some shit. For like a fucking, I don't know, permit. All right. Training should be returned to FLETC. Okay. What? Okay. Not all policy changes require formal rulemaking. .IPA biometrics for use. Wait, what the fuck? Incoming issue spirit. Okay, here it is. They were just going on about how the USCIS should always like review the proper paperwork and make sure everything's filled out, or if you just reject the proper paperwork. All right. According to this Project 2025 document, we're on page 178, by the way. The incoming administration, the next conservative administration, should spearhead an immigration legislative agenda focused on creating a merit-based immigration system that rewards high-skilled aliens instead of the current system that favors extended family-based and luck-of-the-draw immigration. Okay. Do you guys remember whose parents immediately became citizens after her husband became president? Do you remember someone who came over on a Einstein visa? I don't know. Yeah, it's just like, come on, bro. Rewards high skilled. What do you mean by high skilled aliens? What the fuck is going on here? What does that even mean? High skilled aliens in what? What does that mean? High skilled in what, bro? It's so I look at this as like people pulling the ladder up from behind them. That's really it. It's esports gamers, true. To that end, the diversity visa lottery should be repealed. Chain migration should be ended. Chain migration. While focusing on the nuclear family. And the existing employment visa program should be replaced with a system to award visas only to the best and brightest. What does that mean? It's their way of saying people from developed countries have access to higher education predominantly. Very broad general strokes here. Gotta be the doctors from India? True. Only PvP immigrants will be allowed? Okay. I got this. I'll just reapply. Okay, let's see. Employers are vying to bring in only the top foreign workers at the highest wages so as not to depress American opportunities. Hello. Oh, thank you. You're the best.
I know.
Improved integrity. I'm still waiting for this section here where it tells me I'll be denaturalized or whatever. Cadge 1VXers only. Okay, let's see. Elite program. Budget. USCIS should be classified as national security. Okay. Immigration system. Alright, let's see. Legislative proposals for USCIS create an authority akin to the Title 42 public health authority that has been used during the COVID-19 pandemic to expel illegal aliens across the border immediately when certain non-health conditions are met, such as loss of operational control of the border. Mandatory appropriation for border wall system infrastructure. When will people understand that a wall won't fucking stop people? But, come on. They just want to keep spending money on this fucking wall, man. Alright. Appropriation for port of entry infrastructure. Border security is not addressed solely by system, POEs. Unaccompanied minors should repeal section 235. These children too often become trafficking victims. TVPRA has failed. Okay. So they're saying an alternative for unaccompanied minors, regardless of nationality, will be returned, maybe returned to their homes in a safe and efficient manner. How?
Be put in concentration camps first. Holding camps, they call them.
Okay. Hey, asylum reform. The standard for credible fear of persecution should be raised and aligned to the standard for asylum. How do you determine if fear of persecution is credible? Okay. Parole reform, NGOs and processing. Okay. Employment authorization. Congress should reassert control of employment authorization, which is subject to rampant regulatory abuse. Congress should also permanently authorize E-Verify and make it mandatory. What's in that button? A bratwurst. Becca made it. Okay. And the biggest thing is definitely the T visa and U visas being like proposal to eliminate them. And of course the very broad language in regards to fear of persecution for asylum applications. Enforcement. Diverting, curtailing. It's a good thing that every author of this document is indigenous. It sure would be hypocritical if any of them were descendants of immigrants. FEMA. You have problems with FEMA. Okay. Cybersecurity, CISA. U.S. Coast Guard. CISA should help states and localities assess whether they have good cyber hygiene in their hardware and software in preparation for an election, but nothing more. Okay. Of the utmost urgency is immediately ending CISA's counter or disinformation efforts. The federal government cannot be the arbiter of truth. Just like how, I don't know, this entire document is kind of contrary to this. They want to relocate the Coast Guard, or most of the Coast Guard, to the Pacific for China. Okay. U.S. Secret Service, new policies. Should transfer to the Department of Justice and Department of Treasury in 2 different sections. USSS should keep visitor logs for all facilities where the president works or resides. Okay. Why? The reasoning is the Biden administration has evaded such transparency, with President Biden spending a historic amount of time for a president as Delaware residents. This has left the American people in the dark as to who has influenced the highest levels of their own government. It's hypocrisy. All presidents spend time at their houses and should.
Yes, because Trump didn't spend the majority of his presidency on a fucking golf course.
Chicken sandwich. This document says the TSA model is costly and unwisely makes TSA both the regulator and the regulated organization responsible for screening operations. Okay. Privatize the screening function? Okay. Fuck. INA. And just more fluff for the other offices. And they just want the president to kind of enact all this. All right. We're on Chapter 6, Department of State by Kieran K. Skidder. What would they get rid of the OIA? Budget. Should be eliminated because it's not added value and because it's been weaponized for domestic political purposes. That's why. Yep. It's not a budget issue, it's just a politics issue. This is all from their perspective. Being victimized. Oh, they want to replace diplomats? Okay. All right, Strange.
You going to get his chicken burger? His chicken sandwich? Burger sandwich? Sandwich burger?
Mm-hmm. They want to have all ambassadors to submit letters of resignation at the start of the new a new administration. Okay. Previous Republican administrations have accepted the resignations of only the political ambassadors and allowed the foreign service ambassadors to retain their posts, sometimes for months or years into a new administration. The next administration must go further. It should both accept the resignations of all political ambassadors and quickly review and reassess all career ambassadors. Should commence before the first day of office or first day of administration. There's a removal of a human connection here in regards to foreign ambassadors. Well, if you pull them out from the embassies. Okay, ambassadors in countries where U.S. policy or posture would substantially change under the new administration should be recalled immediately. And new ambassadors who support the president's agenda among political appointees, foreign service officers, and civil service personnel should be put in place. Political ambassadors with strong personal relationships with the president should be prioritized for key strategic posts such as Australia, Japan, the United Kingdom, the United Nations, and NATO. Let's go! I'm gonna be right back. Okay. With our agency, Congress, respond vigorously to the Chinese threat. Okay. Pivoting abroad. We'll see. Venezuela, Russia, DPRK. I love how they shit talk Mexico here in this manual. Mexico is currently a national security disaster. Bluntly stated, Mexico can no longer qualify as a first world nation. It has functionally lost its sovereignty to muscular criminal cartels that effectively run the country. The current dynamic is not good for either U.S. citizens or Mexicans, and the perfect storm created by this cartel state has negative side effects that are damaging the entire hemisphere. Fentanyl-free frontier. Shift global manufacturing industry to the U.S. Oh, to Central and South American countries. Just okay. Middle East and North Africa. Must not abandon the region. First, the U.S. must prevent Iran. Enter the Abraham Accords. Keep Turkey, the Western fold as a NATO ally. Rethink U.S. support for People's Protection Units, Kurdistan Workers' Party, Kurdish forces, which the Turkish government believes are existential threats to its security. Middle East Security Pact. The U.S. cannot neglect the concern for human rights and minority rights, which must be balanced with strategic and security considerations. Special attention must be paid to challenges of religious freedom, especially the status of Middle Eastern Christians and other religious minorities, as well as the human trafficking endemic to the region. Yeah, okay. This whole thing. Cannot neglect the concern for human rights. You can actually get behind getting rid of cartel influence and fentanyl, but you don't think they can do that because both are symptoms of a bigger problem. Yeah, exactly. Africa's importance is rising. Focus. Of course, you have to mention China here in Africa because China is kind of doing this like neo-colonial model of spreading its influence by essentially building infrastructure for African countries with their money, which is putting African countries in a much more of a pro-Chinese stance. I think there were a couple couple African states that had to reverse its recognition of Taiwan due to China's influence in their countries. So that's a whole different ballgame here, politically speaking. Europe. They just want to cut down on U.S. budgeting for Europe and NATO. In the wake of Brexit, EU foreign policy now takes place with UK input, which disadvantages the United States, given that the UK has historically been aligned with many US positions. Therefore, US diplomacy must be attentive to inner EU developments. Okay. Transnational terrorism in Southeast Asia. South and Central Asia. US and India. Arctic. Because of Alaska, the US is an Arctic nation. The Arctic is a vast expanse of land and sea rich in resources, including fish, minerals, and energy. You can already tell where you're going with this. For example, the region is estimated to contain 90 million barrels of oil and 1/4 of the world's undiscovered natural gas reserves. Also, they mentioned climate change because they were against climate change in the document, but they mentioned it here. The rate of melting ice during summer months has led to increased interest not only from shipping and tourism sectors, but also from America's global competitors who are interested in exploiting the region's strategic importance and accessing its bounty of natural resources. NATO has been slow to appreciate that the Arctic is a theater they must defend. Okay. It's just more foreign policy shit. International organizations. I'm gonna skim this because it's just typical conservative foreign policy shit that I'm already familiar with. Yes, yes. How did they make 900 pages of this? What the hell else is there in 900 in the remaining 700 pages? Sorry, remaining, yeah, 600 some pages. Intelligence community. Okay, so they obviously want to revamp the intelligence community in their own image. Pedantic bloat. Cyberspace. CIA. The next president-elect and incoming presidential personnel office should identify director nominee who can foster a mission-driven culture by making necessary personnel and structural changes. So they'll also restructure the CIA. Release all CIA-controlled access programs and existing covert action findings with exception to director and deputy director, to the new ones. Okay. The CIA's bureaucracy continues to grow. Broaden recruitment, expedite onboarding practices. Focus on promoting. Okay. Covert action, foreign policy, clandestine operations, budgeting for clandestine operations. Okay. This is a summary of what they think it is. Okay, cool. Preventing the abuse of intelligence for partisan purposes. Okay. Should use authority. What else did you say was in this document besides abortion? And
a lot of stuff about women's rights.
Okay. Hold on, what page are we on? 218, 251. Okay, there's two matches here. Other structural changes should include re-implementation of the USCIS denaturalization unit. Okay. Particular attention should be given to addressing increasing incidents of forced labor trafficking, temporary work visa programs, obtain citizenship through fraud or other illicit means. Just double check that. Broad language, of course. Okay, just more rambling about. There we go. An incoming conservative president should reset Europe's expectations in regards to privacy policies, private data, surveillance data. Okay. Data exports. WTO. The United States has never seriously pushed back against the EU. Now is the time. An incoming president should ask for an immediate study of the implementation of Executive Order 14086. Also share intelligence. Okay. Oh, media agencies. U.S. Agency for Global Media? To inform, engage. Okay. Just more propaganda. What was that? I think I saw something. Yeah. American propaganda. Okay, cool. Wasting J1 visa program abuses. Rather than use the appropriate I visa intended for foreign journalists, the USAGM uses J1 cultural exchange visas to allow foreign nationals to transition easily into jobs that American citizens with cultural and linguistic expertise could satisfy. Corporation for Public Broadcasting. Oh, they want to break down NPR and PBS. All Republican presidents have recognized that public funding of domestic broadcasts is a mistake. Okay. All which means that the next conservative president must finally get this done and do it despite opposition from congressional members of his own party if necessary. To stop public funding of NPR, CPB, and PBS is good policy and good politics. The reason is simple. President Lyndon Johnson made a pledge in 1967 that public broadcasting would become a vital public resource to enrich our homes, educate our families, and to provide assistance to our classrooms. But public broadcasting immediately became a liberal forum for public affairs and journalism. Oh my god. They really don't like fucking public broadcasting. Okay. Not only is the federal government trillions of dollars in debt and unable to afford the more than $500 million squandered on leftist opinion each year, but the government should not be compelling the conservative half of the country to pay for the suppression of its own views. Jesus Christ, they love playing the victim here. As Thomas Jefferson put it, to compel a man to furnish contributions of money for the propagation of opinions which he believes in. Blah, 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 blah. Yes. But I don't think that really applies here, considering. All right, a demonstrated pattern of bias. PBS and NPR did not even bother to run programming that would attract conservatives. That's not true. PBS in particular covers the news pretty neutrally. If you ever tune in, as Pew Research demonstrated in 2014, 25% of PBS's audience is mostly liberal, and 35% is consistently liberal. There's a reason for this, I think. That is 60% liberal compared to 50% conservative, 11% mostly conservative, and 4% consistently conservative. NPR's audience is even to the left of that, with 67% liberal, compared with 12% conservative. That may be an acceptable business model for MSNBC or CNN, but not for a taxpayer-subsidized broadcaster. Have these people ever considered the fact that maybe conservative listeners or viewers go to other sources? Or are not interested in NPR or PBS historically? You know, I don't know.
You're being too logical.
Am I being what?
Too logical.
Cutting off the CPB is logistically easy. Budgetary process. The 47th president can just tell Congress through the budget proposed and through personal contact he will not sign an appropriations spending bill that contains a penny for the CPB. The president may have to use the bully pulpit, as NPR and PBS, a team of lobbyists have convinced enough members of Congress to save their bacon every time their taxpayer subsidies have been at risk since the Nixon era. All right. Public interest versus privilege. Stripping public funding would of course mean that NPR, PBS, Pacifica Radio, and other leftist broadcasters would be shorn of presumption that they act in the public interest and receive the privileges. Okay, blah, 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 leftist, woke, PNC comes with benefits. Okay, FSC, licensing fees. All right, the biggest takeaway of that section was PBS and NPR. Agency for Initial Development. Now we're just reading this document. USAID.
This is going to be the United States patch notes.
Is it the what? United States what?
Patch notes.
Oh, the U.S. patch notes. No, it's not really patch notes. It hasn't come to pass or anything. I find a lot of the ideas presented here ridiculous. I don't know if anyone would take this shit seriously if they tried to propose this.
Problem is, there are people that are taking it seriously. That's the problem. Yes, it's ridiculous. Yes, it's so outrageous that it's almost comical until you realize that there are people who believe this and want this and will push for it.
You're hoping enough people won't read it because it's such a massive document and they can then do whatever they want with a pushback. I think they're hoping I think they're hoping a lot of people read this because the whole point of why they published it or put it out in public is so they can attract people who want to join their endeavors in government and be recruited into their sort of like what do they call it in this document? Personnel is policy.
Yeah, but there's not really a lot of people who will get that far into it because they kind of drone on for a long time and they.
I mean, I could apply, right? I'm pretty far into it.
Halfway there.
Hello, I would like to be in the presidential cabinet.
Not even halfway there.
Are we finally doing a politics stream? Yeah. Did it say anything about more push-ups? No. If they really wanted people to read and understand it, they had made it in meme form. No, I think they want intelligent conservatives. For sure.
Conservatives.
Or at least conservatives who will work with a potential Trump administration or conservative administration in dismantling a lot of these things like NPR, PBS, making a USCIS unit for fraudulent citizenships. And what else was there? Military spending is good and fucking... It's fucking... Dude, it's like a wet dream. I read the wet dream of a fucking military industrialist in the what was it, page 130 or 160. Fucking the amount of shit they want to spend on the military. It's crazy. Climate change. Radical climate policy. Okay. They believe that Biden administration's extreme climate policies have worsened global food insecurity and hunger. That its anti-fossil fuel agenda has led to a sharp spike in global energy prices. And inflation has hit the poor the hardest. Okay. Of course. Under advice from climate radicals, the government of Sri Lanka even banned chemical fertilizers entirely without having any replacements in place. The result has been hunger and violent political instability. Yeah, that's Sri Lanka. If they want to argue that. All right, let's see. Climate change causes poverty, which is false. Enduring poverty. Impact on Africa is acute. War on fossil fuels. The same old conservative speak about fossil fuels and climate change here. I just want to know how all of this will impact server connectivity and performance. It won't. Let's see. Diversity, equity, and inclusion agenda committees. The next conservative administration should dismantle USAID's DEI apparatus by eliminating its chief diversity officer position along with DEI advisors and committees. Cancel DEI, remove DEI. So departments cannot play partisan politics. Let's change return the authority to over all civil rights issues at USAID to the agency's Office of Civil Rights. Refocusing gender equality on women, children, and families. Instead of protecting women's and children's unalienable human rights and propelling their ability to thrive in society, past Democrat administrations have nearly erased what females are and what femininity is through gender policies and practices. Okay, this is what they're claiming. How do they want to fix this? They claim that families, they say families are basic unit of and foundation for driving society. Without women, there are no children. Society cannot continue. Okay. The next conservative administration should rename the USAID Office of Gender Equality and Women's Empowerment as the USAID Office of Women, Children, and Families. Focus and realign resources that currently support programs GEWE. Okay, and then the next conservative administration should rescind President Biden's 2022 gender policy and refocus on women, children, and families. It should remove all references, examples, definitions, photos, and language on USAID websites and agency publications and policies and all agency contracts and grants that include the following terms: gender, gender equality, gender equity, gender diverse individuals, gender aware, gender sensitive, etc. It should also remove references to abortion, reproductive health, and sexual and reproductive rights, and controversial sexual education materials. In the past, the word gender was a polite alternative to the word sex or term biological sex. The left has commandeered the term gender, which used to mean either male or female, to include a spectrum of others who are seeking to alter biological and societal sexual norms. The promotion of gender radicalism is anathema to the traditional norms of many societies where USAID works, causes resentment by tying life-saving assistance to rejecting the aid recipient's own firmly held fundamental values regarding sexuality, and produces unnecessary consternation and confusion, and even outright bias against men. Oh my god. What do they mean by controversial as well, by the way? I'm kind of curious.
They decide.
The next administration should ensure that the USA is protecting life and foreign assistance. PLGHA. What am I reading? It's people have called it Project 2025, but it's called Mandate for Leadership 2025. What is it? Mandate for Leadership, the Conservative Promise 2025. It's just like a manual for people who want to join in the conservative administration. It's like a call. It's like a horn, an announcement, and outlining their ideas or ideal scenarios for a conservative presidential administration with a conservative Congress, ideally. There's a lot of stupid shit in here, basically. That, again, I just don't see coming to pass. Okay, what is this? Abortion, they really do not like abortion, any kind of abortion, sexual reproductive health. Okay. Alright. To stop U.S. foreign aid from supporting the global abortion industry, all funding should be blocked and close loopholes by applying the policy to all foreign assistance, including humanitarian aid, and improving its enforcement. Okay. International religious freedom. The plan itself isn't what's scary, it's the pathway they've outlined that gives them direct, unopposed access to implement these changes via executive order. International religious freedom. There you go. Or probably. Okay. Ironically, they want to get rid of bureaucracy, but there's so much bureaucracy to implement. Okay. Just came to us and barked at us. Gur, stop. Okay.
Stop it.
Okay. So they want to downsize USA quite a bit as well. Emotional support puppy. You should put the puppy on cam. Nah, he won't behave. Leveraging foreign aid, branding. Just going on and on about these fucking jobs. Intensifies bilateral relationships. China. Okay. Does that mean cutting military spending? No, they want to pump the military full more with money. Oh. The Navy's gonna get a lot of ships in their minds. What was it? 355 ships? Let's see. They want to determine, so they want to downsize USA a little bit. Then they want to reallocate US aid funding to specific areas of the world. The next conservative administration should reassess all programs of US foreign aid to Latin America and terminate those that fail to achieve results after years of effort. Instead, USA should, for example, challenge the socialist ideas that fetters too many regions' governments and their nation's youth. Oh, grr. Alright, I'm back. It uses a reduction verbiage to appeal to the anti-establishment voters who want less power in the government. Yeah, exactly. It's just like, on one hand, they're all for downsizing government spending power, but they want to increase the power. And spending. Cool. General welfare. When our founders wrote in the Constitution that the federal government would promote the general welfare, they could not have fathomed a massive bureaucracy that would someday spend $3 trillion in a single year. Okay, yeah, I'm sure they didn't fathom a lot of fucking things in 2024. HHS is home to Medicare and Medicaid, Health and Human Services. Department of Health and Human Services. Half of the $3 trillion was spent by Department of Health and Human Services. Okay, interesting. Also CDC and NIH is also covered under this umbrella. Okay, these writers are saying the CDC is a villain, blah, 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 NIH, vaccine makers. So what are their solutions for healthcare and the general welfare of the American people? I'm kind of curious. They believe the FBI is too bloated, arrogant, lawless. FBI's separate Office of General Counsel with approximately 300 attorneys, separate Office of Legislative Affairs, and separate Office of Public Affairs should all be abolished. Okay, the next conservative administration should eliminate any offices within the FBI that it has the power to eliminate without any action from Congress. Alright. Elsewhere, DOJ should target violent and career criminals, not parents. Work to dismantle criminal organizations. What if the parents are career criminals? Who knows? Work to dismantle criminal organizations, partly by rigorously prosecuting interstate drug activity. Good luck with that. Restart the Trump administration's China initiative to address Chinese espionage and theft of trade secrets. Okay. Department of Education. Okay. Hold up, what's this? School, so the department is a convenient one-stop shop for the woke education cartel. Come on, that's so fucking funny. Oh my god. That's so funny. I don't know. Every time I see woke in such a serious document, I'm just like, oh, come on, bro. Alright, the department is a convenient one-stop shop for the woke education cartel. I can't believe I fucking read that. Which, as the COVID era showed, is not particularly concerned with children's education. No, oh my god, they're fucking figuring it out, oh my god. The fucking conservative think tanks are figuring it out, guys. The Department of Education is not to educate people. It's to keep people in line. Well, first of all, the Department of Education has its own agendas, obviously. Especially in higher education. I mentioned this earlier in the stream, where the Department of Education and Department of State do get involved in certain curriculums or certain fields, like, you know, Middle East studies, Russian studies. So the fact that they're calling the Department of Education woke is like crazy, because they're like the government's arm in determining or pushing people to study certain things or to, you know, lean one way or another. It's just funny. I don't know. Schools should be responsive to parents rather than to leftist advocates intent on indoctrination. And the more the federal government is involved in education, the less responsive to parents these public schools will be. So they want to get rid of the Department of Education. Okay, what's the plan here? This department is an example of a federal intrusion into traditionally state and local realm. For the sake of American children, Congress should shutter it and return control of education to the states. That's probably one of the dumbest fucking things I've seen so far in this document, considering how much of how much it varies, the quality of education, depending on what state you live in or happen to be born in. For schooling. That's okay, whatever. Sorry, kids from fucking Tennessee. See ya. Or Louisiana, as Becca often tells me about. Anyway. Short of this, the Secretary of Education should insist that the department serve parents and American ideals, not advocates whose message is that the children can choose their own sex, that America is systemically racist, that math itself is racist. What the fuck? Who said math is racist? And that Martin Luther King Jr.'s ideal of a colorblind society should be rejected in favor of reinstating a color-conscious society. The next head of this department will have a lot to do. Yeah, of course. You want to brainwash people one way instead of the other way, right? This is a sneaky way to make sure poor families cannot afford to properly educate their children. Yeah, pretty much. Keep the poor in both knowledge and fucking finance. The next head of this department will have a lot to do, blah, blah, blah. The next Secretary of Energy will also have a lot of work to do. The Department of Energy should end the Biden administration's unprovoked war on fossil fuels, restore America's energy independence. How the fuck are they going to do this? How are they going to do this? Historically speaking, America lost energy independence around 1970. America has Americans enjoyed energy independence from post-World War II up until about the 1970s. This is not something you just put on paper and you're like, yeah, let's just restore energy independence. Oh, there's a reason why Americans became less, independent in terms of energy and fuel usage. Just saying that right now. They want more internally sourced fossil fuels, less reliance on imported. Good fucking luck with that. But also, the same people who are writing this probably decried the usage of reserve fuels. I don't know. It's just dumb. This would require at least a decade or two worth of effort and work. If they're serious about this, it's not just like, hey, you should just do it. Oppose eyesore windmills built at taxpayer expense. Eyesore windmills. And respect the right of Americans to buy and drive cars of their own choosing, rather than trying to force them into electric vehicles. What? And eventually out of the driver's seat altogether in favor of self-driving robots? The fuck is this person say? Who wrote this? Who wrote this part? Okay. A conservative president must be committed to unleashing all of America's energy resources and making the energy economy serve the American people, not special interests. Okay. Food system, Department of Agriculture, EPA's current activities and staffing for vaccine. This is like, what's that saying in English? Cutting off the nose to spite your face. Obviously, there are problems with these departments and agencies, right? But like, yo, what's up, Mecca? There's so much weird fear-mongering embedded in this, yeah. It's not really fear-mongering, it's like affirmation of beliefs, right? Because people who read this seriously and want to join them in government will agree with these conclusions or these thoughts. And the tough part about all this is, yeah, there are some kernels of truth in some of these thoughts and some of these facts that they bring up. So I think people could be swayed. Anyone could have written this. All you need is a list of the things their voters are afraid of. All right, Department of Agriculture. So they just want to downsize quite a lot of things here, including getting rid of the entire Department of Education. Okay, what do they envision the Department of Agriculture, USDA, and all that shit gonna do? Okay, defend the American agriculture. The federal government does not need to transform the food system or develop a national plan to intervene across its supply chain. Instead, it should respect American farmers, truckers, and everyone who makes the food supply chain so resilient and successful. Okay, and how do you propose to do this? Recommendations. Remove the United States from any association with the United Nations and other efforts to push sustainable development schemes connected to food production. Okay. Innovate the food production. Ideal policy, remove obstacles. Clarify the critical importance of efficiency to food affordability. Okay. A new administration should announce its principles for an executive order. USDA should remove all references to transforming the food system on its website. It's just fucking words, bro. Get rid of education to make people dumber and believe anything. I think they bring up a lot of issues we all have concerns about. Exactly. But their path of blame is so narrow and the solutions are extreme. Yeah, that's basically that's basically the vibe here. Address the abuse of CCC, discretionary authority. Okay, that's the Charter Act. I'm not gonna read this part. Okay. Farmers and ranchers, subsidy programs. Repeal the federal sugar program. The federal government should not be in the central planning business, and that sugar program is a prime example of harmful central planning. Its very purpose is to limit the sugar supply in order to increase prices. Okay. Repeal the ARC and PLC programs. Stop paying farmers twice for price and revenue losses during the same year. Farmers can receive support from the ARC and PLC programs and the federal crop insurance program to cover price declines and revenue shortfalls during the same year. Congress should prohibit this duplication by prohibiting farmers from receiving an ARC or PLC payment the same year. What the fuck? What happened to respecting the farmers? Bruh. Send this to the farmers. I don't think these guys who wrote this realize how expensive farming can be. But whatever, I guess. Reduce the premium subsidy rate for crop insurance. Why? What? One of the most widely supported bipartisan reduce the premium subsidy of tax pay. More than 50% of premium. Okay. But while respecting the farmers. 8.1 billion over 10 years. Impact. Oh, okay. Separate the agricultural provisions. Move the work. USDA. Move the food. Reform SNAP. Food stamps. Okay, EBT. The largest of federal nutrition programs. So they want to move USDA to HHS. And they want to move more programs and agencies under a different umbrella. Okay. SNAP serves 41.1 million individuals. SNAP costs 79.1 billion. The next administration should, let's see, re-implement work requirements. Okay, adult beneficiaries between the ages of 18 and 50 who are not disabled and do not have any children or other dependents on income. Okay. The people who wrote these probably don't buy their own groceries. No, probably not. A lot of these guys are like politicians or think tankers and fucking former executive branch staff. They're the haves. Okay, so what the hell? Like they're just droning on about food stamps. So they just want to make it a little harder to apply for SNAP. Okay. Typical. Federal law permits states to TANF. Close the room. Okay. Reevaluate the Thrifty Food Plan. Okay. Eliminate the heat and eat loophole. The heat and eat loophole. Okay. Is this Project 2025? Yeah. But it's actually called something else. It's called Mandate for Leadership, the Conservative Promise. We're basically almost done. There's a lot of fluff in here. They just kind of go into... So here's like the format for this manual that they want people to read, that they want people to join them. They kind of give a history, or rather their perception of history about certain things. They explain what's wrong. Then they offer the solutions, whether it has to do with the presidency or Congress or the formation of agencies. But a lot of this is... A lot of the bulk of this is through the executive branch. I don't like these patch notes. How do I talk to the devs? Well, these aren't patch notes. It hasn't come to pass. I guess more accurately, it's potential PTS patch notes. But I don't... Look, like, I just don't see some of this shit going through. Like, it's kind of ridiculous. Some of these things are pretty fucking ridiculous. I don't know why people would even just take it lying down. Okay, they're talking about school meals now. Return to the original purpose of school meals. Okay, the next administration should make the USDA issue a rule that clarifies that only an individual school or a school district as a whole must meet the 40% criteria to be eligible for CEP. 40% referring to the poverty rate. Education officials should be prohibited from grouping schools together. Work with lawmakers to eliminate CEP. The NSLP and SPP should be directed to serve children in need. Congress should eliminate CEP. And that's for school meals. Restore programs to... okay. Create universal free school meals. So they want to reject efforts to create universal free school meals. This is another dumb thing, I feel like. That they just put in. It's like, dude, they just made some parts of this just for fucking shits and giggles. It's like, alright, let's get rid of the notion that kids should eat for fucking free. Schools. Because why not? Let's get rid of the entire department. Why not? I don't know. It's just weird. We didn't believe they could hit Roe v. Wade, and they did. Well, legally speaking, Roe v. Wade has always been shaky. So there was always the fear that it would get tackled on. But sure, I get what you mean. Sure. Hungry kids make successful adults. We need a nation of warrior paladins to fight for baby Jesus. True. Never underestimate zealots. Sure, I get that. But there's just so many things in here so far that would not be met with opposition or even armed resistance, in my opinion. Like, it's just dumb. Reform conservation programs. Champion the elimination of the Conservation Reserve Program. Okay. Is anyone seeing this? Oh my god. That's so funny. Dude, the people who wrote this probably never went to a fucking farm. Reform NRCS wetlands and erodible land compliance and appeals, but why? Reform easements? Limit the use of permanent easements and collaborate with lawmakers to prohibit the USDA from creating new permanent easements. Okay. Other major issues and specific recommendations about meat and poultry may only be sold in intrastate commerce from USDA-approved state-inspected facilities with limited exceptions. So that's unnecessary. Then they want to get rid of this regulatory barrier. Okay. Promote legislation that will allow state-inspected meat to be sold in interstate commerce. Okay. Eliminate and reform marketing orders and checkout programs. Reduce in number and scope. Work with Congress to eliminate marketing orders and check out programs. Promote legislation that require regular votes. Focus on trade policy, not trade promotions. Man, they really don't like the USDA. Remove obstacles for agricultural biotechnology. Okay. Reform the Forest Service, wildfire management? The United States Forest Service. Guessing they want farmers to dump manure in McDonald's just like rants. Okay, by thinning trees, removing live fuels and dead wood, and taking other preventive steps, the Forest Service can help to minimize the consequences of wildfires. Increasing timber sales could also play an important role in the effort to change the behavior of wildfire, because there will be less biomass. Oh, fuck me. You can't make this shit up. Okay, timber sales and timber harvest in public forests dropped precipitously in the early 1990s and still remain very low. Yes, there's a reason. For example, in 1988, the volume of timber sold and harvested by volume was about 11 billion and 12.6 billion board feet, respectively. In 2021, the timber sold was 2.8 billion board feet, and timber harvest was 2.4 billion board feet. God. What is this? Dietary guidelines? Okay. Okay. There's no shortage of private sector dietary advice for public, and nutrition and dietary choices are best left to the individuals to address their personal needs. This includes working with their own health professionals. So they have an issue with USDA guidelines, dietary guidelines. Okay. And they want to repeal the dietary guidelines. Or at the very least, reform the dietary guidelines. Okay. Huh. They want the USDA to be conservative. Education. Let's go. What? Alright. They want to limit federal Department of Education, or eliminate it. Let's see what their plans are. Advancing education freedom, providing education voice for federal children, military families, or members of sovereign tribes. Okay. Education funding. Treat taxpayers like investors in federal student aid. Okay. Just the way they worded that. Safeguarding civil rights. Stopping executive overreach. This is 9:30 already? Man. This is a long document. Trends in 4th and 8th grade reading. Yeah. We already read about the Department of Education, what they want to do with it. They just want to close it down. That's basically it. This is just their argument for why it should be closed down. God damn, they fucking just really do not like the Department of Education. Energy-related commissions for individuals. Promote niche. American science dominance. Don't focus on STEM. How? The new Department of Energy Security and Advanced Science is what they want to make. Okay. Office of Electricity. It's going to reform that one? Okay. Grid reliability. Apply programs. I don't know. More drivel. They want to also eliminate the Office of Intelligence and Counterintelligence. Or at least downsize it a bit. There's a lot going on about climate change policies, too.
Sure. What are you eating?
Oh, the EPA. A conservative EPA. Okay, we'll take a more supportive role. Yeah, they said earlier in the document they want to downsize the EPA. Or change some of the guidelines. Okay. Office of the Administrator. Place a political appointee. They bring it up constantly to get a political appointee in charge of these agencies and office rules and shit like that. Personnel as policy should be the model for this book. Because they keep bringing it up. Or not book, manual. Department of Health and Human Services. We have more details on this one about welfare. CDC. FDA. Okay, here's one thing that might interest some of you. Abortion pills pose the single greatest threat to unborn children in a post-Roe world. The rate of chemical abortion in the U.S. has increased by more than 150% in the past decade. More than half of annual abortions in the U.S. are chemical rather than surgical. They talk about progesterone and misoprostol. Abortion pill regimen. So what do they want to do about the abortion pill? Mifepristone. Reverse its approval. The FDA should reverse its approval of chemical abortion drugs because the politicized approval process was illegal from the start. Is their reasoning. And it's based on the Supreme Court acknowledging that the Constitution contains no right to an abortion, and the FDA is now obliged to revisit and withdraw its initial approval of abortion pills. This would make the abortion pills much harder to buy or sell. Is a play here. Mifeprex. Okay, they want to have healthcare workers, particularly those in hospitals and emergency rooms, report abortion pill complications. Woman who experiences complications in the emergency room, not to the abortion pill prescriber. Submitting an adverse event to the database should be a quick and efficient process for busy healthcare practitioners. Abortion would be bad. Stop promoting. Vaccine importation. Bioethics reform. Oh, okay. Medicaid and Medicare. Let's see. What are you going to do? Reduce regulatory burdens on doctors. Okay. Increase medical beneficiaries control their healthcare. Ensure sustainability and value for beneficiaries and taxpayers. Reduce waste, fraud, and abuse. Regulatory reforms. The next administration should reintroduce and restore regulations and demonstrations from the Trump administration that were withdrawn, weakened, or never finalized by the Biden administration, including MCIT rule, the risk adjustment data validation rule, Medicare Advantage qualifying payment arrangement incentive demonstration, and the global and professional direct contracting, or just GPDC model. Okay. Regulation should advance site neutrality by implementing inpatient-only list. Remove restrictions on physician-owned hospitals. Encourage more direct competition between Medicare Advantage and private plans. Make Medicare Advantage the default enrollment option. Okay. Legacy Medicare reform. Base payments on the health status of the patient or intensity of the service rather than where the patient happens to receive this service. Replace the bureaucrat-driven fee-for-service system with value-based payments. Codify price transparency regulations. Restructure 340B drug subsidies toward beneficiaries. Part D reform. Negotiation program should be repealed under the IRA for the Inflation Reduction Act to replace. Okay. Huh. Interesting. Medicaid over the past 45 years, a cumbersome, complicated thing. Overlap of available names. For payment. Reform financing. Incentivize states guarantee system. Allow private health insurance. Increase flexible. Okay. Huh. Prohibit abortion travel funding. Very specific here. After all the Medicare and Medicaid stuff. Providing funding for abortions increases the number of abortions and violates the conscience and religious freedom rights of Americans subject to subsidizing the taking of life. Prohibit Planned Parenthood from receiving Medicaid funds. They're so obsessed with abortion. It's fucking crazy. Withdraw Medicaid funds for states that require abortion insurance or that discriminate in violation of the Walden Amendment. Hyde Amendment. Okay. Non-medically necessary abortion can only be currently funded by the patient or by donations. Like, they don't even know the law. Yeah. Child support tax credits. Citation. Child support payment. Huh. Okay.
Huh?
What? Child support payments. Let's see. National or state guidelines and tax laws should be updated to ensure that non-resident parents with child support orders can receive a non-dependent child support tax credit. Single filers of up to $41,756 was just a specific number, and married or joint filers of up to $47,646 would be eligible for a child support tax credit similar to the current earned income tax credit. Could receive a maximum of $538 in annual returns for one child, and a maximum of $3,584 in annual returns for two or more children, based on a credit rate of 34%. The key to this policy is that it empowers fathers with their own resources and money rather than creating another government assistance program devoid of the father's own monetary efforts. This way, the non-resident father's role as financial provider and relational figure is affirmed, and much needed financial resources are given to the children. Oh, God. Okay. Anyway. Visitation is key to revitalizing child support and increasing payment frequency. Okay. The most effective way to lower a non-resident parent's monthly child support order is to spend more court-accounted for time with the child. For example, Texas combined its child support court with its visitation court to ensure that resident and non-resident parents receive state-mandated financial support orders and enforceable visitation orders. Interesting. Healthy Marriage and Relationship Program. Allow child welfare funding to be used for marriage and relationship education. Provide educational information on healthy marriage and relationships at Title X family planning clinics. Okay. Protect faith-based grant recipients from religious liberty violations and maintain biblically based social science, reinforced definition of marriage and family. Well, there's the Christianity right there in the state. Healthy marriage and responsible fatherhood program. What else do they have? CMS, preventive services. Contraceptive, let's see. HRSA should not incorporate exclusively male contraceptive methods in the guidelines that specify that encompass only women's services. Eliminate the week after pill from the contraceptive mandate as a potential abortifacient. Abortifacient. What? Okay. Withdraw Ryan White guidance allowing funds. Okay. Ensure that training for medical professionals and doulas is not being used for abortion training. Investigate medical school compliance with the Coates Snow Amendment. Ensure that the Accreditation Council for Graduate Medical Education complies with all relevant regulations, statutes. Communicate to medical schools that any abortion-related training must be an opt-in rather than an opt-out basis. I feel like that's already the case here. The medical schools. All right. Require states that receive HHS funds to reach regulations and arrangements. Prioritize funding for home-based childcare, not universal daycare. Okay. Maternal and child health. What's this? Doulas provide a patient-focused, non-medical support system for single or married mothers that decreases the overall cesarean rate by 50%, the length of labor by 25%, the use of oxytocin by 40%, and request for the epidural by 60%. Huh.
Wait, read that again?
What?
Read that again?
Currently, the HRSA Maternal and Child Health Program is collecting data on the benefits of doulas in improving the health, safety, and emotional well-being of mothers at birth. Doulas provide a patient-focused, non-medical support system for single or married mothers that decreases the overall cesarean rate by 50%, the length of labor by 25%, the use of oxytocin by 40%, and requests for an epidural by 60%. Doulas often use the power of touch and massage to reduce stress and anxiety during labor. What is it? Yo, what's up? Hello, Turtle. Welcome back. You know what they're talking about?
I know what they're talking about. I don't think it's accurate. Most people these days don't use doulas.
What was their sample for that study? We can look it up. Was it 73? Doulas should be an active option for all women, whether they are giving birth in a traditional hospital, through midwifery, or at home. Okay, so anyway, you joined us at a good time. we're kind of like skimming now because a lot of it is just the usual conservative think tank shit in regards to foreign policy. We covered the military. You should be glad to know that the Air Force is going to get a lot of money, and also the Navy is going to get 355 ships. These people have zero right to say anything about medical practice or data. Yeah, I like when they talked about how medical schools should only offer, what is it, abortion practices or abortion knowledge as an opt-in. I'm just thinking to myself, yes, yeah, okay. Yeah, more money for more munitions. They keep slashing back. Yeah, they want to tone down the federal employee benefits. They also want to recruit more. I don't know if you read. So I don't know if you were here when we read the section about they want to put military recruiters in all public schools, all federal schools, except, you know, of course, private schools. You know, and they want to make all kids in all federally funded public schools take the AVSAB. So they're very desperate to put in more people into the military, starting with the kids. And then they talked about how, like, so basically the only military branch that isn't really getting, the ASVAB, but the only military branch that isn't really getting much out of this plan is the fucking Marines. Like, every other branch is getting, like, dude, the Air Force is getting, like, more B bombers fucking every year. They're gonna get F-35s, fucking everything, all the planes. The Navy's gonna get 300 ships. Army's gonna get new equipment. And the Marines are just kind of like, yeah, just give up your equipment to the Army, and that's it. Shit. Even the Coast Guard's getting more than the Marines. Like, it's kind of crazy. They want the Coast Guard to basically move out into the Pacific against China. Meanwhile, they're just telling the Marines, have fun, bro. Just chill. Good luck finding pilots to fly those dummies. Pilot shortage in military. Yeah, I just mentioned that earlier too. But then I think they think if you put enough people into the military, you'll get some pilots out of them, maybe. They really don't like abortion. They just want to basically outlaw it without really putting it to law. They're just going to make it harder for abortion pills as well to be sold or bought. They're also banning, for some reason, transgender individuals from the military. I'm just thinking to myself, if you want to go join the fucking military and serve with your body and active duty, and you're transgender, fuck it, dude. Like, all the power to you. Like, something about HIV positive people can't join the military. But also that abortion would not be taken care of financially in the military, even if you get raped. Yeah, they want don't ask, don't tell, yeah. Marines and Coast Guard get stuffed through hand-me-downs from Army and Navy swapping old equipment out. Yeah, just Marines doesn't get shit. If you read the section about the military, it reads like a fucking wet dream of a fucking military-industrial complex wanker, dude. It's just so much money they want to put into the military. Of course, I don't know how that's gonna save them money, because they claim at the beginning of this document they want to be fiscally responsible, but that... I don't think they realize how much ships cost and how much does aircraft cost per aircraft. I don't think they understand how much equipment costs as well per soldier these days. What is it, $41,000 for a combat gear alone on one soldier? Like, bro. Putting increased Coast Guard presence on the West Coast also gives them increased control over the comings and goings of opposition states conveniently. Coast Guard needs an increased presence on the West Coast anyways to protect against invasion of our Pacific fisheries from Asia. But yeah, we're kind of at this point where it's a very conservative document with some stupid shit. They want to get rid of free lunch meals in schools because why not? Like, word for word, they want to get rid of the fucking Free lunch meals. And just reserve it specifically for schools or school districts that have at least a 40% poverty line rate. I'm just thinking to myself, why? Like, it's just dumb. There's like 200 pages of references. But it wasn't 73, right? 73. What was the study? Turtle asked. 73. Was it 72 or 73? There it is. Yeah, this is a source they cited. Having a doula. What are the benefits? American Pregnancy Association. March 17, 2023. It could be before. They accessed it. It was this one. It was. This is what they cited. What the fuck?
I can honestly say I don't know anyone that's ever used a doula, nor do I know anyone that has known someone that used a doula. That's really not a super common thing.
It's not.
No.
Also, I think I lost the link, Sag.
Not in the States.
Oh, there we go. No, I just saw that the document was ending at like 400s and the score bar is only 2/3 down. It's 922 pages long. So, we've read a lot. Doulas aren't very common. The doula thing just reduces palliative care for birthing women, forces them to just endure the pain. They really don't like women, huh?
They really do not.
All right, let's see how they're gonna solve housing issues and housing prices. Let's go. Will they look at Minneapolis? Will they just be like, fuck it? Okay, they're just kind of summarizing what they're looking at here. A new conservative administration can and should implement the following reforms. HUD political leadership should immediately assign all delegate powers to PDASDAS. Okay. Secretary. And the Biden administration's property appraisal and valuation equity policy. Real estate appraisals. Repeal climate change initiatives and spending in the department's budget request. Eliminate the new housing supply fund. Repeal the AFFH regulation. Okay. Prohibit non-citizens, including all mixed-status families, from living in all federally assisted housing. So the Office of the Secretary should recommend proposed regulation. So if you're a non-citizen or in a family with non-citizens or citizens, you can't live in federally assisted housing. Because they want to provide this housing for American citizens who are in need. Plot twist, they actually love women and want to make them tougher, angry, and harder to kill using these laws. Okay. Local welfare, not federal government, should step up to provide welfare for the housing of non-citizens. Is there a thought here? Longer term policy reform considerations. They don't really have much to say about housing though. Like, it's just the summary. Department of the Interior. Cultural heritage. 500 million acres of federal land, national parks, and national wildlife refuges. Yes, that's what they do. Fracking. Let's see. Bureau of Indian Affairs. Land management. Okay, yes, they're summarizing again. Alright, so the new administration should immediately reinstate the following Trump DOI secretarial orders. All these acts, all these things. National Petroleum Reserve Alaska, Executive Committee for Expedited Permitting, At the same time, the new administration must reinstate quarterly onshore lease sales in all producing states according to the model BLM's IM 2018-034, such as the Lease Now Act and Onshore Act, conduct offshore oil and natural gas lease sales from 2023 to 2028, set rents, royalty rates, and bonding requirements no higher than what it is, comply with the Alaska National Interest Lands Conservation Act. Okay. A leasing development program in the coastal plain. Abandon withdrawals of land from leasing in the Thompson Divide of the White River National Forest, Colorado. Rescind the Biden rules and reinstate the Trump rules regarding BLM, Waste Prevention, Endangered Species Act rules defining critical habitat and critical habitat exclusions, Migratory Bird Treaty Act, and CEQ reforms to NEPA. Reinstate President Trump's plan for opening most of the National Petroleum Reserve of Alaska to leasing and development. Personnel changes. Yeah, personnel is policy, as he keeps saying. They're just proposing an allocation of funds in regards to energy and also basically tapping the reserves and also making money from leasing these reserves or areas. Alaska. This is like the 200th time they mentioned the Arctic or Alaskan resources in an attempt to like become energy independent again somehow. And this conservative document or manual is arguing that the Biden administration breached its federal trust responsibilities to American Indians by declaring war on fossil fuels and mineral sources, which prevented American Indians and tribal governments to develop their abundant oil and gas resources. Destroy critical minerals. Despite Indian nations having primary responsibility for their land's environment, the Biden administration is reversing efforts to put Indian nations in charge of environmental regulations in their own lands. Well, that's like every administration. Like, there has not been a very good administration in regards to treatment of indigenous peoples and on the reservations. Okay. End the war on fossil fuels, end federal mandates and subsidies of electric vehicles. Okay. Didn't Trump mention something about the presidential mandate on something about fucking electric vehicles? I didn't really read about it, but he said something about this. We sort of right the tribal governments to enforce environmental regulation on their lands, secure a nation's border to protect us. Okay. All right. Department of Justice. A long and noble history, they say. Hunter Biden's laptop. Oh, of course, blah, blah, blah. They want to downsize the FBI and get rid of some offices in the FBI. They're going to shuffle around quite a lot of things. And of course, they mentioned the mail-in ballots under the jurisdiction of the Department of Justice, potentially, for crimes. Okay. Oog. Department of Labor and Related Agencies. At the heart of this is the resolve to reclaim the role of each American worker as a protagonist in his or her own life, and to restore the family as a centerpiece of American life. Give workers the support they need. Let's see. Give workers the support they need for rewarding, well-paying, and self-driven careers, and restore the family-supporting job as a centerpiece of the American economy. The Judeo-Christian tradition, stretching back to Genesis, has always recognized fruitful work as integral to human dignity, as service to God, neighbor, and family. Or here's a religion. Okay. Reverse the DEI revolutionary policy, eliminate racial classification, critical race theory trainings, enforce Title VII, issue an executive order banning, and Congress should pass a law prohibiting the federal government from using taxpayer dollars to fund all critical race theory training, eliminate EEO-1 data collection, the Equal Employment Opportunity Commission, Title VII, prohibit the Equal Employment Opportunity Commission from collecting data, eliminate disparate impact liability. With interracial marriages in America increasing, many Americans do not fit neatly into crude racial categories. Under disparate impact theory, moreover, discriminatory motive or intent is relevant. The outcome is what matters, but all workplaces have disparities. Congress should eliminate disparate impact. The president should sign an executive order explicitly forbidding OFCCP from using disparate impact in its analysis. The Office of Federal Contract Compliance Programs will be eliminated. Okay, rescind the act. Sex discrimination. Okay. Okay, here's a doozy. The Supreme Court decision in Bostock versus Clayton County held that an employer who fires someone simply for being homosexual or transgender violates Title VII's prohibition against sex discrimination. Did not purport to address other Title VII issues such as bathrooms, locker rooms, dress codes, or other laws prohibiting sex discrimination. Notably, the court focused on the status of the employees and used the term transgender status rather than the broader and amorphous term gender identity. So the next administration should restrict the application of Bostock to sexual orientation and transgender status in the context of hiring and firing. Withdraw unlawful notices and guidances. Should direct agencies to withdraw unlawful notices and guidances purporting to apply Bostock's reasoning of broadly aside hiring and firing. Just dumb shit again. The president should direct agencies to rescind regulations in interpreting sex discrimination provisions as prohibiting discrimination on the basis of sexual orientation, gender identity, transgender status, sex characteristics, etc. Direct agencies to focus their enforcement of sex discrimination laws on the biological binary meaning of sex. Promote pro-life workplace accommodations for mothers. Pro-life workplace accommodations. Abortion exclusions. Congress should pass a law requiring that to the extent that an employer provides employee benefits for abortion, it must provide equal or greater benefits for pregnancy, childbirth, maternity, and adoption. That law should also clarify that no employer is required to provide any accommodations or benefits for abortion. Really giving the companies incentive to not support abortion. Keep anti-life benefits out of benefit plans. Religion. Religious diversity means workplaces, okay, hostile to people of faith. President should make clear via executive order that religious employers are free to run their businesses according to their religious beliefs, general non-discrimination laws notwithstanding, and support participation of religious employees and employers as federal contractors in federal activities and programs. Okay. What the fuck? What is this? God ordained the Sabbath as a day of rest. And until very recently, the Judeo-Christian tradition sought to honor that mandate by moral and legal regulation of work on that day. Moreover, a shared day off makes it possible for families and communities to enjoy time off together, rather than as atomized individuals, and provides a healthier cadence of life for everyone. Unfortunately, that communal day of rest has eroded under the pressures of consumerism and secularism, especially for low-income workers. Congress should encourage communal rest by amending the Fair Labor Standards Act, or FLSA, to require that workers be paid time and a half for hours worked on the Sabbath. Okay. And they have a little note here saying, hey, some conservatives want this and the other ones don't. It's okay. Teleworking. Telework was unique. Small businesses, overtime pay threshold, labor agencies. This is heavy. I don't want to be governed by someone else's fanfic / fandom. Yep. Well, again, I just don't see a lot of this happening, even with a conservative president. It's just ridiculous. It's ludicrous. But, of course, it's a matter of debate. But this is basically a bunch of conservatives getting together and think tanks. Here's our plan, or here's what we want to see with a conservative administration, and ideally a conservative Congress. So, because a lot of this stuff also requires congressional approval too. Apprenticeships. And money we don't have. It's a conservative what dream here I'm reading. Department of Transportation, you know, they proposed putting the CISA under the Department of Transportation, which is kind of fascinating. Aviation. The next administration should indicate publicly that they will support joint venture efforts by smaller carriers, for example, JetBlue and Spirit, to achieve scale necessary to reduce costs and compete more effectively with the larger carriers. Review foreign ownership and control limitations if necessary. Work with Congress to change existing statutes. Establish a new entry initiative that commits the federal government to approving and rejecting the applications of new air carriers within 12 months. Initiate rulemaking to allocate slot payers more consistently to airlines at capacity-controlled airports on the primary basis of safety and maximizing capacity and competition. Okay. But they didn't want government regulation in the first, 20 pages of the book. Or, sorry, manual. They want to. Okay. Aviation Administration, FAA. Separate the FAA from Department of Transportation. Or at minimum, separate the ATO from the FAA. Okay. They want specific kinds of radio towers that they use in Europe. I can't believe I read the Day of Sabbath thing. It's like they want Chick-fil-A to have no competition. That's literally the only trump card the other fast food places have. That and their full-flat fries. Federal Railroad Policy. Okay. No, I'm not going to read this. Probably fucking about logistics more so than like implementing a nationwide rail network for passengers. Maritime policy. Okay. Yeah. Department of Veterans Affairs. VA. Focus on the effects of shifting that veteran demographics. Rescind all departmental clinical policy directives that are contrary to principles of conservative governance, starting with abortion services and gender reassignment surgery. Neither aligns with service-connected conditions that would warrant VAs providing this type of clinical care, and both follow the left's pernicious trend of abusing the role of government to further its own agenda. Jesus, speaking of abusing the role of government to further your own agenda, this entire thing is that. Okay. Man, okay, this is just like a lot of the veteran affairs stuff. I'll just kind of skim over it. Are they gonna decrease the budget? Yes. They are going to be they're going to re-examine and reassess the VBA budget. Well, that was predictable. Okay, so pursue reforms. Okay, establish network. Cool. Needed reforms. Rescind all delegation authority promulgated by the VA and the prior administration. Okay, just because. Oh, budget. Acquisition of a new HRIT system. Okay. Wow. All right. So we've gone through 3 sections, and I think this is the last section. The economy. Department of Commerce, of course. The USPTO. Dude, I used the Brian and I had to like do shit with the USPTO website. It's the worst fucking website I've ever used in my life. Should be made in performance-based organization under the Office of Management Budget, the OMB. What? ITA. Okay. Yo, what's up, Rick? How are you? Break up the NOAA. Okay. Why? Wait, what? I'm like skimming through. Look at this. This is so funny. Chat, look. Break up the National Oceanic and Atmospheric Administration. For anyone who doesn't know, that's the Weather Channel or the Weather Service. The single biggest Department of Commerce agency outside the decennial census years is the National Oceanic and Atmospheric Administration, which houses the National Weather Service, National Marine Fisheries Service, and other components. NOAA garners $6.5 billion out of the department's $12 billion annual operational budget, and accounts for more than half of the department's personnel in non-decadal census years. So this includes the National Weather Services, the National Ocean Service, the Oceanic and Atmospheric Research, which doesn't really get much funding that I know of, the National Environmental Satellite Data and Information Service, the National Marine Fisheries Service, and the Office of Marine and Aviation Operations and NOAA Corps. We're reading this fucking conservative think tank's fucking proposal if Trump or a conservative president wins a presidential election. So it's just fucking nonsense for the most part. But they just want to get rid of? Why? Why do they want to get rid of the National Weather Service? Together, these form a colossal operation that has become one of the main drivers of the climate change alarm industry. Are these fuckers dumb? And as such, it's harmful to future U.S. prosperity. Okay, so they want to ignore the problems rather than try to fix the problems, basically, is what they're saying. And the National Weather Service, they should not be reporting those heat waves, guys. They should not be reporting these landslides, mudslides, wildfires, hurricanes, tornadoes. They're too woke. Tornadoes are too woke. It's over. It's over. Fucking lack of snow. Snow's too woke. It won't come down anymore. It's too woke. It's so woke. It's so high up in the atmosphere. That's how woke it is. All right. It's the most woke weather phenomenon
I can't.
I've ever seen. Anyway, you've had enough.
I'm not okay. I don't need your Trump voice.
This is so funny, though.
It's not.
Getting rid of the National Weather Service.
It's not funny. It would be funny if none of this were remotely possible.
Come on. You think they would let them get rid of the National fucking Weather Service? That's fucking crazy, dude. Alright. We gotta get rid of all the snowflakes, folks. All the snowflakes. They're too woke. Fucking tornadoes. Tornadoes made the air gay. Why don't we ever report on the cooling? Think about it. Think. NWS is too liberal. We need some freedom when reporting on the weather. True. Oh, God. This is so funny. Dude, they don't want free lunch meals for kids. They don't want a National Weather Service. They want to cut down on federal employee benefits.
You know how fucking expensive school lunches are?
Yeah. I know. It's just so funny. They just they want to basically make abortion almost impossible, no matter where, through the FDA. It's just, yeah, it's just a conservative wet dream. But why the Weather Service? Why? Because the Weather Service is too woke and is part of the climate change alarm industry. And that's very harmful to the future prosperity of the United States of America. Come on, man. Even they're like, NOAA is not useless, but it's corrupted right now. It should be broken up and downsized. What the fuck? It's a net positive according to the document. God, I'm gonna take a screenshot of this shit. This is one of the funniest ones, honestly. This is so funny, chat. It's so funny. Anyway, I'm going to skip this because it's more nonsense. Oh, they want to tackle the U.S. Census? Census has always been very politically charged, so add a citizenship question. Forthcoming changes to race and ethnicity. Partnership program. Poll surveys, economic census. Minority Business Development Agency. Minority businesses. USPTO. They have so many things they want to do, but they don't really get into how they're going to do it, apart from getting the president to enact some acts or encourage people. They say encourage a lot. Hungrier kids have an incentive to pray more. It's a net positive. Yep. Yeah, this is what they meant by snowflakes, essentially. Department of Treasury. I already know where they're gonna go with this. I'm very familiar with all their talking points in regards to fiscal tasks and responsibilities. So I'm gonna skip ahead here. Export-Import Bank should be abolished. Okay. Man, they fucking love Reagan, man. That's all I'm gonna say. Federal Reserve. Oh, how are they gonna tackle? What are they gonna do with the Federal Reserve? Broad recommendations: eliminate dual mandate. Limit the Federal Reserve's lender of last resort function. Conservative lenders. Wind down the Federal Reserve's balance sheet. Limit future balance sheet expansions of U.S. Treasuries. Stop paying interest on excess reserves. Okay. Free banking. Commodity base 5% rule. Fixed interest rate for the Federal Reserve. Small Business Administration. Both fucking sides just talk all that shit about small businesses, but not really. Case for fair trade. Oh, Peter Navarro wrote this section. Okay. Can I talk about the trade deficits? Gonna be harder on the Chinese and implement more tariffs on aluminum and steel. Easy. Independent regulatory agencies. Wait, what? The FCC? It's a very short fucking... What? Few appointments to these commissions will be as important as the president's selection of the next chairman of the Federal Communications Commission. Yep, FCC. I do believe their current presidential candidate disavowed Project 2025, so this article is more of a wet dream than a plain reality. I mean, how many candidates for whatever political position has said, you know, I'm not going to do that, or I'm going to do that, and they don't do it, or they do it, you know? It's just like, would you leave it up to chance, right? I guess is what the argument would be. They want a conservative FCC.
He didn't actually disavow Project 2025. What he said was he's never heard of this before, and then went on to talk about how he would never do the things that they say are in the document.
That was his first disavow. I think he's done it 3 more times since then.
Yeah, I'm sure that he has no clue, has nothing in this that he would support, considering all of the numerous people on his administrative team that have had their hands in this.
It also just, you know, from, what was it, Section 2, it really sounds like no matter what, even if he didn't want to go along with it, they would still find a way to try to implement these, depending on what positions they undertook. I think as long as, like, because they mentioned quite a bit about how the senior advisors need to work closely with the president, but also under the president.
Nobody could convince me that he does not intend to do some of these, at least some of these things.
Oh, absolutely, he would do a couple of these things if he could. Ed says, I think Trump may not want to be associated with a lot of these. Yeah, he's gonna lose moderate, exactly, and swing voters. SEC. Oh, okay. Oh, they don't like the SEC. Oh, but to be fair, who doesn't like who likes the SEC? Like, for real. Eliminate all administrative proceedings in the SEC. Okay. Require Inspector General for the SEC. First case, SEC Chairman. Reduce the number of direct reports to SEC Chairman. Merge SEC offices. Reduce the number of managers per employee. So cut down on the jobs too. Okay. FINRA? What about FINRA? Okay. Federal Commissions... Sorry, Federal Communications Commission, FCC. Yeah, they have some plans for this shit. Rein in big tech. Promote national security. Unleash economic prosperity. And ensure FCC has accountability and good governance. Federal Election Commission. Oh boy. Okay. FEC. Nomination Authority. In 2025, when the new president assumes office, a term of 5 of the current FEC commissioners will have either expired or be about to expire. Oh, damn. Okay. During their terms, the 3 Republican commissioners have demonstrated, the 3 out of the 5 listed here, like Sean Cooksey, Alan Dickerson, and James Traynor III, have demonstrated with their votes and their public statements that they believe the FEC should not overregulate political activity and act beyond its statutory authority. The president assuming office in 2025 must ensure if the 3 Republican commissioners do not wish to remain on the FEC past their terms, that nominees for these positions share the views of those commissioners. Also, to the extent that the president has the ability to negotiate with the Democratic Party leader in the Senate, he should try to temper any choice of the opposition party to ensure that this individual does not have extreme views on aggressive over-enforcement that would severely restrict political speech and protected party, campaign, and associational activities. One thing I can appreciate about this document is that the wording is very alpha male, whereas like unleash and freedom really get me going. This document is very clear that the president in charge of the Department of Justice. Kind of like elevating the presidency again above the law. But, you know, well, there's more to be said about that. Okay, Chapter 30, Federal Trade Commission. Let's skip this. It's kind of a repeat. Oh, hey, this is the last. Onward is the last section. The idea of mandate for leadership was first conceived in the fall of 1979 at the Heritage Foundation Board of Trustees meeting when former Treasury Secretary Bill Simon and former General Services Administrator Jack Eckert discussed the predicament they had faced when they first joined a new, more conservative presidential administration. They received no practical plans on how to move their part of the federal bureaucracy to reflect a more conservative policy direction, other than vague exhortations to promote free markets, smaller, more efficient government, and a stronger national defense. Okay, recall transition to reformalize the private sectors. Frank Shakespeare. The conservative movement had found in Ronald Reagan a president who shared that vision and who had the will to go against the established political grain in Washington. Okay, after the first edition, the new mandate was produced every 4 years, but the 2016 edition was one of particular note. It earned significant attention from the Trump administration, as Heritage had accumulated a backlog of conservative ideas that had been blocked by President Barack Obama and his team. Soon after President Donald Trump was sworn in, his administration began to implement major parts of the 2016 mandate. Well, there you go. That's the question. After his first year in office, the administration had implemented 64% of its policy recommendations. As a result of these recommendations, the Trump administration cut taxes and eliminated unnecessary regulations, creating a growing economy and the lowest unemployment rate in 5 decades, including among minorities and women. I mentioned that in 2018 in an interview on Fox News, I mentioned that President Trump had implemented more recommendations in his first year than Ronald Reagan did his. Of course, at the time, Reagan did not have both a Republican House and Senate as Trump did. Nonetheless, President Trump liked being compared to a former president he deeply admired, and he touted the comparison frequently. This anecdote illustrates how mandate provides a yardstick for conservative presidents to measure their performance relative to one another, and very importantly, allows the American people to see concrete evidence of the progress an administration is making towards reversing the growth of government and implementing conservative solutions in its stead. In essence, it allows the American people to hold their politicians accountable to the principles they profess to believe in. Okay. When we're producing that first mandate edition, we had suffered under 4 years of Jimmy Carter with double-digit inflation, double-digit interest rates, high unemployment, gasoline rationing, weakness overseas, and Carter himself called a malaise that he had induced in the American people. Today, President Joe Biden has brought us back to the days of Jimmy Carter. Actually, even worse, with full-bore economic, military, cultural, and foreign policy turmoil. The advice I wrote more than 4 decades ago just as easily could have been written today. A conservative administration coming on board in 2025 will need to hit the ground running just to undo the significant damage that had been done during the Biden years. And this guy is saying something that is essential to ensuring that a new president in 2025 can successfully implement a conservative agenda is having the right personnel to run the executive branch departments and their agencies. This is why it's so often said that people are policy. Yeah, they keep repeating this mantra. They must rein in the EPA, rein in the IRS, rein in OSHA. Okay. All right. In Washington, there are no permanent victories, but neither are there permanent defeats. Rather, there are permanent battles throughout the policy arena. The other side is never standing still. While we may have achieved tremendous successes under conservative leaders, the left is always working to chip away at them, which is why we must be constantly prepared for the next fight. That's why today, Heritage President Kevin Roberts, Project 2025 Director Paul Dans, the whole Heritage team, more than 50 organizations, and more than 360 experts from throughout the conservative movement have come together to continue the mandate for leadership tradition of creating policy solutions to solve the biggest issues facing America. Solutions based on the core principles of free enterprise, limited government, individual freedom, traditional American values, and strong national defense. We do this not to expand government, but they are, grow its largest for some special interest, they are, or centralize more control in Washington, they are. Instead, we do this to build an America where freedom, opportunity, prosperity, and civil society flourish for all. One final note, as most readers know, this section of the book is usually called the afterword, but we've decided to title it Onward. In all the decades I served as Heritage the Heritage Foundation's founder and president, and to this day as a member of its board of trustees, I've ended my communications with the exhortation Onward. This has been my charge to encourage friends, colleagues, and allies that we must always be advancing. There are always new battles and new opportunities ahead to challenge us to do even more. And we must be ready for them, willing to engage and use them to work for the betterment of this nation and her people. Okay. Well, that's the end. That's the end of this entire this policy guide. So this is I guess a book as well, in addition to being a manual, because there's like book reviews. The Comprehensive Policy Guide for a New Conservative President, offering specific reforms and proposals for cabinet departments and federal agencies, pulled from the expertise of the entire conservative movement. Mike Lee, U.S. Senator from Utah, says, the next conservative president must dismantle the administrative state and return power back to the states and the American people. This publication is a blueprint to do just that. Welcome to the next conservative revolution, says Ed Meese, former U.S. Attorney General. And Editor-in-Chief of the Federalist, Molly Hemingway, says, a sweeping plan to end the weaponization of the government against Americans and the values they care about. Well, that's it. 922 pages of nonsense and drivel. And of course, the typical conservative kind of speak that I feel like is all too familiar. It's basically this. I would summarize this as like a love letter to Reagan and Trump. What do you guys think about this so far? What do you guys think about these almost 900 pages of content? Dog shit? Yeah, it's basically dog shit. I think the vast majority of it is completely crazy. There's a lot of bureaucratic shuffling around, for sure, as well, of the departments and the various agencies. Some of it's a little unnecessary, like moving CISA under Department of Transportation. That's kind of a... They never really explained that allocation. OSHA is kind of standing in the way of our society becoming more like Warhammer 40k Empire of Man. I think the funniest thing was definitely not the this like hate of free school lunches, but the hate of the National Weather Service. It's just like fucking so random. But yeah, I'm gonna be right back. Give me your thoughts, and we'll kind of scroll for like 10 minutes, and then we'll wrap it up. Alright, I'm back. Hungry kids can become dedicated space marines. True. Oh, looks like legal documents. What are they for? It's a blueprint for a conservative presidential administration and conservative Congress. Sorry, what'd you say, Becca?
It's the blueprints for Christian nationalist nation.
There's definitely a lot of Christianity in the documents, that's for sure.
There's more that they talk about, like, openly and publicly. The head of the Heritage Foundation mentioned something on live TV about how there is going to be an American Revolution and it will remain bloodless should the left allow it.
I think that's funny, honestly. Position 1. The fucking weather. Love that game. What game? You vote for quarantining America until further notice?
Please allow me to leave the country. I don't want to be locked in here with these wackos.
I'm looking for that post where he said, like, he doesn't know what Project 2025 is.
The dog.
The what?
The dog.
Hold on. Let's see. I think here's something. All right. What are we gonna look at for the next 5 minutes? News. Probably just wrap it up here. Is there anything you want to talk about, Becca? You want to comment on? No. She's like, let me play Animal Crossing.
I wasn't playing Animal Crossing.
Alright, sorry, Disney Dreamlight Valley. What else is there to say, man? And now we just need to wait for the Democrats to, like, essentially respond with the candidate of their choice, or whoever they pick. Fellow white ladies, get over it. Whatever it is, get past it right now, a tweet says. We're gonna elect a black woman president. I promise you it's gonna be amazing. Get on board. No reservations. You can parry Crucible Knights, but can you parry Project 2025? Probably.
I mean, I'm gonna do it. Because the alternative is not an option.
What was he saying here?
And you know, the other side's going around trying to make me sound extreme, like I'm an extremist. I'm not. I'm a person with great common sense. I'm not an extremist at all.
Okay.
Like some on the right, severe right, came up with this Project 25, and I don't even know. I mean, some of them I know who they are, but they're very, very conservative, just like you have. They're sort of the opposite of the radical left, okay? You have the radical left and you have the radical right, and they come up with this, I don't know what the hell it is, it's Project 25. He's involved in Project, and then they read some of the things and they are extreme. I mean, they're seriously extreme. But I don't know anything about it. I don't want to know anything about it. But what they do is misinformation and disinformation.
I always says this. And there's like the last part of the book or manual says he implemented 64% of the 2016 mandate, or the 2016 project, or sorry, manual. I think it's just funny. I don't know. What is this? Yeah, I mean, he asked this. What's up, Nim? Senior Biden aides were bracing for former House Speaker Nancy Pelosi, who'd worked behind the scenes to encourage others in the party toward the kind of collective action that might finally push the president to end his campaign, to go public this week and possibly even disclose Democratic polling, clarifying Biden's dire political straits. A Democrat familiar with private conversations was granted anonymity, spoke candidly, saying, Nancy made clear that they could do this the easy way or the hard way. She gave them 3 weeks of the easy way. It was about to be the hard way. All right, Nancy Hansen. I don't know. Wait, what? Marianne Williamson confirmed she is still running for president. Someone says Republicans are terrified of Kamala Harris. She's younger than Donald Trump, smarter than Donald Trump, is a better speaker than Donald Trump, a better debater than Donald Trump, and a better communicator than Donald Trump. This was Goff's biggest nightmare. I think this is like copium, really. It's like these same accounts you see on social media that were first like hyping Biden up. Now they have to hype, Kamala up. I don't know. Look at all these endorsements. Pete Buttigieg also endorsing Kamala Harris. Wendell Pierce endorsing Kamala Harris. The moment he endorsed her, it's like most of the Democrat establishment was gonna also back her up. It's like, Kamala Harris will be the next president of the United States. I pledge my full support, AOC says. Josh Shapiro from Pennsylvania also endorses Kamala Harris.
Apparently, there's a man in Texas who legally changed his name to literally anyone else. First, middle, last name. He legally changed his name.
He changed his name to legally anyone else? Or anyone else?
No. He
Literally
changed his name to literally anyone else. And he is seeking to have his legally changed name put on the ballot.
I respect that. Maybe we should vote this guy in. You know?
Gurr is throwing a fit. Stop smacking the gate.
Alright. Lauren Underwood also they're just all endorsing him. Reverend Raphael Warnock also endorses Kamala Harris. There's so much cope and hope. I don't know what to do here. Alright, well, when I lean back, dead spots. Well, we'll call it here. Thanks for sticking with me for like 800 plus pages.
Hold on.
What?
The dog. Just wait. Sit. The stare I am getting right now.
Alright. See you guys soon.
Flex out your eyes. Is your camera haunted?
No, I don't think so.